side back up. He's going down. She's trying to step. Gremlins. Hey, you okay, you two? Huh? Sufficient? Yeah. Stick up there. Stay. Oh, blimey. Oh gosh. Fuck. Now. Heating could be regulated a little bit less now. I think the temperatures are going to get mild. Just watch the forecast. Know when to apply. Whoa, what are you doing, Mel? Oh, what's she doing? What are you doing, gal? What are you doing, gal? Hey. You're being a good gal. Good gal. You're being a naughty gal last night. You're still licking. You're still licking. Hey, mate. Yeah. Even when you pet him, he still licks. It's a priority. Oh. Oh. Whoa. What was it? I was up almost 20 hours. My goodness. Oh. What the fuck am I doing up 20 hours? I'll make less of it today. Less is more. Oh. Oh, well, parched. Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I think this one is chilled more. It's been at room temperature. I always put it back in the fridge. I think I'll keep the other plastic bottle. Yeah, it looks neat. I could fill it up with something else and, why throw something away when you can use it, utilise it. I think I'll pick up mostly. Kind of into the aliens at the moment. I don't know why. Maybe it's mostly. Oh, bloody hell. I've seen another terrible home cinema. I mean, the room looks good. I mean, the room looks good, but oh my goodness, when he put the JBL system, oh, it's one of those typical line array JBL sort of things, and he's got big ass sub bass speakers this size, and you got these. When you look at these little JBL CT, I don't know what they're called, CT whatever. They're like a curved shaped line array speaker. It's just a typical left, center, right, but it looks like a Bose. It looks like a Bose sound system. His room is wider than mine. How come he hasn't got second-hand JBL 4673s behind the screen? You don't need the big 4675s because they just wouldn't fit right in the room. They would never fit right if I would have used them and put them in this room. They'd just never fit right behind the screen. So you got to compromise, but really compromising with those rubbish line array JBL CT speakers. I mean, really. But the idea of the screen channel is to put out a tremendous amount of bass. And then the subs are just completely reserved for the LFE channel. Or, yeah, blimey. Terrible. Yeah, his room's 26 feet long. I think it's about 12 feet high. And it's about... it's probably just a little bit, few more inches wider than 18 feet, I think, because his screen is about 18 feet or so, horizontally. I mean, that's larger than mine, but really, I don't get it when you put these, and they're not, they're like a baffle wall. Yeah, they're not even fitted correctly. They look like, when you look at them, you might as well use those little speakers for like reproducing sound from 500 hertz or maybe 300 hertz up to the highest. Because they look like HF horns when they're typically stuck out, just the way they are in a baffle wall. But everything else is all kept flush. And I made the same. I kind of made a sort of mistake using the same wedge tiles and using it, but at least it absorbed. But because they're wedged, I can see frequencies reflecting off the screen. It's very difficult to tell, to tell whether that's happening. Yeah, and then they're going to go into a void and then into a peak or into a curve angle, and it's probably going to make it a little bit I don't know, maybe problematic. I think when I go behind the screen, when I've got some energy to even take that down, take the screen down, not literally, because I ain't moving it over there, so it's just bringing it forward just so I can get behind it, fit this new LED lighting, see if it does what do you call it, some aesthetic color light show effect. Yeah, I'll probably only turn it on a few times and then so it probably won't get much use. It's like the other LED lights around the room. Yeah, it's just something there to look at, and you think, gives you ideas. But yeah, so if I go behind the screen, I'll probably tighten up, or probably that little cardboard stuff that I got up above near the HF horns. It's the only thing I could utilise at the time, when that screen speakers were lowered down a little bit, which made a bit of a difference. But I should have thought about it and turned the subs maybe on their side. It'd be a little bit tricky, but not not too impossible. Just a little bit tricky over on the left side, but and then raise them off the floor just a little bit because they're about 46 or about 46, 45, 46 inches high. So if I'd have turned them over, they're about 26, I think, in the width, and just raise it off the floor just a little bit, and then that's the stage or the wooden platform or what that could have been lowered down a few more inches, which will make a little bit more considerable difference, providing, of course, the HF horns have still got a bit of height to it, and their sound is beaming out into the room. Otherwise, I saw this guy's home theatre and I thought, blimey, is he checked listening to? Is he seriously into it? Because it looks like he spent $1 million. Concrete, my goodness, those materials ain't cheap. Looks like the whole shell and everything costs about $1 million. That's probably got one of those scratch cards. Because the amount of attention gone into it, and then oh dear, and then the projectors in the room. Oh, you're going to hear the projector, for crying out loud. Even if it runs quiet as what it says it is, 23 or whatever, you're gonna notice it. I still notice the projector behind the port window, and it makes a little whirring sound, and I'm kind of puzzled what that whirring sound is, because I always say I want to put it on the bench, open it up and see what it is, and if it's a moving part, which I suspect it is, and then sort of like correct it so it doesn't make the whirring sound. Because you turn the OLED on, you don't hear it. They don't have fans in them or anything. I think some past TVs, I'm not sure which ones, but those rubbish plasma TVs, oh my goodness, you put your hand on it and it's like a radiator. Oh, but sometimes you put your hand on an OLED and you think, blimey, where's all this heat coming from? That's the backlighting, isn't it? Generates heat. No, it's not as alarming hot as some gear in this rack. I think the Cat 150 card is. I'm not sure if it's the first or the second hottest. When turning the SDDS on, the analog, digital, and the processing card and all that, they get pretty damn warm. I think the Dolby SDU4s, yeah, because they got a Cat 150 in it. Yeah, they get pretty warm, and the Trinov's just sat on it. And then think heat's going up, but if that were the Storm processor, that thing with the fans would be going from 50%, where it's idling pretty relatively quiet, and then it would go up to 75, and because of it's in the chassis, it kind of resonates a little bit and makes it the SPL level on the fan frequency sound a little bit more noticeable over on one side. But yeah, you look at a lot of equipment, you look at a lot of equipment and amplifiers and such and think, well, they don't have fans, so I don't get it. You got to check the tolerances on these temperatures. If it's in ideal temperatures, but if it's in a room like this, and then during springtime, temperature can get up to, oh gosh, I think it's 26, 27, 26 or 27. Yeah, and I've got to run the AC air conditioning on just to bring that temperature down only by about 4 Celsius, which only, and the cool air just coming this way just makes it comfortable. But I don't mind the noise on the air conditioner. Don't mind it at all. Test the ability more of my auditory. Push to the limit without necessarily playing stupid SBL DV figures. Because anything is masking effect. You go out in the real world, there's a lot of sound masking going on. A lot of sound frequency masking going on. Yeah, but this guy, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Why he went for some overrated, because just someone else uses JBL CT speakers and thinking, blimey, but his room is just a little bit bigger than mine. Why don't you go for second-hand JBL cinema? Crikey. Oh. You don't have to buy the latest brand new JBL on the market. Crikey, you look at the frequency response and everything, and you think, you put that speaker versus the one that was made a few decades ago, you're not going to really know the difference. Except that, oh, wow, the quality output they put, wow. Bloody hell, those JBL speakers. What's JBL gone from making Bose speakers? Or at least it's DIY subs, you know, they're what, probably 26, 30-inch drivers. And you've got these very slim little CT speakers that probably only about this, not even probably about a meter. Crikey, those things just behind the screen are almost just about 2 meters. You know, from the height from the base cab up to where the HF horn is. Yeah, and also when I go behind there, I just figure out where any more rattles are coming from, because it's weird. The rattles seem to be coming from either the subs because of the energy. You only need a small amount of voltage or wattage. You know, put it on a certain sine wave, and that frequency is just going to go whoom right up to the, and it's either going through because it's attached, more or less coupled. So it just gives there's a little packing or something underneath it, just so it gives the stage a little extra support, because there is a lot of weight on that. It wasn't designed for that. But when those guys came around, they made it just a little bit better than when I put it together. It was only designed for small little JBL Control 5s at first. It was never intended for Control 12 SRs, and then cinema PA speakers sat on top of it, and I'm surprised it didn't collapse. Yeah, so when I go just check out where, because problem with is temperature. Things expand and shrink, and due to temperature throughout, so there's certain things that might be, so just tighten it up, because something only needs to be just touching something. And if some base energy goes up there, it could probably go up and then come down or something on it, or maybe underneath, and then it excites, and then it starts tapping gently, and then you hear this rattle sound or whatever, or buzz sound, and it seems that radiate, the frequency of it radiates, and you think, is it coming from this direction or is it coming from that direction? You just can't tell until you start walking around, because of the frequency and the standing wave sort of thing. And it throws you off target, so you've got to go and then think, oh yeah, it's definitely somewhere at this screen. Yeah. So it's tighten it down, you know. The problem with someone that buys these JBL CTs, you know, there's not a whole lot you can play around with that speaker. You can't put like Empire Leicester Square SBL levels through those speakers. They'll just break up. I don't care what SBL level they go up to. Oh yeah, can they go down low, 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 and do that SBL? No, the drivers are too small, and you'd be like thinking, oh, I don't know. Am I overdoing it? Or you know when you hear that crackle or popping sound, you'll know. And any PA speaker could be overdriven, could be overdone, and then it breaks down. You know, it's just a voice coil on a magnet, and it's just going back and forth and back and forth. I don't have to push those JBLs too much just to get a satisfactory bass level in this room. I don't really have to, you know. You can have a lot of power, but you're not going to use it all. I could turn the amplifiers up, but I'm not going to run it because I'm going to adjust the frequency or the crossovering. And if I listen to anything that sounds buzzy or honky, and because it's maybe amplified a little bit too much for the size of the room or such or whatever, I'll probably put filters in, bandpass filters, notch it down a little bit so it doesn't make any of this, you know. To get an actual sound on dialogue, that's tricky because every movie sounds different in the dialogue recording, reproduction, and the playback reproduction, you know. So if I'm really into Star Trek 2 and William Shatner's sound of voice of his looping or the ADR or such, you know, I'd probably say I'd want William Shatner around here to start up there near close to the screen and start talking, repeating the same lines in the movie. And then I'd listen and think, yeah, it sounds like that. But when you got it on a speaker box, it's like it's a box. Because we're made of tissue and organ and all this stuff. A speaker box is made of plywood, MDF, whatever, you know, and it's always going to have that kind of boxy sound. It's entertaining sound, don't get me wrong. It's a lot better than the bloody OLED speakers. You know, because they can only play SBL to a certain level. You try overdoing it, and then you're going to knacker it, and yeah. 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 Just still got the bloody window open. The window's open a little bit. I mean, temperature today is mild. It's, you know, but usually this month, this crappy month, sometimes it can get bitter, but that's maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks, you know. But it's just the way the earth is turning, the axis and all that nonsense. And if you take note of the clock, you gradually notice that it's gradually getting lighter, you know, in the morning hours, you know, very subtle, very subtle. You know, it's only like, you know, it's only a few months now till spring. And surprisingly, yeah, some regions in the UK have had snow. And yeah, the temperatures have been, some have dropped down to as little as maybe -3. And then, you know, you just got to like think, oh, maybe there will be some rain that'll come along, you know, and the temperature will just rise the temperature up a bit. It's been raining on and off a little bit now, so yeah, and some fair gust winds, just under 30 mile an hour. I just wonder what the animals and all that are thinking. Yeah, but you know, they've been dealing with it for billions of years. You know, and they cope. You know, they don't bitch and moan. We're the only ones. We're the only ones on the planet that bitch and moan. Yeah. I'm sure they like to have something a little bit, you know, warmer. I'm sure they do. But nothing lasts forever. Only 4.5 billion years left, and that'll be it. One and all plain curtains. That is depressing. I'm going to put some little LED light feature on the ceiling around the surround speakers. Maybe if I could get the microphone or whatever when I look at it, and I'll think. So I've got three coming. So I'll do maybe the middle first, or do one and see how it looks, or I'll demonstrate it to myself and see, you know, how it looks, and really, you know, and then where then to place everything. I've got a little USB two plug sockets, 6 USB. That was not hard. That was not easy to find because I got one down there. But I couldn't find that model again. But it doesn't matter because they're all the same thing. So I'll fit that somewhere. That socket thing up there somewhere, and then get the and then work out how far I can go with the short not USB, yeah, the short USB lead that plugs in and then goes to the control box, and see how far that goes. If I need to put an extension on it, I'll just get another USB lead, make a connection, and then just extend it just to get it where it needs to go, because the cable on the LED strips is only 12 inches. They're only 1 foot, and the cable on it looks like it could be maybe 2 or maybe 3 meters. But I'll just work out where it needs to go and then just get it all up there. Yeah, just try and obscure it as I can. But I want the microphone to say possibly be near the speaker. But it might not. It doesn't have to be entirely. If it's like the LEDs that I got, the light, the things that I already got behind, switch them on because they only have a certain frequency response. Ooh! Oh yeah, they're wrong. Yeah. Ooh! Yeah. They got a little break in the. I think it's 3-pin wire, 3-pin connection. They got a little break. It could be 2, or I don't know how many. Yeah, it's a case of cutting away some of that plastic gel that they put over it, and then soldering the pin because it's a bit of a. My cat got up there and probably done something, probably chewing on it or something. Don't know how my cat managed to get up there, but cats are, yeah, when they see something, they'll study and then find a way to climb up. Curious little buggers they are. Turn that bloody LED thing off. Not sure if the other thing works over there. I know it's got a bit of a fault, probably with the some part of the electronics, but not the actual lighting itself. It's just got a bit of a fault where it's given the wrong color or something, or it's just doing something. It's the electronics. It's not the lighting. I don't have it switched on because I can't really do much with it. Maybe if I turn it back on again, it might be okay. It's a bit like the STDS. That was acting up for a while. Sometimes that was really acting up, and it seems to settle now. It seems to be okay, but still get the hiccup with the CP200. I've got to have the it's either a capacitor or something. I can't tell whether it's the CAT card for the OBE. The OBE. Well, that's top secret. That's your mama's bass. Oh yeah. Yeah. But it does settle after a while. It does settle, but I can't figure it. Someone else I know has got a 200, and he's not having an issue with it. Yeah, and the CAT card's brand. It was brand new when I put it in. Yeah. I always kind of think is it the A-type card or the, for the Dolby Stereo, you know, where you got the cards inputs. I'm trying to remember how many cards. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards in the processor unit, and then you got additional 2 more cards that go into the accessory unit. Yeah, and then when I pull the right card out slightly on there and then push it back in, the OBE signal goes back up, but then suddenly it drops back down. It goes from that, and then it drops down again. Goes very soft. Weird, but it does settle after a while. It takes a little. Maybe it's a warm up, and I can't. Yeah, if it's a warm up, I just kind of think there's no noise. There's no. Yeah, if it was a capacitor, it would be generating some sort of noise. Not sure what it is. It can't. It's not a. It's not a resistor. It's not a diode. Could it be an IC? Could it be an integrated circuit? I can't fit. I can't pin it. But it settles after a while. And when it's settled, it's good. It's great. And then play a Dolby Stereo movie like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Just makes a Dolby Atmos movie sound shameless. Yeah, and I've got fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark on that bloody is it Blu-ray? Yeah, Blu-ray. 2 thumbs down. It sucked. Laserdisc, yay. Oh dear. Oh. Yeah. Fucking hell. I could hear the small, tiny reflections around this room, but that's only reflecting on things that are reflective. But the walls, no, not really. Oh, apart from that up there, I've still got to cover that up. I've got to put, I've got to take that light down and move it. I don't know why I just don't have a single light up there and just put it in the middle. You know, one light to light it all. Because there's one sun, one planet, and that sun, you know, it's not just coming this way. It's spherical. That sun, that light energy is going out in 180 degrees. Whoa, or whatever. Yeah, it's going that way, this way, that way, down this way. Yeah, you need one light to light it all. Because that's like looking at the sun, because it's glaring my eyes. Yeah, maybe if I put it in a position, it may not cast a shadow, because where it's located, it's near a speaker. It's casting a shadow. Yeah, so it's just getting the motivation. Because when I start usually, oh dear, this feels weird on this side. It just feels tense and tight, and it's been like that for years now. Yeah, I could raise my arms, so I hadn't had a stroke or, whatever. Otherwise, if you did, you wouldn't be able to raise your arms. That's one telltale sign. But I think it could be the mini heart attack. Because your heart's on your left side, and it just won't stop shaking. Sometimes this one will shake, but I know what that is. That's either my sugar levels or it's adrenaline, or your sugar levels and your glucose and adrenaline. But this settles, but this one just, if I rest it down somewhere, I can only notice my fingers twitching a little bit, but this just doesn't stop shaking. And a doctor, an MD, won't give me a flipping answer to that sort of like, and then think, is there a way medical or something to, so at least it's like this, or at least how it should be, like how it used to be, because it's like a component. Yeah, maybe it's a capacitor. Yeah, so I got to get up there on a step. I got to raise my arms up, and then when I'm standing up fully, sometimes I've got to, can only do it for a little while, and then I've got to get down and rest it a little bit. So how long is that going to take that down? Not too long, and I've just got to figure, got to make something over here. I've got to tear the foam down, and then I've got to put the foam back up, but I've got to recut it differently, the foam. Yeah. If you had I suppose they make them. Yeah. I suppose they make them. I haven't seen one. So like a light bulb is only so, it's not, you need something. Well, yeah, you can get something that's fully spherical, a sphere, and then have it so it looks like the sun, and the light just radiates out in 180 degree. Yeah, one light to light it all. Yeah. Uh, That's not too bad. The seat's holding so far. As long as I don't get scared out of my pants with something bass hitting me or scaring me, I won't break the seat. It seems to be. I can't remember what I did there. I think I put expandable foam in or liquid. No, I can't remember what I put in the gap in the hole, because when I realised it was a bit of an open void, and I need to put another screw down and tighten it up. I should have put something like a more thick layers of MDF or something for this front part. Or basically, yeah, I should have maybe used a different material, and then I can drill it, tap in a wall a plug, and then screw the seats down so that they go. The screws are, they go deep, so that the seats don't have any tendency. Yeah. Most people are calm, but it's bass levels. It kind of startles me, and I just kind of do this rock back because it startles me, because I'm not used to that sort of thing. I don't mind it, but it's something that bass sounds don't hit you in the chest when you go outdoors, or even around the home for that matter. It's only artificial sound played at certain levels, and it does that. But if I calm the levels down and all that, the bass levels and that, so it just sounds like sound rather than sound being on steroids. And yeah, but it doesn't matter what anything. Yeah, it'd be like my cat suddenly coming. Well, cats always startle you. If they come in behind you and and you get startled, you go whoa, like that, don't you? Because they want some petting and attention, or food treats and such. Yeah. I don't know why I was up so long yesterday. I was not. I think a video for last night or whatever it was only went up to about 11 hours, but I was up for about, I think, 14 hours, getting pretty close to 15. It was getting pretty close to 15 hours. Plus I was already awake for about maybe 4 hours or so. So it was almost like up 20 hours. Not yesterday, because yesterday went into the early hours of this morning. And I think I've only had about 6.5 hours sleep. As long as I don't move around too much with my condition, I probably, but oh yeah, shouldn't have been up that long. Shouldn't have been up that long, maybe. How can one rant and ramble for bloody almost bloody hell? Does the universe do that? I wonder. Well, I would say yes. The sun's always giving out energy, so you could say it's talking. The Earth it has a magnetic field, or it has a frequency, a certain frequency. Every planet's has a certain frequency, and it's been doing that for a long time. Nature, the moon and the ocean waves, and the way the ocean waves come in, and someone that figured it out, long time ago, that there's a certain timing or in the waves, and it's all connected with the moon. And yeah, there's a certain timing where you get a wave as such. That's been making sound. That's like talking with nature, and that's been doing that for billions of years. Huh. Maybe when we our spirit leaves, and maybe it's still talking, or I don't know. Just try. Yeah, one light. Yeah, just put that, because if that light over there, and though it's not in an equal position, if that was just placed. Yeah, if it was placed in front of that speaker there. Yeah. But what if I place one there, one there, and another one over this side with the speaker? Would it cut? Well, I'd have to put one up there for demo, see if it casts a shadow and goes onto the screen. I don't mind really, but it shouldn't really. If it was back here. Yeah. I just don't know where I put that bloody little piece of power cord. Crikey, I only have to go a few flipping inches over to there. Crying out loud! What flipping 15 inches of cable? That's all I need. So undo that. Take the wire. Yeah, put some what's it in there. Boom, boom, boom. And then maybe use that light and just bring it over. Or maybe get the other second one and then put that there, so that at least that give a little bit of loom. So if someone was sat in the back row, want to look at something or whatever, at least there'd be enough light there, at least to visibly see. Because everything's light and shadow. Yeah, that's why there's light up there and there's a shadow on the screen. And also moving the light back a little bit, so when probably got the lights on and just watching the probably wouldn't be, it's just about watchable. I don't know why I need more luminance on the blooming thing, I just don't know how those LEDs things are going to perform when put behind the screen, so that their light just goes up and illuminates, because it's only a few inches. Have it so it could do something musical. But the trouble is, if it's going to be anything with electronics can be modified. So you've got to know, okay, there's a microphone, so that's an input or such. Yeah, it's a bit of a messy DIY. and you got to know what voltage level, because you got to put a low level signal into it. Can't put probably 1 volt, so it probably damage the electronics. So you got to know what the the tolerance is, and then probably put a resistor or such to learn, and then a case of having the audio signal coming out from, oh bloody, that's a lot of bloody mess. That is a lot of cables running around. I can't get any more cables through the flipping. There's hundreds of cables. Can't get any more through that hole. I suppose they'll just have to, the microphone have to pick up the sound, because these only respond up to about 1 kilohertz, and they obviously got a very sharp filter that's cutting off. So, I could play 1 kilohertz. These don't really much respond. They only respond to low frequency from, say, like 1 kilohertz all the way down into infrasonic. So, the microphone's pretty sensitive, and it's only located at the back, where most of the where the lights then go around one side and then round the other side. That's probably about 400 or 500 hertz. Yeah, that's going a bit higher. I can't really tell unless you've got the RTA on and you see what the frequency is. And there might be a few other frequencies there, harmonicing. Yeah. Some people have got the right idea sometimes. I haven't even got the right idea. I mean, blimey, this room is too small really to do too much with it. If I made an attempt to, the room's just going to get a little bit too small. Even the acoustical foam on the walls, I don't mind about the ceiling too much, but when I look at it, it just makes it about 1 inch, makes the room 1 inch too small. If I stand in the middle swinging a cat around, cat's going to be reaching out like that, and it's going to scratch the bloody side of the walls. You can't swing a cat in this room. It's too small. It's like a little dinky matchbox toy in a, when you get those little matchbox cars. But at least, it was thinking, how am I going to make that? Actually, I prefer having the JBL Control 12 SRs. I could space them out, spread them out just a little bit, but with the screen speakers, they're just literally tight together. So it makes a kind of a baffle. And I'm surprised, even when generating pink noise, I'm surprised I can hear it there and there and there and there and there. I'm surprised. And when it plays with soundtrack, with everything, I'm surprised I can notice the panning positioning, because I thought it would be almost difficult to notice. And then you could put a little tricks sometimes, because when you get half center signals, and depending on the setting it up so that you spread the speakers and then turn the angle on the speaker, and then you test the seating and you test that specific movie and you run it in a loop. So it plays over and over and over and over and over and over. And you sit seat to seat to seat to see if you can notice the position, just as you noticed it in the cinema. Or, well, depending on what cinema and what the screen, how far back you were in the auditorium and such. You know. Like when you're in an auditorium that looks okay, and even still, when you find that you're in a decent sort of position, so you're gonna hear an equal sound there to there and there in the center and surround. Or I don't know why I call it surround, because if you turn yourself around, then the screen speakers will be the surround. Theoretically. They used to be, I think, used to call them effects speakers, because that was mostly just effects. They didn't pan dialogue, or maybe it was, I don't know. See what movies where they might have had a dialogue pan, because it's not like you can't do it. It's breaking the rules. That's what you hear in real life. You hear it there. You hear dialogue sound down at this angle, or a little bit lower, or up there. I'm pretty trained in listening and to human voice and all that. And if I move around, if I stand up, if I'm going up an escalator or something, I'm walking along, I hear voice level there, I hear I hear a reflection. And what I'm talking about is some place down in town where you go up an escalator into a shopping centre, and I can remember all that. I know what the psychoacoustic is. But when I see it in these crappy Atmos movies, and it's like, fucking hell, who's the sound designers, and who's the supervisor, and who's all the other goons in this bloody madness? That is a load of shit that I've just listened to. It's the sound of, but not the actual movement and sound position placement. Because that's part of the escapism of all this immersive bullshit. Oh dear. So I'm tapping my foot on the floor, kind of like a cat when it's moving its tail. It's irritated. I'm frustratedly irritated. You couldn't imagine how fucking pissed off I am with Atmos. It's a waste of time. You're just waiting for something to be overhead. But does it make any sense to what you're seeing on the screen, or is it something going off screen? Does it make any sound continuity sense at all? Or is it just a load of random sound just for the sake of it, so they can say, yeah, this is Atmos? But no, that's not Atmos. That's bullshitting most of the time. Now then. See, I unscrew this. My ears are this height, and I hear the sound at this elevated angle. I'm not a twit. Fucking hell. But they make all this immersive bullshit, and they put it in Dolby Labs? From Dolby Labs into a dubbing stage? Oh my goodness. And then into a cinema and into the home, and then they water it down a little bit. Oh, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I really just don't fucking get it. So I can make a sound on that. That frequency has got, because of the sound frequency, it was, when I was moving it around, it seemed almost, what's the word? Omnidirectional. Usually that's bass frequency, but because of the way it was, you know, I was moving my finger on that. It's got a sense of movement, but not really like, you know, something else that maybe that sound. Yeah. Yeah, I can sense that moving. But if I do this one again, it's because of the way the sound and the frequency is going whoosh out. It's making that click, click, click. And the way that frequency is going whoosh out. But if you do it sort of differently, and then you move it, and then you can sense it. Oh yeah, it's gone from up that position, and then it's moving down. Yeah, and it's going down lower. And if I put it down, oh yeah, if I do that again, but I can hear it reflecting, but it's going so fast. It's going at the speed of sound. It's almost like, where the fuck's that coming from? Yeah. Can a speaker do that? Well, you can play certain sine waves out from a speaker and such, and then think, can it, or maybe, well, certain sine waves, certain film soundtrack, whatever. And does it sound like in the, you know, like you heard it in the cinema? Because I've got a good damn memory recall, you know. I've got a pretty good recall. A cat has got a good recall. Yeah, they remember. They're not stupid. They're not stupid, they are. You try and distract a cat from doing something that you think is going to do, and they'll go back to it. They're going to go back to it. So they're not stupid. It's not like they forgot. They're going to go back to it because it's their mission. It's their priority. Yeah. They want to wreck something. Yeah, they certainly turned one of my bloody JBL speakers into a looked like it came out of a bloody paper shredder. I'm surprised they didn't wreck the basket. Yeah, they totally demolished the. That's okay. Maybe one day I'll go to that bass driver and get a recone and fix it. I don't know what I'm going to use it for because it's yeah. I've got other JBL speakers. I've got other JBLs that I could fit in this room somewhere, but will they fit easily? No, they won't because the boxes will be about that deep, and it just would not look right in a small room. If the room was larger, yeah, and if you design a room that's that's going to be large, and then you want to put speakers, proper speakers into a flush wall, yeah, not those in wall speakers. Load of waste of time. I mean, if they were if that was the case, then cinemas like THX cinemas would have been doing in wall speakers decades ago. No, they're just ordinary a shell of a room. They know what the dimensions and all that. They know what they're going to put in there, and they're going to have artificial walls that are so you got the concrete and then you got the artificial walls, and they know they've got a certain depth so they can put a speaker, boom, hidden flush, and when it's coupled with all the it improves the output of the frequency response. when you see some of these rubbish home cinemas, home theatres, and they got the surround speakers near the seating, you're losing a lot of the bass output of those speakers. You've just thrown it out the window. But locating the speakers on the walls is, that's easy to test a speaker in a room. So you test it in that position, or actually not just one position and then move over to another position but actually slowly. You got to have someone, or you fit you fit a rail, so the speaker fits on a rail, so you can gradually move it. And if it was remote or something, or you get someone to move it, providing it moves smoothly, without any, you could record it or whatever in real time RTA and just look at the frequency response as it's gradually moving. So you could have a microphone in seated positions, and you can have another microphone. So you're looking at multiple RTA. And so when you're gradually moving it with a microphone that's pretty near to the speaker, it shouldn't change that much until maybe it gets near to a corner, and it might show a gradual rise in some of the bass frequency because it's nearer two parallel surfaces but if it's pretty near to the ceiling, then it's going to be near three, like ceiling sidewalls. And then you just got to then think, and look at all the other frequency response, like the mid-range or out the tweeter, or if it's a HF horn that's fitted in it, looking at the frequency coverage range and such. And just gradually play pink noise, but it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be 100% perfect. You start walking around the room when all this is playing or whatever, or sound generating, and you get near to something and you think, there's no sound in this air position, it's up there. That doesn't make sense. It needs to be uniform. You get the surround field. This is the surround field in around the seating, the screen there, and all that is up there. And that easily, some of that sound radiates out into the room. So you want the surround field really to be uniform. So it literally goes from up there right down near to the skirting board. And then to do a below surround, that's easy. You can do that with a metal. Either do it with a metal frame, then you got to make it so when you walk on it, it doesn't make any clangy noise, and you got to figure out how to put some carpet over it. And then the speaker array literally would be located right underneath. Because I was thinking of aliens mostly last night, and thinking, there's several ways you can do a below surround. One, is just like a metal, like when you go into an anechoic chamber and you're walking on a metal rigging or something, and you got more acoustic, and then you got more wedged fiberglass material below it, because that whole room has got to be literally covered. That's the purpose of the anechoic chamber. But you can do just a wooden floor and then just put ordinary speakers in the wooden floor. But you can't just have a speaker there and another one over there. It just wouldn't work because our ears are too close, and you'll just notice there's a gap, and it doesn't work. You've got to get it almost uniform, so the coverage of the sound's like, bloody hell, you know, you walk around and you can't tell what position or where it's coming from. It's just uniform. Just like when I used the experimental overhead and I start moving around like this, it just sounds uniform. I can't tell what speaker is, you know, as long as the speakers are all balanced in the pink noise and so forth, and I can't really tell. In Aliens, I was running the oh yeah, they say the theatrical, whatever, with the mono discrete surround. It sounded okay on the experimental. That's how it would have been if it was at Tower Park. I don't think they had an. I don't know. When I was at Tower Park, I don't think they had a print that ever came in. I don't think a print has ever gone in. And today, well, yeah. But the way the experimental overheads and how many were in the larger auditoriums, 8 speakers going down like there. So there's a gap in the middle, but it's still, you know, you can walk around and you can notice the uniform surround. Unless the speaker was broken or knackered, and then you're going to say, oh, right, it's that speaker there that's broken. Yeah, and of course I'm running nine speakers overhead. I'm running 9 experimental because I got the Dolby SD. What do you call those processors again? SD10. Is it SD10? Yeah, the SD10, basically a Pro Logic. So it's in the default mode. So it activates the middle. But if I run stereo surrounds, I would have to turn these middle ones on the amplifier. I would have to turn them off because I think it's the left side is, well, let's get this right, because no home processor can do it. You need an SA10 because it's got a specific modification. So when you put it in normal surround mode, it creates the left half, right half surround configuration. When it's in Pro Logic mode, it switches off the that left half, right half, but generates a separate signal along the back wall speakers, and yeah, plus it's a 4-channel decoder, 4-channel, whereas the home version EX is only a 3-channel version. So you can't generate that, you know, you need a, you know, so when you turn it off, but you know, you get a processor like thing today, and I can create a left right half configuration. Or I got an Atmos one where it does allegedly it should be doing pan through the speakers 1, 2, 3 along the side, and something different on the back, or if it might pan round and then goes into, it should be doing that theoretically. But I've not noticed it much on some movies. I think Gravity is a little overrated. I think it's a bit overrated, but that's the only sort of movie that's got a decent, yeah, but it's not perfect, decent enough. But all the other Atmos mixes are just like a complete waste of time. Yeah. So I could do that. Most people in their home theaters can't even do a left half right because they haven't programmed the processor. I was thinking, is it possible to program it? Someone said, yeah, that was with the Storm. Yeah, it's possible to do that. Because at first you only get sound coming out on the middle side surrounds, and I'm thinking, I've had this rigged up before the storm process. I had it all rigged up so it does the left half, right half, and such. But and it was a little tricky because I had to do some other tricks to do it. But yeah, just duplicate the same speaker, boom, 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 and then you know, providing you use, I think, DTS Neural X, because the Dolby DSU, it sucks. It's fucking useless. It's useless. I don't. It's like Dolby Lab, full on deaf ears, and they only care about how loud the register is, ting ting ting, and how much money they're making. Bloody hell! And to get proper Dolby Pro Logic and all that, you got to get older generation equipment. You can't use this later day one. It just, and this upmix, yeah. When you use the DSU, it takes sound from the front and puts it on the overhead. When you use the DTS Neural X, it only takes the sound signal from the surround and puts it overhead. So it's more logical to use the DTS Neural X, and don't think for a moment, oh, you're hearing the bat wing moving up and all this bullshit. That's total horseshit. And plus, I think the upmixer for all this high tech bullshit, yeah, all this high tech bullshit is a load of horseshit. I mean, how many channel outputs are they fucking using? It sounds like they're using, they could use a Pro Logic 2X, and that would, when you look at all the output, you're looking at about 7 output, 2 outputs for the regular speakers, and then the rest of it is steering. So you've got a center output. Where do you put that center output? Are you making an overhead array with the center output? Maybe, or maybe down the back. I don't know. It's tricky. It's a little tricky, a little bit dicey. And then you've got 4 other outputs, and they're like stereo. They sound like stereo. You could also put a wire in another matrix decoder, so any sound going from one speaker to the other will go in the middle. So you don't get this phantom thing, like Phantom Menace. Yeah, why didn't they do that? Why didn't they use that? Why are they wasting my listening time? They might not be wasting all your listening time out there because you're not really clued up. You're not really dedicated for listening to sound. I'm only here just to send the message. But Dolby Labs, they're not going to send the message. Because if they do that, bloody hell, the dominoes will start falling. And everyone's going to start losing faith in Dolby Laboratories and their bullshit. Bloody hell. It's a pity, really. It's a bit of a scandal. But yeah, you don't have to use those up mixers. You can use something else. Plug it into the system and, oh, it's a whole lot better than that bloody up mixer. So when you turn off your surround, when you turn off the surround speakers and the screen speakers, and then you start playing with that up mixer. Say, like, I'll give you an example, like A View to a Kill, right, where Bond goes to Paris. If you get the first DVD edition, you don't get those Blu-rays or 4Ks. They're complete junk. Trust me. You hear the music score playing in the front channels, and in the surround you just got sound effect and some ambient sound. So if you were to switch on DTS Neural X, you will hear a surround ambient. There might be just a hint, very tiny, yeah, it's like that, of slipping of music, But when you turn on the DSU, you completely hear music all over the overhead, with a few little sound effects that are moving around on the screen channel, on the left and right channel, but not the center, because that would be a dead giveaway. You'd think, why is there dialogue, you know? And when you, oh, please don't use Auro 3D. You're just there to leak, you're just there dialogue bloody leaking all over the bloody overhead. It's a complete waste of time. That's probably why it's a dead sound format. Yeah, because it was bugging me for years. Which output and all this? They got to be using between DTS or maybe Dolby. They probably got their own matrix decoder, and that's been a no-no. That's been public knowledge for many years. You know, DTS made one. You had CES, Circle Surround, and oh, there's been many others. You know, Logic 7 and Logic this, and there's been many. And yeah, basically, it's which Logic circuit is striving to mask the crosstalk, so you just get an ambient effect or such. You know, I know there's a lot of people that say surround sound, it sucks. Yes, yes, in some way, but in reality, that's what we hear. You know, I can hear it moving. Yeah. So personally, I don't use the upneck surfing because I know what it's going to do. I just use the experimental overhead because it just takes the same sound from the surround and just puts it up there on the scene, just like UCI Tower Park, 1989, overhead speakers. Don't believe me, do you? You don't believe me? I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. Hold on, your horses. Hold on, your horses. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. It should be in the pictures if it's there. Bingo. There's one. Oh, and there's the other auditorium downtown that's now closed. Oh yeah, here we go. So what do I do? Go down here, click, go up there, share. Yeah, thank goodness someone took some because I would be an absolute maniac for taking pictures. If I had used my 35 little, you know, that little click camera, you know, I would have took some bloody pictures back then. But thank goodness someone took some. And these are probably. Can you see them? I'll just move it up a little bit. Oh, bugger. Over there. 1, 2, 3. And just scroll that up. Zoom that up. That's auditorium screen number 6. Over to the left side of the picture. Oh, sorry, not the left side, the right side of the picture. Because if I was turning around, if I turned myself around, it would be over on the right side. Yeah, the right side. That would be screen number 5, and it's identical to screen 6, except for the exit doors, because I can tell because I worked in projection. I was there in projection, and I could see the slide projector in the port window. I could see the Victoria 5. 35mm projector, and I can see the other port window. I can see just the little part of the sound rack that was mounted on the wall. Um, and when you go down the long corridor, you go down to screen 5, that's head office in projection. That's head office. That was when it was UCI, and the speakers on the ceiling. Oh, surprise, surprise! They got the same spacing as what they do with Atmos today. Hmm. Now, hmm. That's curious. And they're Electro Voice. They're Electro Voice speakers. I think they were a freeway design. I think they were a freeway design. It's a bit hard to find the model because those are very discontinued. But doesn't mean they don't work. So you could use those speakers even today. Doesn't mean they're not going to work. Blimey, you know. Yeah. There was 8 in the auditorium, and you look at the height between the floor up to the ceiling. I think it gradually gets steeper when you go down because the floor is sloping down. It's all concrete floor. The auditoriums were really only designed for a 90 dB SPL level, but unlike today, you go down. I go down to that place, 2 thumbs down. It's a fucking mess now. What they did to it, they took out all most of the seating down down the sides of the auditorium, so they lost nearly quite a bit of their seating capacity. That's probably why they put the price up. A bit sneaky, really. But as long as if I were to go down there again, as long as they haven't changed those the seating were it. I think they put were they rocker seats, or I think they were a little bit more comfortable than the original seats. Um, you know, when I was given a tour before I started down there, the chief gave me a tour. And I think we went into auditorium. Gosh, it could have been 5 or 6. I can't remember if Ghostbusters 2 was interlocked. Interlocking is where you thread one projector up and then you take the film down to the next, and then thread it up there, and then film just has about a couple of minutes. So basically, attendees have to go in at a certain show time, even if the film has got a couple of minute delay. Um, yeah, Ghostbusters too, and Dolby SR, and the acoustics and you can see the acoustical treatment that's placed down the sidewalls, and a little bit lower down, it's just bare surface. The acoustics were not too bad, but you get an average sound. It's not a THX auditorium where you get all this sound pressing on your chest ridiculously. It was just about average, and it was good. It was okay back then. Sometimes it sucked, but it was okay. And then the experimental overhead, it worked fine. Didn't have much. I mean, crikey, um, projecting Born on the 4th of July, and you got that scene where well, there's many because the surrounds are always active in a 4:2:4 matrix, because you get a bit of difference of the left and right in you know, but then you get sound pans, actual pans that are monoed, and you basically the signaling is if you turn the left and right off and listen to the center and the surround, providing there isn't any issue with the phasing on the left total, right total, where you would get some part of the center signal or the dialogue sort of or whatever, and it's like splattering out into the surround speakers or the surround output signal. Providing it's not doing that, it sounds like you're listening to a discrete center to surround. So where you get that helicopter and born off, and they're on the field, and you get, and it gets, and you kind of look up, and it's got a nice uniform sound. Maybe not perfect because of where the speakers are located, they're so wide apart. Helicopters only so, but it depends on what, rain effects in Born on the 4th of July, where he shoots where he shoots one of his own troops, all that, and he goes into a tent to confess what he's just done, but the other guy doesn't want to hear that sort of thing, because things are just chaos. But you gradually hear the dialogue talking, and you hear the rain. It sounds like it's coming down on the tent, on the canopy. It gives a nice sound on the overhead, as well as the screen channel. Oh yeah, I've heard quite a few Dolby Matrix A-type SR, and I'll show the other auditorium. This is the smaller ones. These all looked identical, but I can't tell which side, because the way it works is the main screens were in the middle. So when you're walking through the foyer, the main screens are left to right, and you got the foyer in the middle, hot dogs, popcorn, if that's your fancy. There's a little control unit mounted on the wall that indicates all the screens that are playing, and some that are finished, and so you got these green, amber, red lights. And when it's red, it's either the film has got jammed in the film gate, you've got a brain wrap in the bloody a brain wrap where it's just snowballed on the cake platter, and there's film everywhere, and you've got to sort that mess out, or the xenon lamp exploded, whatever, and then you get an indicator light, and if you notice it, and then you go to that screen, because there was only on the shift during the morning through up to part of the afternoon, it was like the chief would be on to so long, and then he will pack up and go home. The deputy would be on and then he'll go up, and then someone else, you have a deputy coming in. But it's usually about 3 projectionists, about 3 that are on sometimes at the most. I and a few others, and it might be 4. You're always looking at your chart sheet, what this, that, and you're going this and that, and you're going and learning theory and all this stuff in main office. That's usually in the morning before the cinema really opened up, and you're learning theory and all this nonsense, inert gases, and of the Maltese cross Falcon, or whatever the bloody thing was. That is a free thing that turns the mechanism in the projector, and then the intermittent sprocket, and the way the film goes through and you get one for, and then get another and another. But if you turn that blade off, that is a free blade thing, and it's like a strobe, and it's cutting light on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. But if you video or something, you see the flicker effect. If that stopped, film would just be like, it'll look like an NTSC signal on a PAL TV that hasn't been converted correctly. It just flickers like this. You can't tell what the bloody hell it is. But if you got an NTSC signal, and you make your fingers spread like that, and then you create a strobe effect in your eye, and then you can just about see just a single frame there. But you can't maintain it, because it's got to go at a certain speed. That's back when the time when NTSC wasn't really a sort of compatible thing in the UK. all the TVs are PAL standard, just like if you play a PAL signal in US or NTSC, you're just going to get because it's not on the correct frequency, 50 and 60 hertz. Yeah, those days. But you notice this auditorium, it's only got seven speakers overhead. One speaker is located right at the back of the auditorium, and as you go a little bit more further in, then the other 6 speakers are located, and they're all parallel. They're all parallel to each, across the, you know. Those small auditoriums were a little bit awkward. I never really liked them that much, but I'm surprised the Dolby Stereo, particularly across the screen, I'm surprised it worked. Because given where the height of the screen was a little bit higher up compared to the large ones, where it was a little bit more lower down and a little bit more wider and a bit curved. In the smaller ones, it was just a flat screen, and the stage channels left, right, they're only a few feet away from the sidewalls, and there was all Electro voice. I'm surprised it worked, but yeah, just you don't want to sit in the back of the auditorium. It's going to suck. I don't know why they had seating back there and should have just left no seating there. Take the seating out, because the engineers, the sound guys, and all that, they know it's going to suck if you sit right back there. Stereo is going to sound very narrow. You'd think, it sounds like a mono signal on 2 speakers with a sound delay on one side, and it sounds like stereo, but it's going to sound terrible. But I've heard a few movies in those auditoriums, like Born on the 4th of July. So I've gone, it's gone from the large screens and it went into the small auditoriums, and a few other movies that they play for a few weeks or such in the large screens, and then they get moved into the small screens. But how it is down there now, it's nothing like that. I've not even been in those small ones. I've been only in the large ones, and what they did to it was terrible. They pump up the bloody amplifier levels and that now, and you just get sound leakage going through the walls. Terrible. Like I say, they were only designed for a 90 dB, and now they're pushing it up to over 100. Yeah. Well. Plus, they got a wooden floor on those the large screens. They put a wooden floor on the floor, and it's tight against the wall, so it acts like a diaphragm. The wall acts like a diaphragm, and sound transmission goes through it, and then you don't just hear it, you're feeling it in the bloody floorboard, in the wooden floor. Distraction. Yeah. Yeah. So I haven't been back there since they were, what were they, Cineworld? Yeah, I think I saw some crappy movie in screen number, I think it was screen number 5. Something about tennis. It was crap. Had this obnoxious poster with these sunglasses and a female. It was bloody. I think it was called something like Champions, or it was a terrible sound mix. And I just walked out, and I thought, fuck it, I'm going back home. It was one of the channels didn't seem to be working behind the screen, because the bass seemed too much over on the left, and it didn't seem to change in going from trailers to movie. It seemed like something needed a little attention, and I just got fucking fed up, and the movie sucked. I wouldn't even want to I wouldn't even eat that movie. It's not even on the low end of my food chain. It was fucking awful. It looked like a movie that was totally made for snobs. And I just got so fucking pissed, I just walked out. While I was ranting, I was walking out ranting so the audience can bloody hear. Because the screen channels, one of them was slightly fucked. I'm not surprised if they're playing those stupid SBL levels if they ain't going to maintain and watch it. And yeah, I was ranting about all the other, I don't know what the other movie was filtering in, because screen number 5 is going to be next to the smaller auditorium. It's going to be next to one of those, so yeah, I dread if they put a wooden floor in these small ones. I just dread if they, well, I don't know how much of the seating they might have changed or whatever, but the general shell of it, that's not going to change much. Only little aesthetics and whatever put around here and there. Of course, the overhead speakers are not there anymore. Those overheads were removed around about, oh gosh, because it wasn't every time I used to go down there. Sometimes I preferred the sound at listening to watch a movie down at the ABC in screen number 1. And the JBL speakers, I preferred the Dolby Stereo optical soundtrack, because even back then there were no subwoofers in these auditoriums. They were just the stage channels, but subwoofer was really recommended for Dolby Stereo SR optical soundtracks. But there was no subs put in those auditoriums since day one. And then when I went back there years later, to watch a movie, I can't remember if it was Mission to Mars, because I already heard it, seen it on a Cinerama curved screen downtown at the Odeon. Not the best sound reproduction, but okay-ish. Yeah, I went down there and I noticed, whoa, where the bloody hell's all the overhead speakers? What the fuck is going on? They placed all the speakers down the sidewall, and I'm not too sure. Maybe, yeah, it was a bit of a mess. But I noticed that the film was playing in Dolby Digital. Because at the end I could just stand near one of these or stand on one of the seats or whatever, and I can just peer inside, and I could see that they got a CP500. Oh wow! Finally, because when they went 1993 Jurassic Park, they had DTS decoders installed there. I wasn't there then, but they had DTS decoders installed, and still with the Dolby CP 55, and had a DTS fitted in most of the small screens. The two main larger screens, 5 and 6, because of the cost of the DTS. Yeah. So occasionally, you might get DTS down there, or you get Dolby when they installed SRD. But yeah. But what I also noticed, there was a bit more bass in the auditorium, but not a tremendous amount. And then I looked behind the screen, lift up the black fabric. Oh, they got a JBL behind the screen. I think it was the model 4645B. So it's got two freaking large ports, and they go in and they curve. So the ports are pretty long. And those 46, 45Bs, they put out some good low end. I'm not sure if they changed the stage channels. They could have been the same Electra voice. I'm guessing. I don't think they changed those. But in later years, those were all replaced, and they got. I think that's when UCI was sold, and it went over to Empire Cinemas. Yeah, we all know that fucking story in the UK, what they fucking did to the Empire Leicester Square, bastards. Um, yeah. Uh, what do they do? I think they completely revamped all the Electro Voice and put QSE speakers. I think they still may be QSE now because they've gone from Empire Cinemas and then went over to that didn't last long because Empire Cinemas started to gradually collapse, and they're selling off all their cinemas. They went, I think, Cineworld. Ugh, God, Cineworld suck. Um, but if I go there now, it's now under View or Warner Brothers, formerly. Yeah, my old fucking employee, Warner Brothers. Um, I wouldn't imagine they would change the speakers. Yeah, it only takes a little peek behind to see whether they still got QSC. If there's anything changed in maybe the surround speakers from something else, you know. But they haven't got any Atmos downtown, except for the crappy Odeon. You don't want to go down there. Trust me. It's you need to take earplugs. It's deafening, and that's not enjoyable to watch a movie when you're putting your fingers in your ears. That is not enjoyable. That's dreadful. I can make it dreadful in this room. I could just make the HF horns all sound loud, or just one of the HF horns sound loud, and it'll be like fucking hell. I'm putting the levels are going over 85. They're going up to 90 dBA. You know, on your SBL, I maintain an 85. DBC can go a little bit higher because low frequencies don't, until you go a little bit stupid, and then it gets a little bit uncomfortable. Because when you go on a bus, a coach, airplane, or whatever, is it doing, that's big hardware, serious hardware. Is it doing stupid SBL level? No. But you feel a lot of mechanical vibration on a bus. That's a lot better than a sub bass speaker. Why is that? It's even better than a bass shaker. Yeah. Yeah. And that's no bullshit. Oh dear, I think that's the worst yet. Oh dear, fuck it. Oh, okay. So, overheads, that's experimental. Because usually, typically, you go to a cinema, surround speakers are always noticeably being located on the side wall and back wall. But the point is, putting them up there is you'd only have to use less of the speakers because it gives a uniform sound. You still get the surround, you still get the excitement and all that, but it cuts the cost down slightly. But what they're doing today with all this Atmos shit, um, people spending stupid huge amounts of money on a single speaker and then adding it and adding it, cost goes up into the tens of thousands or whatever. And then you've got these shitty, crappy Atmos mixes, and you think, bloody hell, those speakers have only been active. If you watch the entire movie and how, add up all the time, it's only going to amount to so many minutes, not the entire whole running time, unless, of course, it was Gravity or something. But when it's all these wokey other crappy movies, oh, what a disappointment. And you think, fuck, what a waste of investment, really. But if you can design your system so it could do like experimental, now it's going to be always that. You don't want that. Like I say, you don't want to use the DSU from the DTS neural. No, don't want to use that. You can add and design several ProLogic 2X decoders, and you can buy those on eBay so dirt cheap now, because it's like, everyone's going to look at you and think, oh no, you're an outcast, you're using that shit. Because with typical Americans, it's an ego issue. Yes, it is. I'm right. That's why I looked at one guy's home theatre and he's got sub-bass speakers this bloody size, and he's using these tiny little bloody JBL CT speakers that look like Bose speakers, little Bose cubes. You've got to be joking. So he's diverting all the bass, la-di-da, from all that and dumping it into. So you wouldn't even be able to tell when the LFE is actually active. Oh dear. Oh, and you monitor and balance the levels. The LFE should only be doing so much dB compared to the stage channels. Not stupid. Hot this like plus 20 and all that, where it's like that. And if you had proper cinema speakers, they're going to be like that. You know what that's going to bloody remind me of? I'll tell you. It's going to remind me of going into screen number 6 or number 5 or what number it was at the other Odeon downtown, the original one, the original large number 2 screen that was, and then they had to dinky the bloody scale the bloody size down to really look like bloody VHS letterbox. But fucking hell, when they had a JBL and a Dolby Digital fitted in there in 1999, Phantom Menace and all that rubbish, it sounded fucking atrocious. Every time they're having Jedi lightsaber, and then you can see all the action, all the Foley, the body punches, and where Qui-Gon, he gets Darth Maul and he goes, smacks him like that, knocks him off the bloody catwalk, lands on his back, boom. You should feel the bass in the Foley. And then when they're engaging with some of the lightsaber clash and some of the bass directional moving across the screen in the that, and some of it extended in the LFE. But when that LFE came on, it was like that sort of level, and the screen channels were like that. It was a total mess. It didn't blend. It didn't blend in. It was a bloody shamble. So yeah, I can make this in the room. I could turn the speaker level, gain level down on the bass. I could turn it down and then let the sub bass overwhelm, and it's not going to make any sense. Or I can change the crossover slope on the low end and just bring it, put a 24 dB, and then dial it all the way back to about 100 hertz. It's going to be losing a lot of the low end octave. I'm not going to be feeling all the Jedi blaster and lightsabers, JBL, Jedi blaster lightsaber, When I play it in the room, fucking hell, it feels like a bloody airbuster. I hear the Jedi with the lightsabers going down the side of the wall, when Obi-Wan's wiggling his lightsaber around. I can hear it go boom, 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 and then coming on screen. And then play it with 5 screen. Oh, wow. When Darth Maul uses the Force, picks up something, throws it towards the door, and then the door makes that typical sound effect that you usually hear in a few other movies. And then in the right center over on the behind this, and then wow, it just opens up everything. Everything opens up with 5 screen, and it's just like bloody hell. When Qui-Gon Jinn gets the bloody lightsaber and he's going in, so you don't just push like that. You push with your body, like the Karate Kid. Throw me, punch. No, 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 no. Use your body. Throw me, punch. He's going in there and you can feel the energy. Like they study the film and they probably think, well, we've got to put this into it, Yeah. It's like, wow. When it finally comes to let's have a 5-minute break, when those things close and then it like a force field or something. And it's like, oh, let's have a break, because that was listening. That was bloody engaging. That was hardcore listening. I'm participating with it. Yeah. If it would have been a mono mix, they could have made it still strong in the mono mix, in a center channel and a mono mix. But when it's just directional and it's moving all the, wow. And occasionally you get a few dialogue pans, but yeah. Yeah, I saw Phantom Menace in one of these small auditoriums, and and that was 99. It just sounded awful. It was like, bloody hell, what bloody fader have they got it set to? Fader 4 or something? It sounded so soft. I think I saw Phantom Menace I saw it mostly in Dolby Digital and Dolby SR. Dolby SR in one of the smaller screens at the Odeon downtown. That was in a small screen. That was the last fucking straw. Fucking floor was fucking, I don't know what. I don't know what it was, but it seemed like fly paper. I was sticking to the floor. I don't know what it was, but I couldn't bear it. The sound was crap and everything. I thought, fuck it, I'm going home. So how many did I sit in? ABC 1, Odeon 1, Stream 5 or 6 or whatever, because they kept swapping the numbers around. Smaller screen and Tower Park. That's five different cinema or auditoriums I saw it in, and it was absolutely atrocious. I should have gone to High Wycombe, but yeah, because that was at the time. That was, I think, maybe the only cinema in THX in the UK that would be playing it. Not Warner Brothers, because they only play Warner movies and such, and at the time and certainly not Empire Leicester Square, because they're usually Paramount and Universal or such. Yeah. But you get it on Laserdisc on an earlier system, and it's like try and get it better on small speakers as best as can. But then, yeah, I don't know what's going to be ahead. I don't know. I'm putting cinema speakers in this room. Bloody hell. Am I out of my fucking mind? But as long as they're behind the screen, I don't have to look at them. Apart from the subs. Yeah, where's the other one? I'll show you the other one. Because, like I say, Overhead has been around for quite a while. More than you think. Where is it? There it is. That's the original. It's still down there. It's still intact. Yeah, someone took a picture. Someone took a picture of this, or a load of pictures. This was the last day the Odeon was open before they closed it, and you got the crappy one across the road, and it's only 10 screens, whereas Odeon owned, or ABC or Odeon, they owned the ABC. So between those two sites, and the other cinema was only a few yards down the road, and they had a total of 9 screens. Huh? All they had to do is pour a little bit of that millions, just a little bit, into upkeeping, and they wouldn't have to have, because now you go to this, or I go to it. If anyone else goes to it and they had never been to it before, you notice that some of the seating is getting a bit rugged now, and the place is gradually falling apart. And the outside, fucking hell, man. They need to get a fucking jet wash on the bloody walls. It's starting to look scruffy. When it first opened, had nice white bloody walls and all that. They need to put a bloody jet wash on the outside. It's starting to look run down. Yeah. And all the auditoriums are all different sizes. I would have thought all the small screens would all be the same shape, the same architectural design, like Tower Park or Warner Brothers. But bloody hell, it's a complete mess. It's a complete shamble. They call their number one screen number 10. Huh? Usually it's number one. And then the other screens it's a complete mess. No one can count down there. Bloody hell, it's a mess. But anyway, picture here. There are 6 overhead speakers. They're very hard to notice, but they're little squares. So they're very high up. Because back in the day, that played for a very short while. Probably something like Ice Station Zebra, before Cinerama 70mm was obsolete in early 1970. I never saw it because I was very young back then, but I heard Star Wars there on day one with the Star Destroyer optical soundtrack. I heard that Star Destroyer and shit. Day one. How many can say they heard that Star Destroyer? But you get the impression sometimes with the speakers down the side and that, you get the impression it's overhead. But those speakers were really high up. And they were working okay up to about 1998, I think. About 1998. And I go there and I think, why does the surround sound so weak in it? And I look around and it's in the very tight corners in the auditorium near the back. They've taken those little mini hi-fi speakers that you use for those little mini hi-fi things, yeah, taken those from the foyer and put them in the corner with a little metal grill so no one can touch it or something. And they were using speakers that probably had a sensitivity and of probably maybe 86 dB with a frequency response down to probably 50 hertz or something. Oh dear. Yeah, terrible. But you you got to think, how could all those speakers not suddenly work? Is it the amplifier that was powering them? If it was, then you change the amplifier. If it was the speakers, you go up and look at what size they are. But I don't think, all six can go kaput. Something, just made them not work anymore. Ah. Oh.
Hello.
Bonjour.
I can't talk so much.
You can't talk so much. Why?
No, because our internet is down. I don't know. I don't understand why we can talk now.
Is your router, have you done the usual procedure, turn it off and turn it back on?
Yeah, and I switched it off for 5 minutes because you have to make sure that the capacitors inside are discharged.
Have you checked the network on Google, the system, because you can usually see if
I can't go on Google. I can't go on internet.
But you can use your phone.
I don't know why.
Maybe the phone's going on another network.
Yeah.
Are you using?
I'm using the telephone's data or something.
Yeah, you're using the phone data, so it's going on another network.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but
it'll be back up and running within a few hours.
Yeah, maybe.
You paid your bill, haven't you?
So
you paid your internet bill, didn't you?
What?
You paid your phone bill and all that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Otherwise, they turn you off, don't they? Yeah.
That's right, but
No, there is a way. If you can go out on live video. Anyway, if you go outside and hotwire onto someone else's. Yeah, you just don't get caught doing it. Just don't get caught doing it. I think personally, the internet should be absolutely free.
Yeah, of course.
Should that be absolutely free? All these bloody.
And especially because they want us to be digitalized on every fucking thing.
Yeah, they want us to be sheep. Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
I said to the wife, it's probably the Chinks who have shut down our net. The Chinese.
Oh no, I don't think they're involved.
But anyway,
it's happened to me.
Man, you had a hell of
it's happened to me. It's happened to me. It'll be back up and running. It'll all be up and running by tomorrow. If it isn't, they probably got a bit of a problem where, you like I say, you don't talk with your neighbours, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, go next door and say, go next door and ask your neighbour. Ask your neighbour. Say, is your hang on, is your telephone working?
What telephone?
You mean you don't have a landline?
No.
What?
What? We don't have a landline, no.
You don't have an actual telephone landline?
No, not an analog telephone, no.
Because usually, if you pick it up and if you don't hear a dial tone, that means there is something completely down. That's another way to rule out, But if you ask your neighbour and say, "Hey, have you got any internet?" and if they say no, then it's the main. It's not just you. It's probably the area that you're in. Yeah. It's probably the area. Don't sweat. Don't sweat. It'll be up and running tomorrow.
Yeah. So we can talk longer tomorrow. You had a hell of a lot of conversation with David.
No, that's sending text words back and forth. That's not actual conversation.
Ding, 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 ding all the time.
Yeah. I was up very long yesterday. I was up almost 20 hours.
Oh.
I felt terrible. I shouldn't stay up because of my condition. I shouldn't be doing that. It's stupid. I had about 6 hours, 6.5 hours sleep. Yeah, I was just thinking Atmos is more crap every time and then just think, oh, I was just watching Aliens last night. Aliens.
Yeah.
And just listening to the experimental overhead. And I was just getting more ideas. If there was more like speakers, like I say, in the floor, but doing bass chant, just bass signal, you'll feel the excitement a lot more and all that, and the drop ship when the drop ship is lowered down and all that, and you feel the because there's only so much bass. Sometimes I could get out on the overheads. There's only so much it will come down and radiate. I can feel it on the seats. There's only so much it can do. But like I say, reality, you go outdoors, listen to atmospherics and all that. It's not pressing on your body. But I was just getting more ideas last night. Well, early hours in this morning. I was playing the drop sequence, where they drop the ship into the. I was playing that chapter to the end credits probably about 4 times, and that's probably about an hour from there to the end of the movie. It's probably about an hour. I'm just playing it over and over and over and over and listening and trying to get idea. Yeah. I saw another home theatre today, a terrible one. 30-inch sub-bass speakers, and you got little JBL speakers that look like they came from Bose. They look like little cubes. They're tiny. How are they going to reproduce all the stage bass energy? You're dumping it into those 30-inch sub-bass speakers, and you ain't going to be able to tell when the LFE is actually active because you got masking of all the other bass frequencies. I don't know. The room looks nice. This guy's got a very nice room. Oh yeah, it looks very nice, but bit of a pity on the sound system. Yeah. How's yours coming along? Are you going to open it sooner or later?
Yeah, sooner or later. But now I'm almost finished with my distribution. I can't say that word, box. So I can control my height channels and my below channels more.
Oh, yeah. So you can get a little bit
I have made a summary. So from all the 4 surround channels, left, right, and surround. Hello?
Yeah.
Left, right, back.
Yeah.
I have summoned it to a subwoofer output. So now I can run them in full range. That's going to be nice. So hopefully...
Yeah, it'd probably be a little bit better than my room. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
So that would just mean that the rear channels would not use the subwoofer channel as a garbage bin for the low frequency.
What's the word?
When you called today, we were out shopping.
Shopping.
And on the way home, we were driving on some asphalt that had a very rough, what do you call it? Tarmac was very rough.
Oh.
So the tires were making a lot of noise.
Oh, it's the road surface. It's the road surface.
Filming a scene inside a car.
Was
the sound design? Obviously, the sound from the tires should be in the below channels.
Oh yeah. You notice all these.
Natural,
was the road surface resurfaced recently?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe they've because here in wintertime you get a lot of cracks and small. So I think maybe they have put new tarmac on. But it made a hell of a lot of noise on the tires. So.
Yeah, I just noticed I got the what's it here reversed. Oh yeah, there we go.
Can you see any difference on your picture side?
The visual image looks okay. It looks okay.
Because I've upgraded to an iPhone 8s now.
It looks
I used
okay.
to have a 6.
It looks okay. Yes.
Okay. Mine is a bigger screen now, so it's
Still
high
get
quality.
still get occasional picture pixelation because of the network.
I'm also outside here in this workshop, so
Oh yeah.
yeah. So
What's the temperature like in Denmark?
fucking cold. It's -5 degrees.
What?
And it's
-5?
Yeah, and it's windy. It
Oh.
feels like -15 or 20 degrees.
No, it's mild. It's all mild weather. It seems like spring's almost a couple of weeks away.
Oh.
It usually.
Well, at least we have daylight until 5:30.
Yeah, gradually we're shifting. We're getting near. We're getting nearer to spring.
Yeah, we are getting in the right direction, so that's nice.
Yeah, but I'm surprised. Yeah, but you're a little bit more further up north. Yeah. Yeah, it's mostly rain, and I got the window open. It's still a bit warm in this room, and even though I turned the central heating off about an hour ago, I turned the central heating off. But it's just the heat energy coming off this rack. Because I can feel the heat on one side, and on the other side it feels a little cooler.
Yeah.
It's just like the sun, just like when you get sunlight going down on one side of your face. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one SDU4 unit here in the workshop for my surround.
Is it comfortable down in your workshop?
Yeah, I have a heater, so.
Oh yeah.
But I have to start it up 2 hours before I do some work because.
Oh yeah. Get the ambient temperature. Yeah.
But that SDU4 produces quite a lot of heat.
The what?
The Dolby SDU4, the surround.
The SDU4s.
They 4 stacked over each other. That must be very hot.
Yeah, and that heat's going up on top of this Trinov, and yet the fan, it works silent.
Oh, that's nice.
But if it would have been that Storm processor in that position, that fan would go up to 75%.
What you gonna sell it? When you gonna get rid of it?
Yeah, I'm still working on it on eBay. Trying to get it. I'm all the pictures, but I haven't done anything for several months. And I haven't got an original box. So the Trinov box might be okay to stuff it in and then put the foam, styrofoam around it so it doesn't get damaged. Yeah, it's just a case of when. It'll sell because people want this Atmos.
Yeah.
I just, there's a Trinov. I don't know. I think between I don't know. I have not looked at the weight of these things. But the Storm. If I put my finger there, the Storm processor is a little higher. Than the Trinov. The 16 altitude 16 is a little bit slimmer, but you only got 16 lousy channels on the bloody things. Bloody pointless.
Yeah.
But this flipping thing just weighs ridiculous. I don't like it. I don't like having to, have to take it out of the rack for some reason. It's just bloody heavy. But it's only a few seconds until I got it on a table. Oh, but no. Maybe I should have got something with these simple Dante, where it's just a single bloody cable, plug it in, and it does all the But
Yeah.
what else can it do? What else can a Dante do? Besides, it costs an arm and a leg to get a Dante. It's not cheap. It's expensive.
No.
Ridiculously expensive. And you
Yeah.
weigh the pros and cons. If I were to take all the XLR cable that's for this system, took all the XLR and held it in my hand, held it in my arm, it's going to weigh bloody heavy.
Yeah,
I know you get one of these single bloody Dante cable, whatever, and it's like bloody hell, it's like feather light. It's like feather light, you know, it's like a feather. Crying out. Oh, but no, I look at the pros and cons and
I don't know. The only positive maybe that if from what I understand, you can switch between units.
Yes, switch between units.
You know, where I work, where I repair audio equipment, the guy who owns it, he's also a music producer. He has his own recording studio. And he's using patch base to connect all his processor.
Yes.
He's thinking about some sort of a dance system where everything is connected, and he can just sit with a keyboard and then say this unit has to play with this unit and blah blah blah. But yeah, it is fucking expensive. Yeah, so what time shall I call you tomorrow at 7 or something? Is that okay? In the evening.
Monday? Monday?
What?
On a Monday? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Monday. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I hope our internet is up and running. It should be.
If not, if not before midnight, whatever it is, it'll probably be back up because they're probably they got their trained engineers right at this moment trying to figure out what's causing a fault.
Yeah, but the problem is this fucking old system in this city.
Yeah.
Our internet cable runs through our garden over to another house garden, and then there is some junction box somewhere.
Yeah, there's one across the road from me, where there's all the networking is, and then you go maybe 300-400 yards down the other way of the road, and they got another junction box.
Yeah, but our system is very old. It's not updated.
Oh, there's no reason. No, not unless. Got things going on in the kitchen. I think it's my cat Melanie knocking things around in the kitchen.
I'll call you tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, bye.
Night.
Bye.
Right, what the bloody hell's that? What the heck's she knocking around in? What the fuck? Fucking real. Oh. Fucking hell, my cat's throwing the telephone around. Fucking hell. She's going on top of the bloody amplifier rack. So I have an orange. Get an orange out. Oh yeah. Yeah, if I put my fingers near her, she'll just back off. She doesn't like the smell of orange. Or anyhow, put some orange peel. You know, your cat ain't going to go near it. The cat's not going to go near it until the scent wears off, and you've got to put another fresh orange peel up there. Your cat won't go near it, like an anti-deterrent. Yeah, she's mischief. Okay, how she goes? She throws the transformers around. She's throwing the telephone around. Fucking hell. And she's just a little cat. She is naughty. She is a naughty girl. Oh. I think that's her way to say having a protest. I want better food. Yes, I want better food. Not these crappy dry food. I'll give her good meals. Blimey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, surround speakers have been around overheads. They've been around for donkey years in selected cinemas, but that's before Dolby and all that. So yeah. But yeah, the Dolby system and all that, when it was put in, it utilised only the left, centre, right speaker, not the 5 speakers. They were still intact behind the screen, and the screen obviously goes a little bit not as wide as Cinerama 70mm, where it's using a wide angle lens, because they use a wide angle lens back then because they're not using 3 projectors when they probably realised the cost of it. Yeah, to get that large size image. Yeah, you think you're running a projector on 3 different film. Oh yeah, the cost would be ridiculous, and bloody hell, starting it all up, you got to start all that stuff, you know, get it all, what's it, and then start it all up simultaneous. Oh, bloody hell was real changes, like, I don't know. Must have been a bit of a headache back in the day. Oh, yeah. But yeah, the Cinerama curve screen, yeah. Look sort of neat on some movies. Back in the day, yeah. Lot better than that bloody Limax. Yeah. Yeah. Two great names in sound. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, JBL and then THX. Don't think for one moment you think the JBL is going to sound wimpy. Damn. I think that was the first THX cinema in the UK, and then it was followed by the UCI at High Wycombe. And then Empire, and then a few others popping up here and there. That's the original, what's it? Sprocket system. The original first THX dubbing stage that no longer exists anymore, and that's been modified because they put an extra exit door on that place over the years. This is probably back when it first, during the 1980s, and they just surprisingly they just got the single bass cab, probably because it's maybe more than enough for the auditorium, the dubbing room or such. The 4675A. Yeah, it's just an ordinary room, just an ordinary rectangular room, and it's got all this architectural in it. Yeah, it's all gone now. It's all gone into the skip. Curious. Yeah. Yeah. Should have been a national treasure or something like the pyramids. But it wasn't. Nah. Yeah, pity. Who's that geezer? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the old JBL Control 5. Five behind. Any problem with those was tilting the speaker because the HF horn was fitted inside. Although I could have taken the HF horn out, got some MDF or something, get it cut to size, and then or something, yeah, MDF, get it cut to size, and then not just fit one layer probably into the slot because it's got to connect with the screws when they're tightened up, but make it a little bit extra thicker so when it slots in, and then I could take that HF horn and pop it on top of the speaker, and then I can tilt that HF horn. But tilting the speakers was a little bit It's not going to fall through the screen now, is it? It's not going to fall over. Is my cat going to go up there and pull it over? But just running on a DSP crossover. Take the passive crossovers apart because and that's with the new JBLs that I fitted in, because the JBL G1, the JBL 125 was a little bit peaky. It can only do an excursion so much, and the handling power. Now changed it out for a JBL 2206 12-inch. Yeah, that was an okay system. Moderate. All right. So yeah, overheads have been around for a long time. It's not like something new. The only thing that's new is just let's have extra channels, and let's put these extra channels up on the ceiling, and then occasionally we'll mix something that goes up there. But you put these channels, fold them down into the left right, or the left right surround, or the left right rear back. You just fold them back down, and if you listen carefully you can just hear, but when you decode it, you've got total control. I don't know why most people are like bitching and moaning they can't hear their overhead speaker. You don't want to. Well, let's just say the overheads can go down with a low frequency response down into infrasonic. So you got to be a little bit careful. You see, most cases with installations, the overheads are set at a certain crossover range, and that frequency is the rest of the low frequencies diverted to other sub-bass speakers that are located typically either up on the ceiling or maybe on the back wall or on the side walls, but not the screen speakers. You don't dump all that. You don't dump it into the sub-bass speaker for the screen speaker, the LFE. So you just keep it separate. Otherwise, I've monitored quite a few movies where, the frequency response goes down to maybe 15 or maybe about 10 hertz or something for a brief moment. You don't want it, the gain levels turn up too much, and you got those little tiny those tiny little bass drivers, and it's just gonna, it's gonna get overloaded so quick. I think it's better to put the extra overhead sub bass speakers on. So they're literally, and then you try to figure out, you move it around the room, but you probably find it better located up in the ceiling. Not to say that with nature, when you get a thunderstorm and it only goes to a certain frequency response that we can hear, and we don't particularly, if you're outside, or you don't really feel it, you hear it. But if you put your hands on certain objects outside or such, you feel it. If you hold a piece of cardboard against your chest, you'll feel the thunderclap. It's got to be an absolute ridiculous amount of energy to actually feel it in your chest, a thunderclap in a thunderstorm. Otherwise, in nature, on a daily day, it just doesn't. It might vibrate the home sometimes, or feel a vibration, something, sometimes for a couple of seconds. That's all it usually is. And just about a couple of seconds, and it dissipates. That's because the sound waves are coming down onto the roof, goes through the roof, the wooden frame, and then it goes through the rest of the structure of the house, depending on if what the structure is designed and made of. If it's fully concrete, it would have to be a very extraordinary thunderclap, Probably enough to, maybe, probably not even enough to break your windows, but oh dear. Yeah, so it's probably better to put the what's it up in the ceiling. So there are two of them, so they're stereo. Well, at least you get a sort of shift in the signal. Maybe not just two, but a few. So yeah, what speaker? You know, if you design something that's overhead and it goes into a false ceiling, design that false structure so it's got its own volume size. Yeah, say like a speaker cabinet. Of course, you may be lowering your ceiling down a little bit, or if you look at it and think you might be able to extend and go a little bit high, but not too high. You don't want to, in a certain type size room, you don't want to go too high, otherwise it's going to sound I don't know, maybe a little bit confusing to localize. You'll notice movement, but you're not going to get pinpoint. I get pinpoint in the room. I get pinpoint either in the middle speaker or over there or over there, and it just depends on how decent it's mixed. If it's kind of intended like stereo, but if it's like these other mixing things, they sound rubbish. Complete waste of time. And you think, is the bloody movie, is it worth it? Is it? It's a very unlikely you're going to be playing it again. uh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. It's like these lights. They're like Atmos. They're like Dolby Atmos, and they only activate when certain sound is present in from 1 kilohertz down to infrasonic frequency, because that's the range on the microphone. I've tested it with sine wave. Yeah, so these lights can flicker below 10 hertz. Actually, your room can do infrasonic. It's simple physics. You just go to your door, put a microphone up, put the RTA on the Room EQ Wizard, and you get your door and start moving it back and forth. And you start generating, I can generate, at least in this room, it might be different with other door sizes or volume size of the room, but I could generate infrasonic frequency down to, oh gosh, I think it's 5 or 4 hertz. And that's just air pressure moving back and forth. And you look at the size of a door compared to a sub-bass speaker, huh? A sub-bass speaker can only move so much excursion back and forth. That door can do a heck of a lot more than a sub-bass speaker. Yeah, I can generate really deep infrasonic. And of course, when the window's open, the curtain moves because of the pressure. The pressure in the room moving back and forth. Amazing. And of course, again, if I leave the door open, go to the kitchen, open the fridge door, close it, come back in, look at the Spectrum Lab, RTA, the Spectrum Lab. That's designed for radio astronomy, and you can use the frequency waterfall thing, and that generates the fridge. Closing the door, it's below 10 hertz. I think it's below 10. Amazing. That's just a fridge. Wow. I didn't know my refrigerator was so sophisticated. Maybe I should put it in the room and use it as a sub-bass speaker. Sub-zero frequency. Sub-cold. Yeah. Like Arnold Branschneiger. Yeah, I'm gonna freeze you. Yeah. Fucking terrible movie that is. Batman and Robin. God, I wouldn't be seen dead playing that movie again. Fucking hell. I don't think I got it on Laserdisc. I have to admit, I don't think I don't know. I don't think I got it on DVD, but there is no way I would be playing that again. It's got. I actually saw it day one, DTS sound at UCI. I think it was screen number 5 with the overhead surround, and when they were doing all those what's it things in the movie, hear it stereo overheads, yeah, because there's stereo, yeah, because stereo. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. You know what? Every few hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, I've got to blow my nose. I know. Mucus is one of the things. It's like a sub-bass speaker. You know, it's like you're porting, you're making it sealed. It changes the vocals on you because of the airflow. Oh. Oh, I feel dizzy. Oh, fuck. Oh. Yeah, so you don't really want to see this. All right, so, okay. Oh, bloody hell. Crying out loud. Oh, the amount of force that takes. The amount of force. Oh. It just gets in there. And it just obscures. Oh, bloody hell. Did I get that out? Crying out loud. Oh, bloody hell, look at the size of that. Bloody hell, look at that. It's like that bloody creature in Star Trek 2 where he sticks them in their ears. You got that's about the size of the creature. The one in their ear. Bloody hell. Oh, get out of my nose. Damn, there's more of it. It's amazing because we are a fly trap. Can you imagine you go in a bad room with a lot of dust? Oh my goodness. You don't want to be breathing that in. You're going to be blowing it out your nose. It's all going to be black. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's better. Fuck yeah now. That's what we are. Whether you choose to ignore it or not, that is what we are. We're like sludge. It's muscle and bone. It's, you know, if you're not paralyzed or anything, where all the nerves are not communicating, the bone, our muscles can't stand our skeleton structure up. If you took the skeleton structure away, we'll be just like sludge, just a load of blob on the floor. Think about it. Oh boy. And all this is happening all at the speed of light, all the atoms and, you know, holding everything together. And everybody's fucking worried about bloody Dolby Atmos. Unbelievable. Oh dear. Maybe there's one side of my mind that's not communicating. Maybe that's why I'm getting the tremor in my hand. Because something in communication has got disrupted. And it's, knock, knock, knock. No, it doesn't seem to work. Usually it does. So when I'm sat in the back row, mostly with aliens, you get the the face hugger crawling around the floor, and and they come up and they shoot it out, and the Hicks guy crashes through the glass. And you hear like a punch in the on the right channel, and then everything's moving. The sound is I can hear a nice punch and direction in the back row. It's a little bit different in the front because of the way frequency changes. It's impossible to equalize a room to be exactly the same in every seat. I think all that Trinov, whatever it is, I think it's a load of bullshit. How come there aren't speakers going down the side? I'm sure if you design a room, a system, by looking at what is available and then putting a consistent uniform speakers, so it's just going to do a little bit more than just say because oh my goodness, there are so many ways you can design something, but is it going to be cheap? Nothing stupid like $1 million or £1 million. You just got to look at what is available, past, present, doesn't matter what, and you just look at the prices, and then you look at the specification, and you do some very good guessing, and then you think, well, and then until you select what you're going to use, and providing, of course, they got enough of it, because if they run out and you think, crikey, you need still a little bit more, they'll probably, say, yeah, we'll have more later, and you just got to wait. But yeah, take a while to build the system as such. But it's not. It's more than that. It's testing testing something as a prototype. So you make sure that the idea is going to work. Otherwise, once you put it all in, and you think, bloody hell, it's not doing exactly what I thought it would be. It's doing. It seems like it's not going to be much of a waste of money, because if it seems like a failure, you can sell it, get your money back. But it's going to be a heck of a lot of wasting time and your effort, sweating and all that. Just got to look at the way of how a speaker works and how you can get more out of it rather than less. So you want to get more of a mechanical vibration from all that investment. So you hear it and get a mechanical sort of like, oh wow, I mean, there's that crazy dude on YouTube. He's tested some sub-bass speakers or whatever they are. Probably find out the model number or whatever they are, but I don't know how cheap they are. But they're very large, and he's standing on them. Normally, if you push weight on down that, you're going to push the voice coil down into the flipping magnet, and I would think it would just completely damage the driver, literally, or cause a short circuit to the amplifier. Or definitely when you're doing that, you're changing the impedance on the speaker. You're changing the impedance. So you measure a speaker on a voltmeter, and if you gradually put your fingers underneath and just rise it just tiny gentle, you notice the numbers changing on the voltmeter. Or if you gently push it in a downward gently, again you notice the numbers changing. So that the diaphragm really has got to be in a certain position to give a consistent 8 ohm, but they're always going to be about 7 point something. Or if it's a little bit lower than that, then there's something a little bit fucked up with the driver. So you test it with the voltmeter to check the impedance. If they're within a plus and minus and anything, that's okay. To get a speaker just literally be 8 and 4 or 16 or whatever it says it's supposed to be, it's always a tiny margin. But I would imagine he would have fucked those speakers up by standing on them, because you're going to change the strength, and then you test them on the voltmeter later. But test them before and then test them after you've been walking on the bloody things. You're not supposed to walk on them. But what they were doing was, surprised me. They were still kind of moving it with whatever energy or whatever he was playing into them. Weird. So I would say, wow, if they could take that sort of abuse, I would think something like that is probably more than ideal for home use. But the one thing you don't get is your hair blowing around, like when you go in those stupid cars and you hear the sound on these stupid videos where it's going. You think, what a crappy sound system. Because that's what it sounds like when you're in the damn thing. You just hear rubbish. Because it's just a sad ego. It's just a sad ego thing. Typically Americans, they've just got sad ego. There's probably a few British ones around, but yeah. You just can't get sound to come up near to you. Sound's going to be back there. It's going to travel and it's going to we all know, or at least some people know, that the sound and the frequency is the energy is going to drop down a little bit as it travels out into the room. So when you go a little bit more closer, it's a little bit more Then you step away a little bit, it drops down a little bit. Got to get over that ego sometimes, that sad ego, Bass shakers, do they really, like I say, bass shakers, that's probably why someone doesn't really like it, because he's feeling it just in the seat. Because naturally we would feel it in our feet going through our legs, and thus also into the seat, and it would seem that kind of natural. But when it's just like, you think, the bloody hell's in this seat? I don't kind of like it myself now. I don't usually turn my bass shakers on, because I would rather have more of the energy in the floor and maybe a little bit in the seat itself, and maybe on the seat back, because there's only so much in a soundtrack where bass frequencies can do this and that. And you look at a movie and you think, well, this is a load of rubbish. Bloody hell. Why am I bothering? Or what? It's like trying to get blood out of a stone. How much bass can you get out of this stone? And there's so many ways where how you attach a speaker and it creates a different resonant vibration. Like I've done lots of experiments. I've had bass drivers that are on the floor underneath this seat. I haven't wired it up in months or so. And that gives a different sensation feeling. I've actually put the bass shaker itself on the floor itself. But it can only radiate a small area. And I play the surround signal, not the LFE. I take the surround signal and put it through that. So I'm enhancing the feel of the surround. I think it was playing some movie. What was it called? The Bounty. That's it. With Anthony Hopkins and Mel Gibson and Qui-Gon Jinn's in it as well. And oh yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis. Very early 1984, and music by Vangelis. Yeah. And there was one part in the movie where I think it was the end credits, and suddenly, my feet are on the floor and I can't move it up because you know what? The vibration tickled. It was like a little feather, where you move your hand in a certain way and you get a little ticklish. It created a little tickle effect. I thought, oh, that's interesting. But can I play that back repeatedly and it do the same thing over and over? Chances are maybe not, because it depends on how the foot is maybe resting on the floor and in what area of the space of the floor where you can get the same sensation repeated over and over and over and over. So those are little nuances. Yeah, it tickled my feet. Of course, the bass was going through all the seat and everything, and it was doing all sorts of things. Got to keep working on ideas. Ideas that can be cheap. And the other thing is this wind. If I do that, I can hear it going down my ear canal. If I do it there, I just feel it on my face. I hear it on my ear, because every time we hear nature with wind, we always hear it blowing down our ear canal. Can an Atmos system do that? I'll give you a straight honest no, it can't. you got even if you pump the bloody, even if you turn the gain levels up on the bass and all that, it's not going to happen. The time the air blows out from the port, if it's above or if it's somewhere down the side of the room, the time it takes to reach, it's not going to be the same as nature. Nature wins at the end of the day. That's one little nuance, essence that's completely missing sometimes. I notice it as you get older, you get wiser in sound, and you notice that all this sound system shit is a load of bollocks. All this whatever advertisements of all this and that, and if it's a load of bollocks. So how could I get air, or where the only thing I can think of is fitting something in the seat, like little tubes, but they got to generate because they're going to be I suppose maybe not like a fish pump, because that's going to be noticeably noisy. You'd have to have it somewhere located so you don't hear it. But it's also the angle, because sometimes with wind, when it's blowing in nature, it's always doing this. It's always continuously moving. So one moment you're going to get something down your ear canal, and if it's continuous, and you're like me, and you suddenly change your angle on your head, it's not going down your ear. It's going over this way, and then you move. But like I say, it's always continuously moving. So it's not really, these 4DX or whatever they call it. I don't think I want water sprayed in my face and getting all over me, and not to mention it's going all over the fucking floor. I don't know what they use, but I think something like that is a bit, I don't know, is it follow health and safety regulations? Because you don't want to make the floor or any area slippy, and then you start getting out your seat and then walking down, and then whoop, you fall on your ass because the fucking floor's fucking wet. And they got fans up there or somewhere located, so it's blowing wind down onto you. Sort of crazy shit is that, because that's not how it works in nature. Fucking hell. Well, at least they can keep you cool if the fucking air conditioning system fucks up, and they can turn those things on. they got backup. They got some backup. Oh dear. You'd have to have something maybe coming from below you, wind, and above, and down the side. But it's the timing. You know, it's the timing. And if you think about it, if you turn all that, onto max or whatever, it's not even going to be enough to blow you over. The force of nature of wind sometimes, if it's maybe gusting at maybe 10, 15 mile an hour, that's sometimes enough to make you wobble, fall a little bit off balance or something. Yeah. It's not worse. It's still, you can try it. And of course, it's got to be absolutely, well, like nature or such. Yeah, it's cold and warm pressures, isn't it? Those fans are mechanical things, and and can they do anything else? Like if you're looking at something on screen and it's traffic and it's moving toward you, and when it goes past, what's happening is pushing air. And so when you're walking along the pavement and you notice this woof of air being pushed. Can a Dolby Atmos system do that? No. You play all those Ford rubbish Ferrari movies or stupid Brad Pitt in F1. Does it feel like when race cars are going around, depending on how close, near, do you feel like, well, no, I wouldn't. I would say the answer is going to be no. You got to be on the bloody racetrack. And I don't think you want to be on a fucking racetrack when a fucking F1 car's coming up near toward you, where it just goes past. You'd be shitting your pants, but you'd feel a bit of rush of air for a couple of seconds, but you'd be shitting your pants. But it's better to stand on the pavement and wait for a truck or a lorry to go past, because it's the size of it and it's going slow, and it's got a lot more bloody horsepower to pull that whole lot along. And then you just notice it's air. It's just like you say, talk to the hand. Boom. Bring it up. Boom. Stop it. And it's pushing air. Can a sub-bass speaker do that? No. Because the sub-bass speaker's over there or up there or wherever. It takes so many seconds for the air to come out the port at a certain frequency. It's not going to come out at 60 hertz. It's usually a little bit more lower down, and you notice the air coming out through the box, the turbulence of air. And that would take several seconds to reach. So, and it's not going to sound natural. It's not even going to have the same scale or whatever. I spoke to this guy many years ago. This was at Music and Sound and Technology College, and I spoke to this guy who was an engineer, And he was ranting about how crap some of these movie soundtracks are, and like, you know, where they just don't get the physics or the psychoacoustics correct, and they just sound rubbish. And he was giving me some, you know, explanation, and yeah, I agree. Look at a lot of these dub stages. I mean, do you think they're really experiencing that on the dub? And that's where they make and engineer the sound. Never mind about it going into, you know, whether it's George Lucas's Skywalker or whatever. I'm sure those F1s really felt like they were really, yeah. It's a terrible sound mix, F1, by the way. It's terrible. If that movie was to win Best Sound, I would say the Academy have rigged it. Doesn't deserve it. Doesn't des- In fact, most of the movies, past, present, they don't deserve those awards. And if they got to be honest, you know, and all this about, you know, manipulating the soundtrack, I rant and rant and rant, taking it from its original and then condensing it down. Yeah, it's like selling cheap bottled water that doesn't have the buck fizz with it. No bucks, no fizz. You just get something that's condensed down a little bit. Oh yeah, you can still get a little bit of bass on it, but it's not the original. That's like looking at a Mona Lisa that's completely fucking utterly fucking fake. Why aren't people pissed off? Why are people still praising Blu-ray, praising 4K? I don't get it. It's crap. It's near field mix. It's been tampered with. If you let anyone come around your home and start tampering around with your electrics, I don't think you'd like it. So that's like them tampering around with the electrical engineering of the soundtrack. They're tampering with, you know, because when it generates voltage and all that into the, you know, the signal and all that, it's not, it's original. It's been tampered with. You go, you know, how much of it has been tampered with? I say you mix it once, you release it once, and then you move on to something else. And you release it 1-to-1. Picture looks brilliant, sound brilliant, or as brilliant it can be with the crappy Dolby Atmos. Unbelievable. And then you just move on. There's no need to release that movie again for at least 30, 40 years until the disc format completely, utterly changes. And then you got to go, oh, crikey, got to do all this again. Well, they're still producing those discs. Okay, they're still doing DVDs. So why bother changing? You got to start your catalogue up again. Yeah, most people probably at the time when, you know, before DVD was getting around, probably had a very huge, respectable Laserdisc collection. Yeah. Any DVD comes along and anything, it's a marginal difference because of what video thing they're using and such to clean the image up just a little bit. But, you know, and then you start noticing, what the fuck's all this? What's all this pixel shit? You get, you know, trade one artifact for another artifact. Laserdisc has got its own little, you know, and then you go to film's got its own sort of, you know, it's not perfect. It's only as perfect as the cinematography and the light and shadow that goes onto that negative, and then that's what you see. Light and shadow. Simple. Two things make an image. The more brightness, the more detail you see. It changes its color, the nature of its actual color. Turn it down a little bit. It's like looking at, say, strawberries or tomatoes at night time with some ambient light around, and it's different color. Daytime, oh, that's interesting. Oh, wow, look at that. I think the Aliens Blu-ray looked fucking awful. It looked, I don't know, it looked like they hype it up, put some steroids on it, and raised some of the levels a little bit, and it improved a little bit. Some other things improved a little, because I'm pretty aware of all the other transfers that have gone along over from Laserdisc, DVD, and then they just improve a little bit. It's like, did they really improve? Or maybe they should have had it that way years ago. Yeah. And, look at a PAL Laserdisc of Aliens, UK PAL, versus THX AC3 Laserdisc. They got a little bit of video noise or flickering or whatever it is in the THX Laserdisc, yet the PAL Laserdisc surprisingly looks a lot better. Granted, it's got a little tiny laser on it and a little, but I'll tell you, sometimes I like to play that version over the THX AC3 Laserdisc. I mean, I could watch the AC3 Laserdisc. It's like when, give you an example, where Ripley's looking at the bitch, and the bitch is looking down on her, where she's in the egg nest with the little girl, and she's standing on a metal grid. She's standing on a metal grid thing that you can see all the light coming through it. On the THX lasers, you can see this kind of like flickering or whatever, but on the PAL laser, oh wow, it looks good. Looks pretty damn good. Can't knock it. But on the Blu-ray, I don't know. It looked like they got some fake grain or some digital noise effect they put over the image. Shame on them. That's like having ordinary water and you put a food coloring in it, and then it changes the, not, depends how much food coloring you put in there. Until, you want to put just a little bit, so I can still see just about transparency of my finger here. If I move it away, it just goes blurred. But if it was that close, but if I had a certain amount of food coloring in there, I should, but if it's too much, then I wouldn't be able to see my finger. And also, don't forget, it doesn't just do that, but it also acts like a magnifying glass, because it's like water, like with my glucose, with my eye issue at the moment. I don't know when it's going to go naturally back to normal balance, but it's like there's too much or too less or whatever glucose or whatever, that I think it's probably too much. And so if I look at the laptop like that, yeah, it's a little blurred, and only the glasses, but no, I've put in extra magnification because it's fluid, glucose. Yeah. So if I put my finger close to that, even though it's a few, I've got to get it in the right position, because this bottle's got very little ripples in this. Yeah, about there's okay. I've got to angle the light and such. I can just see all the little what's it on my finger, but can I see it there? Not really. If I move it back a little bit and angle it at the light, yeah, I can see it. But there, wow, I can just about notice it. because it's like a magnifying glass with a little sparkle. Well, go to the kitchen and generate a little meal with my medication. I hate standing up because I feel like absolute dog shit. I feel like absolute like dog shit on legs walking around. I feel fucking awful at the moment. It's bloody glucose, fuck's sake, sugar levels. Unreal. Ooh. Yeah, you want feeding. Yeah, I know. Where's the bitch? Fucking hell, she's a bitch, that girl. I think the lemon peel or the orange peel. Put orange peel around. Keep my cat Melanie like anti-deterrent. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think what. Oh yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Where's the bitch? Where's the bitch? Come on, Melon. Come on, Melon. Come on, Melon. Mel. You know, this has already been cooked. You're only heating it up. You know, if you put it in the freezer, yeah, you got to microwave it, but really, I can have that stone cold, really. It's already been cooked. We all know that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, bloody hell. It's like Dune. It's like Dune, the spice. It's like licking dog shit. Tastes good. Probably is. They probably put a little spice in there to mask it. Yeah. Food panic alert. Oh no. All right. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I've got enough XLR cable round here to sink a battleship. Yeah, so don't know what it is. Sometimes she likes to sit on the projector and lay on it. Oh yeah, I've got orange peel there. A few up there. That should keep her away for maybe a day or two, and then the scent wears off, and then I've got to put another orange peel up there. Until eventually she gets bored and, doesn't do it again. Oh, let's talk of the devil. Meow. 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 Hey, where's your collar? Where's your collar, Melanie? Have you torn it off? Where's your collar? Oh. Hmm. Yes, I've got another one. Got another one for you. I'll put it on you later. They've still got its collar. Oh, yeah. Right. I think that's cooked enough. I think that's yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Only heating it up. Oh, finally. If, like some people, you're sick of taking medication with water, and sometimes you think, yeah, it makes you kind of. Yeah, I try eating with my medication. It just masks it. It makes it less stressful because I've got to take 15 types of medication every single day. Crying out loud. I mean, is 15 really necessary? Oh, I think I've got a bottle of water in there and back in there and sit down. Whoa, just put my dinner plate on top of the laptop. Whoa, can I balance it? Oh, it's not disrupting the keys on the laptop. I've got my dinner plate on the what's it? I'll take it off there now. Oof. Yeah. A laptop serving a meal. It's like a new version of a tray. Oh dear, what will they think of next? Oh, yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Oh god. Basically, because just won't focus. It's just fucking. Maybe that's with everybody. Maybe it's glucose in everybody's eyes or such. Because that, you know, when you go to an optician, I don't think they're telling us everything. You know, I don't think they're telling us everything. I think there's some videos probably around, you know, probably say, yeah, explain what, you know. Just something simple to explain. Sometimes I think it's oxygen level, you know, to do with oxygen and such, and you know, if you're not getting the right percentage. But up to about, I think it was October, well, November, I think it started to fade out again. But all through the springtime and that, it was okay. My focus was okay. Go back a little bit further when I was getting insulin stuck in me. And it was about 2 weeks later, I noticed my focus on my vision was completely fucked up. As it affects the fluid or such, it affects the eye fluid or such. So it's like it's got an extra fluid or something there, which is putting, yeah. Yeah, just got to wait until it probably, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Hot and spicy. That's just spice. You can have the spice just on its own. You don't have to heat it up. That's irrelevant. Really should have milk, not water. Should have milk. Oh. As long as it's not fizzy Coca-Cola or some shit like that, and you have something like, no, bloody hell, then you panic and go sticking your mouth under the tap or something for water. No, go for the milk. Oh, you know. Yeah, even though that's carbonated, it doesn't stimulate like I'll try lemonade, lemon and lime 7 and up with orange juice and see what that stimulates. See if it brings the little bits to the surface. Wow. Whew. Whew. Blimey, I'll be breathing dragon breath in a moment. Bloody hell. Whew. Yeah, what's all that other nonsense going around at the moment? All this, yeah, what was it, down in Texas? Yeah, someone was saying last night it's snowing in Florida. Huh? What? Isn't Florida very warm and humid? I'll have to check that. Sounds like a freak Harper. Yeah, that Harper thing. Yeah. Does it ordinarily snow in Florida? I thought it's all sunshine and bloody tropical bloody hurricanes and shit. Oh, maybe it's a fluke. Yeah. Oh, who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's aliens. Maybe it's aliens. Oh yeah, they're everywhere. The aliens. Oh. Wow. Whew. Do I like this meal? To be honest, no. There was another version of this like this, but it was a bit milder. Ah, damn. It's just I mean, blimey. If my cat licked that, crikey, I'm going to be feeling sick. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's just a little cool that is, blimey. That's the thing. Yeah, the thing. Get me out of this. Get me out of this fucking couch. Vibration, mechanical vibration. Yeah. Break up the elements up from the 90-piece orchestra. Yeah, you should have 90 speakers. Yeah. How big are the speakers? How big are the speakers? Yeah. Let's think about that. Oh, wow. I need some of this, put the flames out. Oh, just a little. Oh, blimey. You think of it, a 90-piece orchestra that's going to be assembled, it's going to be so wide, and yet you record it and you play it back, maybe 2 speakers or multi-channel or a little bit more than multi-channel in a small room. Wow. You managed to fit a 90-piece orchestra into a small room or on headphones. Think about that. Think about the logic. And does it sound like actually a 90-piece orchestra? There's all the instruments are like in front, and they go back and back and back and back, and that's a 90-piece orchestra. think about it. Like you play the instruments on individual speakers, and they're all spread out. But it's going to sound like a speaker. It's not going to sound like a musical instrument. Because the sound, or depending on the, I'll get to that in a sec. I'll get that to it in a moment. Ooh. Yeah, so you got speakers. You can get speakers, all different types of design. All different design. Some that have sound that goes forward, and some that go in a spherical. Because when you think of an instrument, sound radiates from it. A violin, viola, harp, boom, 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 symphony. It radiates. It's not going out in one direction. Because you can stand behind the orchestra, you can still hear it. You move around it. With speakers and all that, they're just boom, they're just speakers. Pieces of fancy paintwork that you're looking at that's got a stupid price tag on it. Huh? What? Fucking hell. I didn't know fucking spray paint was that fucking expensive. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Not much you could do with it these days. Yeah. Bloody hell. I've got milk in the fridge. I'm going to go and have some milk with some ice. Yeah, let's put it there. Go get some milk with some ice. Put these flames out. I need milk. Oh. Yeah. What was I talking about? What was I rambling and ranting about? I can't remember. So it'll ask about milk. Speakers that radiate out in all directions. So you've got musical instruments. So they all play da-di-da-di-da wide and back and back and back. So you get a kind of sense like it's a bloody orchestra in the room. A kind of sense, yeah. Because if you're sat in a bloody back far away from the orchestra, you're just going to hear it. It'll have to be something in the structure of that hall, maybe a wooden floor or something, so you feel something vaguely. You're probably hearing it like that, and you vaguely feel something. Mm. That works. Let's put the vindaloo or whatever, the flame, the dragon flames. Let's put the dragon flames out. It's amazing. Nature. What I can't understand is all those fucking fires in California. Why they didn't use bombs that you drop and then they explode and then they suck the bloody, and then you just suck the air out of the oxygen out of the fucking of the bloody. Why didn't they use shit a lot? You know, America. They say they landed on the moon and they got all this technology shit and they can't even fucking handle the fires. My goodness. What sort of craziness is that? Yeah, I think it's called a firebomb or something. It's like a little ball, you throw it in, it goes boom, and it just sucks everything in and just puts the fucking fire out. I think they should put water sprinklers all over the area, and have the you got to have water. You can't use seawater or something like, you could, but it's got to go for a filtration otherwise you'd be putting salt, and that would probably not be very good for the wildlife or even the everything else. So you got to something to so that doesn't happen again and again and again. Because bloody hell, and then all this technology, fucking hell. I think, but yeah, it's shameless. Bloody, some people were starting those fires. Bloody shameless. If you got something that could be elevated very high up, like a water sprinkler, yeah, it can radiate over a. But it'd be such an eyesore. Look at that. They know what to do, don't they? They know what to do. Does anyone actually believe they landed on the moon? No, not they. Well, they, not NASA as a whole, because the rest of the engineers are on the ground. Only a few selected and chosen for the TV show. We'll just fake the rest of it and make it look like it's so believable. How do you go from there to there and go through the radiation, the Van Halen or whatever it is, radiation belt? Yeah, bloody hell. Low Earth orbit. It's kind of like Dolby Atmos. It's a bit of a scam. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Our lifespan is too short. We're here to stay. You know, there are no xenomorphs out there to worry about. I assure you, they're completely fictional. There's no Freddy Krueger. There are sharks and jaws, and yeah, there are those do exist. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't like these shark movies. Every time they make one, they always want to kill the poor thing. I don't get it. They make it out like a monster, and the biggest monster is us. We're the biggest monster on the planet. Oh, come on. What imbecile makes a destructive weapon that can wipe out an entire city? Really? What monster is that? What sort of monster is that? You know, Oppenheimer. He's not a nice guy. He's a monster. Shake hand with the devil, take a little bit of cash, and make a demonstrable weapon. Oh, unbelievable. Yep, people with home theaters like bragging and shit with, oh wow, it's got an atomic bomb. Boom! Did you feel it in my home theater? No, I happened to be 10,000 miles away. No, I didn't feel anything. No, Richter scales didn't pick up nothing. How many movies where they got like atomic bomb theme? Where you know, and you have the volume level at the same level, and you compare every crikey, the Summer Fears, Big Fat Man, Little Boy, maybe Terminator 2, maybe a little bit of Terminator 3, but that's only for a short, it's not very long. Yeah, you test all these movies that got these atomic theme. I did a test like that years ago with what was then present, going through. I think mostly on these. I think it was DVD. Seeing which one had the more explosive frequency response. No, that's not true. That's bullshitting. It didn't have explosive. It's just a sound, whatever, because that sound could be a little bit part of a real sound, or it's something else, and it's edited and manipulated. Because sometimes you take the smaller sound, and it could be the big sound, depending on what it is. Yeah. But I did that, and I can't remember which movie I ranked. Because I was looking at SBL level, with what it's coming off, in the room. I don't think I want to do that test again. Do it at normal controlled SBL level, nothing stupid. So I don't think a sub bass is going to the wave energy of a sub bass is going to come up here and it's going to start melting my face. So do it at a comfortable, set it so do it at a comfortable level, maybe up to maybe 90 dB, so it's comfortable, because I'll be doing it for bloody hours, test it. I don't want to do it at ear splitting levels where it's damaging your hearing, and just see which one's got the most SPL, the most extended frequency response. But does an explosion do that, extend down real low? It's hard to say, really. I don't really care. Because I think of an explosion that'd be so sudden. And then you're going to get whatever is disturbing the air is going to be lasting maybe a few seconds until it travels out, and wherever you're located, it's going to dissipate. It's going to get dissipate. Or which movie? Well, I don't know. Is Dante Peak really that good? I think a lot of it is just a load of random sound effects. Just, it's like, okay, script, blah blah blah. Pierce Brosnan with Sarah Connor running around in a vehicle, blah blah blah. We got to make it this, blah blah blah, bloody exciting, blah blah blah. Got to have, but does it create? Because if it's seismics and all this, does it really make the room feel like it's moving? Because it's seismic, you'd hear a sound, but you'd feel a tremendous tremor moving through the ground. Otherwise, you're hearing sub bass at a stupid SBL level, and the amount that you can only feel is only about that proportion, when it should be that proportion. 50-50. So you're losing a lot of, it's only occasionally, yeah, but when you get these bossets and everything, why does it sound that like that stupid airborne sound? Is that what an earthquake sounds like? Purpose of a bloody earthquake, it's moving the ground this way, that way. That's when you go out and you look at it and it's a mess. sub-bass speaker going to tear up your bloody concrete floor in your room? No, the hell it isn't. Crikey. Concrete floors looking at that stupid sub-bass and laughing its ass off. But you don't want to do that, otherwise then the structure of your walls become unsound, and then the ceiling's going to be, you're going to be wearing the ceiling. Oh, all this atmosphere crap. San Andreas movie, that is probably a little bit accurate, and the rest of it is totally a load of bollocks, especially the sound mix. It's interesting when you've got the helicopter point of view and you can see the ground motion moving, because that's what it's doing. But we're mostly would be down at ground level and wouldn't be able to see that. You know, if you're up, you'd see the, you know, that's why you don't see it in the movie Earthquake. But Earthquake is probably a lot better than San Andreas, because San Andreas, I knew that crap movie was going to have blaring fucking music playing with all those sound effects, and it was just a load of noise. Rubbish. But Earthquake just used sound effects and people screaming and running around. That's what it would be. You think people are going to be playing fucking music while there's a major earthquake going on? I think there'd be whoosh. Grab your wallet, your keys, and out the house, and your pet. Don't forget to take your pet out the house. I'd shame anyone if you leave your pet in your home. So they see their demise. Oh. Yeah, how can you make the floor do that? There's several things. There's several technologies that are around that can do that. You know, you don't need D-box seats and shit, because you got to make. But then you make the floor unsoundly, and then what if someone wants to get out and go to the toilet, or I can know that you got the fucking floor and shit moving around. You fall over. Oh the hell. It's like that Titanic 3D trailer where they take the piss out of it. Literally take the piss out of it. Get some ice cubes and throw it. Yeah, like you just hit an iceberg and you get ice fucking thrown in your face. Oh, unbelievable. When we dream. I hadn't had a dream in a long while. Gosh, when was the last time I had a dream? Serious. I'd have to say, confidently, probably a few years ago. And usually dream or such is often manifested by cheese. But what type of dairy cheese? You know, there's so many out there. There was one product that always manifested dream. I'm not kidding. Fucking weird dreams. I don't want to talk about it. But the clarity is a lot better than an OLED. All this light and shadow, bloody hell, the detail. And yet you close your eyes, and yet liquid chemically, wow. And it even had a soundtrack with it, for crying out loud. There's no way my mind could be generating that shit. Our minds could be I mean, yeah. That's an interesting subject. So if you look back, say dreams or such, because of the technology or the social society that we see presented to ourselves today, we probably draw on that, and it goes into our subconscious somewhere, and then it needs maybe a certain cheese on toast, and you nibble on the cheese on toast for a couple of days, because a dream is not going to get instantly manifested like that overnight. It could take a few days, or it may not happen. But it's usually, its culprit is cheese. I've got some cheese in the fridge, but it's, yeah, I've had a bit of that, and it's just not. I think it's getting a little bit like Stilton now, so I'm gonna have to ditch it because it gets a little mouldy. It looks like bloody Stilton cheese. I can always buy, but there was one cheese on the shelf, but I think it probably got recooled for some reason. Not sure if it was because many people maybe say, "Oh, I'm getting too many weird dreams." What this is worse than. I don't know. They say magic mushrooms, but what do they do? Do they make you dream? I don't know. I just prefer ordinary mushrooms and then fry it. Sometimes I used to put a little bit of cheese on it and kind of get it so it's golden crispy. Oh yeah, that's nice with you get the little mushrooms, you put it with a little pasta with some tuna fish, and you put a little mayonnaise, and you put a little this other herb spice that they used to sell years ago. They recalled it. They don't sell it, and my goodness me, oh wow, that's like going to the most high end of the top luxury restaurant. Oh, it was magnificent, and it was so damn cheap. Yeah, if I could get a similar spice, that I could do that again. I could make that. Make that pasta, like oh, wow, make a big bowl, and it'll probably serve for maybe half or maybe 4 or 5 days. Yeah, you could have it warm it up a little bit, or just have it cold. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we are what we are. We eat what we are. We are what we eat. Yeah, I'm sure my cats will like it. Oh. There's still ice cube in it. I'm going to top it off when I finish the milk with some orange juice. That definitely neutralizes the dragon breath, the dragon flames. That's the thing. You see movies where aliens and flamethrowers and shit, and it's pointing this way. Yeah, the sound going through the surround, some sort of sound, but that's over here. You don't kind of really feel it more or less. You can, but you got to tune the system very, but you don't really get the, because that's like, well, yeah, yeah, and yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. You'd see I'm thinking. And it would be kind of directional, I would imagine, part of it until you're roasted. But you don't want to be roasted. Yeah. How do you do that? How do you get that? So that's like my hand, bring it close, and and stop and get in the air, but it stops there. But it just goes a little past, but it's weakened because of the size and scale, or maybe the thickness, and it's moving the mass of air. Yeah, home theatre can be very depressing. Magic rugs that start floating with pulp noise air or something. But you're going to hear some mechanical thing that shouldn't be there. Nature itself will just. If you had big windows and nature or wind happened to be blowing round at an angle and it comes in the room, it'd probably lift the rug off the floor. Or sometimes it's enough to open the door, depending on how the door is closed or the latch or whatever. But sometimes the wind and the pressure changing, coming in the room, hardly notice it, and it just pushes the door, opens it, like the Invisible Man. I have so many. And they got to reproduce sound, what's on the soundtrack, without necessarily making it sound like a bloody loudspeaker cone that's moving back and forth with some sort of not rustling noise or whatever. Top Gun's not too bad. The first one, the second one is crap. When you get those afterburners, the way they start up or such of the sound mix over the stage channel, and then the LFE or the boom channel, because that's originally what it would be, would have come from, and then it goes into a different into a digital file or such, Dolby Digital. But it's had a little clean up in the laboratory, in the little mixing room or whatever. It's had a little, whatever. Revving up your engines, da 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 da. Metal on tension, da 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 da. Highway to the danger zone, da 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 da. Highway to the danger zone. Yeah, and interestingly, Top Gun. I'm not sure if it's entirely all through the movie, but when you listen to the end credits, so you got your speakers at the front with no time delay on it, your surrounds, no time delay, but you could hear the way the music is playing, and it sounds like it's the surrounds in the mixing. They put a long time delay on it, probably maybe over 20 millisecond or something. It's a little bit hard, but what I did last night, I don't usually do it. I don't usually time delay the front channels unless, of course, it's the center, and I just give it a tiny margin time delay, just so you can hear half left pans over that way, or half right pan over that way, depending, and it just tricks your ear. But I added a kind of longish, no, it's kind of short. It's maybe 22 millisecond. And I was gradually listening to the music in the surround until it kind of just about balanced or equaled. And I didn't notice this like annoying echo sounding like it's in a very large auditorium. That's what it sounded like. um, yeah. Normally, I don't time delay the left, right, and all this bullshit with, because if you're going to do that, you got to do it with pink noise. You can't just look at all these whoop 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 and then and then start. Do it with pink noise and then move around a little bit, until you think, But it's hard to tell whether something's moving that way over with what pink noise you delay. You've got to listen to some sound mix, and sound mixes are artificial. If someone was standing in the middle between the left and the center channel over there, that's where I'm going to hear their voice. Their voice will radiate, and I'll get someone else this would be an interesting experiment. Wonder if you could get twins. Would their vocals be sounding similar? I don't know. But if I was going to do an experiment, I'll make sure. And then they repeat what is written and just few simple words, and I'll just listen. Or you can do a sound mix where you don't have any, say, like dialogue, panning or a direction or what. It's totally, literally isolated to the center. It's not going until it starts the character, and then it starts electronically mixing it to seem like it's moving across the screen. Otherwise, when you get a little half of the sound in the other speaker, your ear's going to pick it up and then think, oh gosh, because one speaker is maybe getting nearer to you, and it's like, But if you add a little time delay, not too much, I'm not talking maybe, say, 1 millisecond, you start off very gently, gradually at 0.1 millisecond, and then 0.2, 0.3, until you get up to 1 millisecond. You just start tiny little intervals, and then you notice that you only need very little millisecond time delay, depending on probably speakers or how far back and all. And then you check other seats to see if say like the Batman, where the is it the Batman 2 or the fucking Joker, and you get the character where they're on the road, where they set a decoy thing up or a trap to capture the Joker guy. And then off screen, you hear the sound of a cocking of a gun, but it's partly over left and partly in the center. Which is it going to be? You could use anti-filters or such on the center to filter, so it minimizes that sound in the center, and so you literally hear it over there. Or you use a bit of time delay, or maybe the sound is really more or less in the left center, so you use a 5-screen matrix for playbacks. Not all movies are 5-screen discrete. There are only a few, or maybe 7, or Atmos at Gravity, and then you use that, and then it minimizes the sound in the center, reduces it in the left, and puts it in the left center channel. That's when you got a big screen or whatever, where you're near to it, and then it draws you into the Batman action. Nolan Muffle boy, what the fuck am I saying? Yeah. I bet most people didn't even know that. You're listening, watching that movie. Do you hear that? Sound like over to the left sort of thing? We got you. The Joker laughs, doesn't he? There's another video that shows different animal sounds, or I think it's other sort of things where you use a certain thing where you could create a anti sort of filtering. So it sounds like the speakers sound a bit more discreet, or particularly I think when playing, what is it? Pink noise. That's it, pink noise. It's the Rat channel, the Dave Rat channel. And he's got this very interesting video, very, very educational. Blah. Oh yeah, get some orange juice in there. Waste not those ice cubes, I not. What the fuck are you doing, Melanie? What's it now? Some management things, Melanie. Oh, relax, don't do it. Do you want to switch? Pops off. Load of bollocks. Always got to go when you start the trim up. It doesn't go back to the. It always goes back to. Maybe I should make a default mode. And it always go back to where. But you never know because you want to change it. Put it on the 5.5 screen there. Resume. Got this other bullshit. Holy hell, you get all this plastered shit on LG. A load of bollocks. Oh, do I want to resume? Yes. Let's turn those off. Is it on the experimental? Yeah, let's just check the mix levels. They're off at the moment. I think they're not active at the moment. Yeah, they're on, but they're not active. So it's kind of like Atmos. There's a trick to that. There's a trick I know, but doesn't really involve dark mixing crap. You got to use an extra decoder connected onto the system. Kind of like Die Hard end credits. The end credits, when it goes into the Beethoven symphony. The surround's a little bit active there when they go into the nest of the aliens. So it's like the end credits of Die Hard. If it's in Dolby 424 stereo, all those channels are active. There's a way to use the front, left, right, put it through another decoder, have it networking, so it goes into the center channel. So it's on piggyback. You piggyback the center signal, onto the center. Yeah, so you can variably adjust it, and you have it a little bit going into inject it a little bit into the surround. So even though it's still playing say the AC3, because that's the proper mix. So you can keep it still active. I've only got one part of the decoder, which is on the C. I call this channel C decoder. So like any, say, like Moonraker, Shirley Bassey vocals are on left and right with instrumental. In the center channel, there's a signal, there's a discrete bass guitar playing with another type of musical instrument. But if you're listening, don't just say, well, call it Dolby Stereo Format 04, and then you've got Format 42, which is discrete sound, or Format 43. Anyway, the vocals, I can send them to the center. So it sounds a little bit more natural. No, it's bullshitting. It just sounds better. Because when it's on, it just sounds like very confusing. It's like they're two Shirley Bassies vocaling on left and right, but not panning or anything like that. And it just sounds a little bit distracting. So I could just press a button, boom. If I use the other output, which I haven't even connected up yet, so the actual surround output signal, providing these decoders A and B are level matched, corrected, pink noise, and sine wave tone, and the signal is going to this decoder C, and all the LEDs come up at the same time. And I don't change. I can change these. I can turn the volume, but it clicks back into a certain position, and it's always guaranteed. That's usually 7 on the reference or reference level. And then so I could use that and inject a little bit, but it's tricky. Where do I inject it into? Because the speakers now are all outputting from the Trinov, and they're all going out independently. So I've either got to take a wire cable, so an XLR plugged in, and then I've got to do something on the amplifier end where I connect the wires to the other inputs on the independent amplifier outputs for the speakers. And thus, if I turn it on, it shouldn't really interfere or do any sort of that sort of shit. It should work. And I don't really enjoy Die Hard that much anymore, but I'd probably think, oh wow, I could get back into it, because it's going to sound a bit like, it's going to have a bit of the sound of the 70mm discrete, and a bit of the 6-track discrete, and a little bit of the 424 sort of, maybe something like that. But it will keep it active all the whole time, and it will work. I could do a few things. Actually, I could do a little bit more. I could have a switch sort of thing, so I can inject it into the surrounds, or I turn the other speakers, the other signal, discrete mono, I turn it off, turn the experimental overhead on, and just have the so the sound when it plays would have some sort of not entirely 100% because of the way the discrete sound is mixed in the mono matrix. Sorry, the mono between the mono matrix and the mono discrete. But it should have some movement of a sort, theoretically. Theoretically, a lot better than using the Dolby upmixing crap. See, Trinov, they not really thought out their processor really that well. And you get Storm, which is another competitor, and they're just nearly just trying to copycat. But it's like one processor offers this and the other processor offers that. And yet in nature, there isn't any of that nonsense going on. Oh, yeah. Optimize. Isn't that a word that like what THX used, like optimizer or something, to optimize the playback reproduction? Providing, of course, you're using proper cinema speakers. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, and are they telling us everything? Because it's like that. That's like that line in Aeroplane 2 or something. Are you telling us everything, miss? No, and not exactly. And we are out of coffee. Ah! Yeah. Yeah. You need some whistleblower. Real, some, don't have to listen to me. He needs a few other whistleblowers out there. Blow the bloody whistle on this Atmos crap. There's just going to be bloody outrage. So, you see this in Aliens, mostly Aliens. Right. You see the vehicle on the outside running around, right? The audience are back here. We're standing back here. Of course, you'd be stupid. That's only a model. Don't forget, it's only a model, radio control or something, right? But you would only hear the sound. It would be bloody loud in that bloody tunnel or whatever it is. It'd be bloody loud. But go back a bit. So when you're on the inside of the vehicle and she's moving all this prop stuff around, and I know there's a lot of Alien fan out there, and they get an orgasm and on shit like this, because I don't know, it's unbelievable how many. Yeah. Anyway, doing all that, yeah. Plus, you'd be feeling the vehicle, the wheels, the motion. You feel this. Do you feel it in the movie? I'm sure it might be there in the layer of tracks, but you've got to dig deep low to find it somewhere. Because they're four wheels and you'd get a motion. And when moving all that, there'll probably be some gear change or whatever, and you'd feel a jolt or something while the vehicle's still moving. Yeah, I know. It's depressing. I know. Going to have a lot of mass home theatre suicides now. Oh no, he's told the truth. Oh no, I'm going. Oh, goodbye, cruel world. Anything you do, whether you're masturbating, you feel a good tug, you know, or you're walking around, you feel your feet, boom, boom, boom. You want to feel like Godzilla or King Kong. Put some earplugs in your ear, then start walking around, and then you will know how bloody annoying it sounds. Because all you would hear in your head is boom, 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 boom. You gotta walk like a cat. You gotta walk very soft, like very gentle. Otherwise, you just hear this boom, 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 and it is fucking annoying. Trust me. That's like when most people don't understand the movie Gravity, where they all hearing all that boom, 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 boom sound sometimes because the oxygen in the air, you know. So theoretically, when they touch things, that's energy is getting transferred into their suit and they hear it as a thumping sound or thumping noise. You put earplugs in your ears and you start picking up or holding certain objects in a certain way, you can hear the sound vibration going down onto your right ear, or you do it that, you can hear it going down to your left, or do it simultaneous. Mm. But it sounds bloody, it's hard to describe when you're walking. It's hard to say what dB level it is, but it is bloody annoying. It's clever how they use model with, it's clever. No CGI. CGI, apart from optical photochemical effects. They can't make aliens like today because it just looks crap. It looks like a bloody Walt Disney bloody animated movie. And they give it a certificate 12. Huh? What? That's for school kiddies that don't even shave yet. Disney are fucking parasites. They are, really honest. They are parasites. You don't get a certificate 18. Then they think, bloody hell, they downscale the bloody rating and then they put it 8. I'm not sure if it's still got the original 18 certificate. But some movies that had 18, they got downscaled to a 15. That's for school kids. Goodness gracious. You know? They don't even have to fucking present identification if they go to a cinema. What bullshit is that? Yeah? This is why cinema sucks today. But it's probably been sucking for decades. You know? Yeah. Yeah, every time they show Aliens or Predator or some shit like that at a multiplex in DCP. You go to those auditoriums and it's not even half full because everybody knows that it's going to be crap. It's not worth going to. If they said they had a 35mm print, it'll be full. Maybe not young generation or what, but mostly those that experience it because those sort of things are almost um, I would say obsolete now. There's only a few cinemas. No, there's only one cinema around this area, I think, that's got a digital and a 35. But I don't like the screen. I don't like the screen in the auditorium. And I'm certainly not paying fucking nearly £20 for a cinema ticket. just to sit there and be kicking myself thinking, fucking hell, it's an awful fucking picture up on the screen. And the bloody echo in the bloody auditorium. Yeah. Yeah, all the great cinemas are being slowly because, in the mortal words of David Lean, you want to watch it on a fucking phone? That's how he do the David Lean with the fucking hair. You want to watch a movie on a fucking phone? That's absolutely. Actually, that's probably a little bit wider than a regular 70mm frame. So, yeah, it wouldn't look too bad on a mobile phone a 35mm actually should be a little bit more smaller, the frame, because the frame is a 70mm is what, 3 inches, isn't it? But you magnify it a little bit, and then think about it. Think about it. The film is being magnified, and if it's got legitimate grain there and scratches and all that nonsense, you should be seeing it even on a regular OLED 65-inch. No, I shouldn't be looking at this sparkly, sprinkly noise shit on the image. This is, and it's nothing to do with it's every piece of fucking equipment. And also, I don't know what the fuck they done to the color. It's like, have I got it back at the, what's it? So it's still at the same setting. Yeah. So just turn the brightness down a bit, because when it goes to the, they cut the power, and that red color comes on. It looks a bit almost pinky color. It's like they put too much, whatever the fuck they messed around with this. I might as well put the laser disc on. They're just putting prostitute pig lipstick on the image, and it looks crap. I can see it there. I can see it. I can still see all this. Like, that's not fucking grain on the film. Bullshit. God dear. Fucking annoying. Oh, look there. Oh, that colour there. That colour goes a little bit more kind of, but yeah. They've used too much other highlights in the image, and it just looks crap. It's just about watchable or listenable for the sound, but oh my goodness, the picture is just fucking awful. Yeah, welcome to high res and all this bullshit. If I put the laser disc on, be a little bit better. Put the power laser disc on. And I don't want to buy a 4K because I'm sick and tired of all this manipulating, lying fucking bullshit. It'll probably be too fucking dark or whatever, and they're bullshit. They're just fucking around with the original master tape that they already got and just messing around with it. James Cameron, get out of your fucking mum's basement, for goodness gracious. But there are some things that are fixed and some things that, if light or hot lights or something come too direct into the, you get these weird colours going around it. That's not what you see on film. It's only because the video thing has not been adjusted correctly. So it only sees what it sees, what is actually on film. I think we got to just say, hey, has anyone out there got a 35mm 424 Dolby Stereo optical print, and just do a scan, I'll buy it. Not greedy, expensive, because you can't do that shit. I'll buy, £10, £15. It's an old movie, for goodness gracious. It's an old outdated, and they try and tie it up with pig's lipstick today, and it looks fucking awful. Because the new generation want to watch it on a fucking phone. Yeah, you're gonna have to need a magnifying glass to see the fucking grain on these fucking things. But you still see it. You see something that's kind of fuzzy. I think, what the fuck is that? That's like looking at a laser disc that's not been done properly, and it gives this kind of fuzzy line that looks like it's going horizontally. Like little, I don't know, it's hard to describe what the bloody hell, what video device they had connected when they did the transfers. And some laser discs don't have it, and some do. Beverly Hills Cop 2, when I was watching that the other night, and the picture was awful. The movie itself is also awful as well. And I thought, fuck it, put the first one on. And I think, well, that looks a little bit better. So I don't know what the fucking deal is with THX, digital laser master programming, all that bullshit back then. Obviously, there's someone that's not supervising, and it's allowing this shit to go through, and think, how can you approve that? I don't believe a word when they say all this director signed this and signed that. Is there a video that actually said? Because if there isn't a video, it never happened. Restoration. Has this got any actual other print noise or some print damage, like little golf balls or scratches? You just got to keep watching and watching until you see something like, if you don't notice any of that yeah, they cleaned it up and all that. All this frame by frame bollocks. Well, while applying pig's lipstick on it. Just so they can sell an old, outdated movie. Shame on them. I mean, Aliens only had two UK pressings on Laserdisc. The first edition that came out in the mid 80s, and then a later one with digital audio, because the first one only had analog audio. But is that any good or decent? And would I want to buy it? Tell the truth, no, because it's I just got to bite my teeth. Yeah, I just got to bite my tongue, bite my teeth. Just put up with the 4% speed up. But you could do that on projectors. You can change the frame rate to go a little bit faster, just a little. You can change the frame rate. Oh, boom! The aliens want to come in through the door. Boom, boom. They're picking the other alien up and then banging its head against the door like a ramming thing, aren't they? The aliens want to come in. They're hungry. They haven't been fed. Oh, bloody hell. Bloody hell, he must be getting a splitting headache behind that door. Oh. Why don't they just get one alien and ram it so hard so it's suicidal? And then the acid for blood will start melting the door, wouldn't it? Oh. So you got to sound like you're walking through the corridor, the air shaft vent. So in some parts of it where you see the characters or maybe a point of view or something, It's got to sound like the feet. The feet are down there, moving around, and that clanging sound will radiate all round because it's all part of the structure. You've got to have rustle sound, so it sounds like the feet are, you know. And it's probably a little bit difficult to create the other sound like the air shaft thing, because if she's shooting at alien xenomorphs, you got to be hearing those fuckers behind you, going along the floor. Maybe they sometimes move up round here, and they do all sorts of shit. But you don't hear the xenomorphs behind you, even though she's shooting at the bloody fuckers. Probably about probably 25, 30 feet away or something. I don't know. It's hard to say. So you got to have some of that. It's not in the mix. Yeah, you don't really hear them like. I just hear the echo of the pulse rifle. It sounds very little bit weak. It sounds loudish in the screen channel, but it sounds a little bit, so the echoes sound like, it's not very loud as such. And if you're firing, oh yeah, there's another thing that I was probably missing, because if they're shells and they're firing, there should be ricochets bouncing. Pew, 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 pew. There should be some of that. But please don't tell James Cameron and his mum's basement that. He'll fuck it up in the mix. You gotta have the original mix team that was involved with this. They did a fair, good. It was pretty okay, sound editing and that. Yeah. That's the mono surround. Oh, here comes one of those buggers. Yeah, it's getting there. Mostly getting there. And shooting. It can't be more than 20 feet away. Can't be more than 20 feet away. Yeah, a little bit of it. It's pissed off and angry because it's just got shot. And it's going to start bleeding acid, and it's going to burn a hole in that air vent shaft, isn't it? No, but you just don't hear the fuckers behind you. Oh, take a peep. Makes a little bit of sense with the experimental overhead, and you hear the clang, clang, clang. But there's a lot of other sound that doesn't make sense because of the continuity. How many people can play experimental overhead in the home? I doubt many people around this area probably even remember UCI. Some have got luxury home theatres. I'm not kidding. Shit down like at Sandbanks. Had people like million billionaires and shit bloody down that way. Fucking hell. And they haven't even got experimental overhead. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what. I really don't know. Oh, take that, you bugger. Bloody. Every time I pause the image, I can just see this. It looks like digital fake artifact grain noise. That's all it looks like. That's not legitimate. James Cameron, stop messing around in your mummy's basement, please. It's annoying. You know, when the aliens, they come through the floor, you know, and looking at the angle and such and that, you know, you should hear like bloody xenomorph fucking like coming out of the bloody floor at some point round the room. Like, yeah, scare the crap out of you, you know what I mean? I don't know. I recall reading someone's post. I can't remember where it was. I'm not sure if it was Audio Science Review or some other forum or what. And he saw aliens in a THX cinema, and he was describing like it sounded like sometimes they were coming from below you or whatever. So I'm not sure I can't remember where that post was or what, or if he mentioned the cinema chain and what screen number, etc. Unless, of course, you know, the THX experiment and the cinema has got something set up, because it's usually an enigma, a mystery. Wow, they sound pissed off. Oh, there it is. Come from the floor. Buggers. Gotcha. Game over. This was such a scary rush in the cinema, because I don't know whether you're into this sort of thing. You think, bloody hell, all these characters are getting bumped off left, right, and centre. Oh. Go, 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 go. Yeah, you got him walking around in the dark. Ooh, what's that? Ooh. And then the door opens. He turns around and he says, "This ain't my locker." You know, that line from Beverly Hills Cop, "This ain't my locker." You know, fucking hell, dropping like flies. Oh. Yeah, it does draw my attention, you know, depending on what frequencies and the sound mix are playing. If I play it with a DTS Neurox, it'll probably sound, maybe the signal will sound a little bit weak. And I've got to go on to another theatre mode. So I can use that crappy, but it's not worth the time. You wouldn't hear it in the video. Let me put the stereo version on. What do I do? Go to, is it set up? Does that switch over? Yeah, it does, yeah. Sometimes you can't do it. You've got to go back right to the main menu and do all that. It's got to go back to where that explosion with the comes through the air vent. Yeah, it's a little bit louder as well. A little bit louder. Wow. Oof. It's a little bit, how many dB louder? I'd have to compare to see what they're doing. So it sounds like they purposely taken the level up a little bit. See, there's not anything sophisticated on these Trenobs and shit. Say like all this metadata bullshit that everyone keeps talking about, a load of bollocks. I would want something to lower that digital level down, so the fader level, it stays at the same level, but some way to lower this 5.1 level down a bit, you know. So the mono is there, and that's up there, and I want to lower it down. I don't mind it loud, but it just sounds like it's been given a little bit of bullshit. And they're trying to make out like the bloody original one was probably like pussy or something. Come on. It's like I've got to put a bloody to make it soften down a little bit. It's like I've got to put maybe a high pass filter on the surround on the left and right output, and or the input signal on the Trinob, but it can't do that. It doesn't have low high pass filters. But if I could put a low high pass filter, I can lower it down. So it's just the mid and high range that sounds like fucking hell. It sounds a little bit exaggerated, you know, for a film sound mix. You know, not sure if that's the same case for the front. Let me see. Go to surrounds, mute the surrounds. Mute the left and right and just monitor the center channel. Set up. Right. Shh. Yeah, that's working. Okay. Unmute. Where is it? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so he give that on the grenade.
You always were an asshole, Gorman.
Oh, a little bit bad there on the ADR that I can see on the looping.
You always were an asshole, Gorman.
So ADR looping, but I can see on the editing where it cuts from this scene and then goes to the next angle, and I can see the lip movement is not really relating because it's ADR, it's automated dialogue replacement.
Asshole, Gorman.
I don't think I really need the SBL. I can hear that. Okay, let me go to the let's see, where is it? Is it menu? Set up. Go back to what they say is a 4.1. Huh? Left, center. Well, hang on. Actually, hang on. It's still six tracks on the 70mm. So that's a little bit of false advertising there. 4.1. That is false advertising. So it's back on there. So if I play it, no, is it running? Oh, okay, it's running now.
You always were an asshole, Gorman.
Yeah, it's a little bit softer. I don't need the SBL meter to bloody tell. It's a bit softer level. I think there's some false advertising bullshit there. So is it back on the full? I don't know. I'll take it with a pinch of salt. I'll take it a little grain, a little. Yeah. So when he pops the what's it? Yeah, you can. Yeah, the sound effect in the the Foley or the prop or the. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, DTS master crap. I think there's some bullshitting going on there. Yeah, I heard the relay clicking on the decoder. Click, click, click. As it tries.
You always were an asshole, Gorman.
Just going to turn that down a bit. Yeah. It sounds like they just turn the levels up. That's all it does. It sounds like they just turn the levels up. And then, you know what? Everyone else starts to turn the fader level down. I tell you, the home theatre market is a fucking shambles. What it is today, it is a honest fucking shamble of a mess. And you've got all these bullshitters like on YouTube, like Youth Men, and all this bullshit, and all this load of other bollocks with whatever they're doing with all that. Okay, now I can't believe it. All these bloody lying integrators. Because it's not like they adjust the say like the dialogue track level or something and bring that down a bit or whatever, or I don't know. But then the bloody sound effects are just going to like they just raise the bloody level up. That's all. Bloody cheap bullshit. and trying to sell DTS master audio like it's fucking superior. Honestly, God. I'll switch it off because I'm not a big fan of DTS master audio. I fucking can't. I fucking loathe it. Sometimes you got no option. You just got the fact you can't fucking turn it to something else. Fucking hell. It's bullshit. It's probably like when they marketed bullshit Laserdisc with DTS. Just the levels are just bullshit. Yeah, the LFE or signal or such. You look at the AC3 versus the DTS. DTS is like there. The AC3 is like there, and it sounds a little bit more normalized. It's like all this bragging bullshit. Turn the fucking shit up until the bloody amplifier starts clipping. Get this bloody DTS master crap off. I'd say theatrical version. I'll take that with a pinch of salt. And it is not 4.1. It's misleading bullshit. Because that's like saying there was a well, you can't have a 35mm 4-track, because where the fuck are you going to put the fifth track? Because that's like saying 5 tracks. You can only fit 4 on 35 mag 35 and then 6 on 70 because of the width area and the space that you can fit it. So you got channel 2 and 4 behind the screen. That's just playing the same sub bass channel. Or they might be playing that's like the format 42, and so these play the sub bass down here, and these play the part of the stereo surround. So it's, and then you got the decoder in the processor that doesn't cross over like so, but it's more or less offset, so it minimizes. But sometimes you can hear it. You can hear some of that what's it in the surround, the boom channel. You got to know what to listen for. And I don't think Terminator 2 is a CDS. It's probably more like a come from the 6-track for the 70mm, but I wouldn't say call it 70mm. It's probably the 6-track mag, because the digital would have to be done differently to avoid so you get a more full range on the stereo surround, because the surround would be limited on the 70mm. It'd be limited to a certain frequency range. It'd go high, but it can only go so low. So it's probably, because it sounds like, because every time I hear that movie Terminator 2 where he comes through the corridor, pushes a door or something like that, I can hear it, and you get a bit of boom on the boom track or the LFE. I can hear a little bit of that in the surround. If that was a full discrete or something, I wouldn't be noticing it. It'd be going. But when you play here, if you hear 70mm playing, you don't notice it. It's all playing, and you get masking effects and all. You don't notice it. But if you listen to it discreetly, you'll notice. Like it's got this issue. How do we get over that? You know, but it's amazing that it even worked. You know, he's putting 2 signals and then just if they'd done it another way and just used instead of, because they want to still have a conventional mono, so with cinemas that don't have the new decoder processor for CP100, or the CP200 would have it all built in, but a CP100 you have to have a separate module. I think they call it the SA5, and it just plugs in, and a separate module that plugs in with the processor. because otherwise, are there other people saying, "Oh, is there a CDS print of Dick Tracy, a CDS of Edward Scissorhand, a CDS?" Well, hasn't even come out yet. The Final Approach. That's only available on Laserdisc and Dolby Stereo and sounds absolutely brilliant. Wow. Whoa. The Afterburners gives a whole new meaning to sub bass. Oh yeah. The Afterburners. Yeah. Wow. Ridiculous. Yeah. There's only a few CDS made, weren't there? Between, was it 1990 and 91 or 92? Because it had no analog backup. But that's like saying, what if a DTS datasat 70mm print were to fail? It's got no backup. They'd have to have something there for a backup if it were to totally fail. Because it's got no other backup on it. Why can't it be produced with mag and then between the you add the time coding, so it locks with the CD-ROM? Which would you prefer to listen to, mag track or mag track? Yeah, it's like turning the level up for this and just turning it up. Or firstly, you got to really monitor the frequency response on Spectrum Lab. See whether there's any, The stereo surround is interesting. But if it was the place, rarely, an Aliens 70mm is very rare if it plays anywhere around the world in 70mm 6-track mag. I think hasn't been showing up at cinemas recently, maybe for about over a year or so now, because the prints have got to be getting worn out. Yeah, and all they play this shit in DCP cinemas. Like you're going to get a flashback. Fucking hell. It's cheaper to play it in the home, and you think you play a scene, you just repeat it. You repeat it again. Every time you exit the cinema, you leave, they check your ticket and all this shit. You want to watch it again, you got to pay £20 or $50 or whatever fucking insane ticket prices they got today. Just so you can get a PA sound system experience. Oh dear, it's crackers. Oh, it's not like the years but before. Bloody hell, ticket prices were, a little normal. I mean, can you understand? I know. Does it make sense for a child ticket price and an adult? Doesn't make sense, does it? we're all sludge and all that shit, you know. It doesn't make fucking zero sense to me. Well, I mean, today, fucking child price, fucking hell. You gotta be kidding me. It's about the price of a fucking Blu-ray. They're like vampires, these cinemas today. They're like honest, and their sound systems are crap, and fucking hell. Poor George Lucas. Oh, poor George. He is poor. Poor George Lucas. Yeah, THX. He had the dog's bollocks. Tom Holman and George, all in vain. All in vain. I thought they were trying to put things, yeah, and then George Lucas goes batshit crazy. You know, when you got a good thing going, don't fuck it up. I think I prefer the open matte on Aliens. I prefer the open matte. It's amazing, you know, you go to these bullshit TV rooms, these shops and all that, and they play all this. Oh yeah, that's the scene in Alien where she's standing on this, you know, and all this light's coming through the floor. And on the THX Laserdisc, it looks a little, yeah, it's got a little flicker or such on it. But on the PAL Laserdisc, the open matte, yeah, it looks okay. It looks decent. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I've got to use a flamethrower for my cat Melanie. Stop her getting on top of the rack. So I'll just put some orange peel on top of the rack to stop her jumping onto it. She's a beast. Fucking hell, look at these bitches. Get away from her. Oh. We're trying to negotiate here, aren't we? No deal. Flamethrower. Yeah, all the panning. Does it still do the same? Oh yeah, I thought I had the other channels muted. Wow, that's making me dizzy. Fucking hell, she's pissed off with the aliens. I prefer it on Laserdisc. I could do trick play. You can't do it. You can't do it on this. It's too slow. Oh, let's mute that. Oh, turn the surrounds back on. Oh. Even though it's going experimental with the head and it's mono, I've only got a tiny. Hang on, I don't think I have. Hang on. Oh, why is that? Oh yeah, because I saved it last night. It sounds a little bit weird how they changed that delay because I accidentally put a delay thinking it was the subwoofer channel. Yeah, I'll turn that down, but I've got to go to my preset. Where is it? Format's it on? It's on there and save it. That's it. Surrounds will sound a little bit different now because I had a 22 millisecond on it. But I'm going to go back to it in a sec. Just play it. Yeah. Okay. I purposely put a long delay. Hang on, where is it? Hang on, that one. Hang on, there. There. Hang on, that's left. That's right. Maybe put a delay on the right side. Okay, turn it up. Keep it 30 millisecond. 60. Let's try it at 60. Oh, it sounds like stereo. Sounds like stereo now. But when I pause it, I can hear the time delay. All the sound is not stopping at the same time. So it stops kind of there, but it's delayed on this side. So I hear the slight, lag in the signal. But when I play it sounds like stereo without the panning. But it's also gonna, maybe do something to the bass signal. But there's a way around that. Now I'm just going to put this back down to 0. So you've got to have the speakers all separate. So by DSP. I'm just going to make sure that is so. So I go to preset, make sure. So it won't go back to anything else. Okay. There, so yeah, you put a time, put the speakers so they're separate. So the bass channels are all coming out, reproducing the bass. So if you alter the time delay, it can take the bass signal for something like that, and then it can bring it down and make it soft or whatever, or but if I say time delayed the mid range and tweeter at the same time delay it, it'll sound stereo, but the bass signal will stay kind of monoish still, and it would just seem like stereo, but it's not. So there's things you can't just do on a Trinov because someone's going to be wasting all the outputs for crossover and all this speaker thing, and then your actual speaker count gets less and less and less. What's the point of buying the processor just to get less when you should have more? Less is more. Well, it's only the size of the technology that's inside it. When are you going to come out with it? If they're going to have that software, and I'm still not really too excited about it now. If they're going to have it, they're going to have it sometime this crappy month, because it is a crappy month. Last crappy month, my goodness gracious, worst year ever. And mark my words, next year and then the year after and it's going to be more crap, worse than ever. The more things get worse, the more things stay worse. Yeah. Nothing ever changes now, does it? Yeah. So they say early in the year. So it could be this crappy month. It could be the next crappy month. What's it going to be? April? Bloody hell! They still are pumping it out, but they got to make sure that it goes. It works, it loads, it doesn't have hiccups. And it's not, I don't even think it's reversible. So it's like, think about it. It's like those that changed their Windows system from Windows 10 to Windows 11. And if you change it to Windows 11, you can't go back to Windows 10. And I do regret going over to Windows 11. I do regret it. Yeah, if I want to get another PC that's just got Windows 10 on it, I'll probably want to get that because I don't like the Windows 11. Fuck you, Bill Gates. Yeah, so yeah, you got to think about it. You got to take screen captures of everything, all the most of what, because you're going to have to start from scratch. And maybe starting from scratch, you might improve it better, providing, of course, all that microphone and stuff has got to go back in the exact same position as when you did the first, and I doubt many people have, it's very simple. If you mount something into the floor, so when you set the tripod up, it locks into position. So that microphone should, if it's all calculated and such, with laser and all that bollocks, that microphone should be in the exact same position as when you did the first, Otherwise, you move it a little bit because it's kind of this bullshit sensitive, isn't it? Oh, what crackers is that? What sort of crackers is that? Oh. I hardly use that microphone. Hardly use it. Might as well use it as a paperweight. That's my hand shaking. See? I can't stop it shaking. It's okay in this one. Bloody hell. Just can't stop the bloody tremor in my hand. I set all this shit up, with the microphone. Set all this rig up on it. I wonder if I could use this for a vibrator. I wonder if it can stimulate a pussy. Pop. Oh, I like that sound when you pop it off. What are these made of? Pretty sturdy. If I press on it too much, it will bend. Fuck up. Oh, yeah, got that little red LED. It's got to be in the. What's it? Oh, yeah. Looks like a bloody Terminator. That's the Vista, baby. Oh, the Terminator EQ. Get to the jobber. Yeah, and all this. I haven't even plugged in the what's it because where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. Don't lose that. Fucking hell. You got to plug that in the back. Actually, I've got a short USB lead. I've got a short, what's it? So I could bring the cable forward a bit and then plug that in, but I'm not really that excited about using it. Oh, and you get a little spirit level. Make sure the little bubble is in the center when you're tilting the angle, and the bubble's in the center. Yeah, I got one of these for a little. I bought one of these. This is cheap. You can buy these on fucking eBay for a little camera to fit on it. Because I think it's the same mounting thread for a camera. Oh, that's bloody cheap. Come on, Trinov. This fucking little shit. Seriously. Are you kidding me? What sort of bullshit is that? Wonder if I could use it for a drinking glass and fill it up and then have a luxury drink, with a bullshit microphone. I don't know. Don't really use it. I'm mostly getting fed up with Alien. Let's take it out. Fucking hell. That movie's been in the player for, probably about 20 hours or so. Yeah, most people only play these 4K fucking things only once and then it goes on a shelf. There's crappy Top Gun. No, I don't want that Maverick crap. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me, you stinking Atmos. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to play the shit out of Star Trek 2. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. You just watch it over and over and over and over and over. But like back in the day with VHS rental. £1.50 to hire a movie, a VHS tape, overnight. Old, well, I wouldn't say that old or whatever. Back catalogue titles or something. £1. 2-day rental. 2 day. And you could watch that movie. You could watch that probably 10 times. If you got in like Poltergeist. Bloody hell! I watched it over and over and over. That was a 2-day rental. Pan and scan. Probably stereo VHS, but didn't have a stereo VHS player. I only had a mono one in the home. But yeah, played it over and over and over. Wow. I think I can't remember if it was 15 or 18 certificate rating. Yeah, but when you hire, some rentals today are sometimes cheap, might be less than £5. absurd ones like, you know, when that crap Tron Ares crap came out for rental. Fucking hell. It was about the price of it's about the price of buying a fucking Blu-ray disc. For rental? What the fuck? And then you think about it, it's almost not too far off about the same but fucking price of going to fucking paying a cinema ticket per back here. It's absurd. Oh, now then the price came down. And I thought, no, I'm not renting it. But what do I fucking end up doing? What the fuck? Am I out of my fucking mind? I end up buying that shit. And I didn't even watch it all the way through because it was crap. I started skipping and searching through the whole, right up to, and then listened to maybe, I don't know, maybe I was just roasting it. Totally roasting. It was ghastly fucking sound mix. And it doesn't make any sense. It's just boy meets girl. Or actually AI meets girl. That's a little bit fucking warped, isn't it? Fucking abomination is what I say. What the fuck? It's like that movie in the 1970s, or was it called Demon Seed, where the computer gives birth, or it wants to fuck the lady, or in the movie. What the? Oh dear, where do they come up with all these cliches? Like I say again, F1, dreadful. First 10 minutes, dreadful. Doesn't make sense. You're in the race car, in that, what's it? And you can hear, it's like they got the PA speakers outside of the vehicle, and you can hear the voice clearly coming through into the interior of the vehicle. That's a load of bollocks. It doesn't make any sound sense. In fact, that defies the laws, physics of sound. It's a load of horse shit. Random sound effects, just like they threw in with that shitty director with his Top Gun Maverick, right at the opening of the movie, right at the fucking first couple of minutes. And I hear something in my middle overhead, literally, and it just didn't make sense. I'm thinking, that's an aircraft carrier, right? Planes have got to go down the catapult, bush, 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 yeah? They can't have obstacles in the way. Otherwise the plane's going to fucking crash into it. And it sounds like they got a pylon with a bloody PA speaker up on the bloody top. And it just didn't make sense because it would be located somewhere else on the aircraft carrier. And it was just random sound effect thrown in. I don't know how many people noticed it, but. And then you got other sound with aircraft that moving, taxiing on the aircraft carrier, which didn't even make sense at all. It was just a load of random fucking Skywalker crappy sound, throwing sound up there just for the sake of it, and not for the artisticness of creating a psychoacoustic. Like, fucking hell, it sounds like bloody being on an aircraft carrier. Well, I'd never been on one, but I knew when I was hearing bullshit. Terrible. See, given all this technology, they don't know what to do with it. Bloody hell. I say, give them. They should be going back using cutting with magnetic soundtrack. Maybe they'll work a little bit harder and put a little bit more effort into it rather than laziness, because that's what it sounds like. Sheer laziness. mean, how many fucking weeks or month did it take to fucking mix that shit? Unbelievable. 5 hours, coming up to 6 hours. My. Bored. I think it is true. I think it is true. Other people have been saying, oh, and why do I care about what other people say or what? But I listen to their opinion. I think it's true. We are just literally now getting bored with all this. We're just getting. I think some of us probably realizing the lie. We ain't going anywhere. Where the fuck? I want to go. You shouldn't have to pay for it. You know. It's not going to be like the visionary of Gene Roddenberry in the future, or no money eliminated. Oh, right. So all I need is some bullshit identification to prove that I'm human and not an alien, and I can just travel anywhere around the planet. Huh? Yeah. Otherwise, think about it. Oh yeah, the climate temperature might be warm there and here, and looks nice. Looks a bit like round here, only it's a little different. The only difference is the culture, the language they speak, what food, or there's always a McDonald's around. So if you had the urge for a McDonald's or a Burger King or what, there's always going to be one of those around, so it'll make it feel like home. Although you never know, they might do it a lot better over somewhere over there, but where, they might take a little pride in it, Fuck's wrong with me? Yeah. See, I know all you want out there. You want to feel like Captain Kirk is inside you, or you want to be like inside Captain Kirk. I'm talking William Shatner, not that Chris Pine crap. Jar Jar Abrams. You want to be and feel like you want to be in the character and the motion of the Foley and the dialogue, ADR. Yabba. You want a proper, go on eBay. Go on eBay. Look for JBL is your leader. It's just a shame that some of the prices are just ridiculously a bit too high at the moment. Can you believe that some fucking idiot on eBay's got the absolute nerve to sell the Karate Kid analog audio laserdisc $1,000? I think that's what I saw. What? Yeah, my goodness, what are they smoking? Dear. It's got laser rot on it. Fucking hell, there's not much information about it. Videos. Fucking 1,000. You got to be completely cuckoo. How come they didn't produce it in analog and digital audio? Because it's late 80s, and digital PCM sound had established itself around 85, I think. Why the fuck are they? I can't believe it. Is it a grail? Is it worth? I just realised. Fucking hell. You just look around for some of the prices that are a little bit lower. Oh dear, Karate Kid. Because I don't know. It's just you just can't trust these blue 4K discs with all this near field shit. And you might as well get something a little bit more earlier, because at least the soundtrack hasn't been fucking tampered with. Oh, I was going to be doing a little bit of, so I really should turn the middle overheads off. Oh, I'm going to let it fly. Oh wow. It's got more rumble on the Enterprise, and it cuts the Reliant. It's a little bit less, as if the Enterprise is a bit more older, and it's. I just can't keep it together, Captain. Razors. Their shields are going up, like phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. They're locking phasers. Raise shields. Fire! Yeah. That's another thing, like with the overheads. Because, like I say, you use the DSU or the or the DTS NeuralX, and it just does stereo this way. Sorry, that way. It doesn't do any panning. It doesn't divide the speakers up and say, like, have a different sound on the front, a different sound in the middle, and a different one on the back. on the ceiling. Doesn't do any. You got to design that DIY into the system to go over the fucking heads of all that bullshit licensed Dolby crap and all that DTS crap. So then it's got movement. Maybe something a little bit more because you got to have something there that's going to be. Otherwise, sound's only going to go out maybe strong in a specific position for a matrix. You got to balance it and then check and make sure you get a movement. You think, oh yeah, that works. That's better than DSU. Bloody hell, that's better than the Rex. Bloody hell, it's almost like bloody better than Atmos. Gotta get those orange bits, all that vitamin C. Every little bit helps. But if you're on the bridge of the Enterprise, you should feel the vibration in the floor. You should feel the vibration because it's reverberating. What things are turned on or turned off? I mean, gotta have, like, say, maybe something going through a Behringer DCX and something else also connected to either maybe take the LFE signal and feed it to the or switch it off and go over to the surround field and then get that field vibration in the floor, but it won't be uniform. It's not going to be uniform because I haven't set it up in this room to be uniform. So if I get out of the seat and stand and move around, I still feel like I'm on the bridge of the Enterprise when it's reverberating, or any other bass music. You got to feel it going through you, because that's where the energy is mostly going to be at. And then you can have the rest of it that's playing around the room a little bit softer level, so you don't have to blow your eardrums out. Probably take that out of the rack, and I'm probably going to shift most of this DCX, shift it up a little bit. That's only by one U frame. No, actually, I'll take that one out. That'd be kind of like 2U frame, yeah. Because this one down here is my prime one for the LCR. It's a little bit too far down, and it's difficult to read the LCD. It's difficult to read the fluorescent display or such because it goes a little bit polarized. It's really awkward. And I'll tell you, I'm not bullshitting. A few weeks back, or a couple of months or so, I didn't need these glasses and I can read the bloody display. I can read it. But now with these, because of the focus, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So now I'm puzzled. I'm stumped. What's messing around with my sugar level glucose. And so I need to carefully move that up a little bit. Don't know what I'm going to use the DEQ for. Fire! 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 We can't fire! They fucked up the impulse engine. We must withdraw. No, 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 no. I'm crazy. I want Kirk. He tasks me. He tasks me. Wow. Yeah, I just can't think what I've got remembered. Got the SAS one on there. Going through the DCX. I just wonder about that. Yeah, because I can go from most of the seats that are connected up, but so if you have full range speakers, maybe a coaxial, something with a decent excursion, fitted in the floor underneath real cinema seats, and a little bit in front on the floor, so it's got a metal grill on the top, so you can walk over it. You ain't going to damage the speaker. The only problem is you got to take that grill up every now and then and do a little vacuum cleaning, because there's dust that's going to get through the holes and it's going to settle on the speaker driver. won't degrade sound, but you leave it and forget about it, and then dust will pile up, and then that can settle on very gently on the cone, and it adds a little tiny ounce in weight. And goodness gracious me, it's going to change the impedance. Oh my goodness gracious me, it's changed the impedance by a tiny trifle. Yeah. Yeah, I've got another way. Yeah, that's a very interesting way. And then put some other connections so that you don't have to take the speaker out every now and then to check the impedance to see if there's any change, or because it's in this a downward source, so it's because they say when drivers or speakers, they sag over years or something. They kind of very gently sag a little bit. Getting a little crackle there. What's going on? Yeah, a little crackle. It's not a damaged speaker driver. It's probably, let me investigate. It's probably because of the low frequency there as such. Just notice a little crackle. Where's it coming from? I'll be able to investigate that in a second. Oh yeah, it's coming on that channel there. Okay. Could be something to do with the SA10. Yeah, a little crackle there. Nothing to do with speaker wire. Let me see. just turn the gain level down on that, play it again. Still hear it. I'm sure I've got the right one. Amplifier off. Didn't notice it on Aliens. Hang on, I've got that root to it. Hang on, still hear it. I've got those. This one's up front. Yeah, so, okay, I hear it. Not sure it's the right level. It's okay now, I've turned the level down. I'm going to turn it up a little bit, see what goes on. Wherever it is, it's a very mild level. What's going on? Let me check it, see what's going on. Sounds like it's on the bass mid. Definitely on the bass mid. Let me take the driver out. I don't think there could be something inside that's loose and it's rattling. Possible, but let me do another chip test. So I noticed this before, but I don't think I ever bothered fixing it. But I didn't notice it on Aliens earlier. I noticed it on Alien. Let's see. Unless that driver is fucked. It doesn't sound like it's fucked. That's going to be a bitch to take down. Where's the, what's it? It's going to be a bit of a bitch to take that down. If it is faulty, I think I can get a spare. Let's see the fucking point of reconing it. It's making a sound that, yeah. Let's see. Oh, well, that's going to be a bitch in a moment. This is not in there. Oh, it's by the exhaust in my arms. That sucker's going to move in a moment. Easy does it. Easy does it. There's nothing there to call out. Let me play it as it is in 3. Yeah, I can hear it. Okay, so it's negative and the full what's it? That's in the positive. Okay. Can I get this off? Oh, it's bloody difficult. Oh. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. Let me check, see what's going on with this. Where's my voltmeter? I've got my voltmeter. Just a moment. Just a moment. Picked up a fault. Dog number 3. It's going to go fully haywire in 24 hours. Okay. Let me see what's up with this. It doesn't seem like it's legitimately. There's no foam rot. Well, there's no foam. But hang on, let me. It sounds like it's got a bit of rubbing there. Sounds like it's got a little bit of rubbing. There's one of a few things. Either get another base cone for this. Otherwise, I've got to look for a kit, strip that out, and refoam it. recone the whole bloody thing. I just check. Bloody hell. Okay, it's a while since I used this as a home here. It should be set there. I think it should be there. It's been a while. Are they just getting a signal? Oh, they're on the wrong set. The wrong house set. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, that's it. 7.7. A little rustle there. Let me try a 1.5 volt battery. See, get some cone movement. See if I hear anything that sounds a bit pressing around on it. It does sound like it's rubbing. Is there any way to fix or cure that? Move this up a little bit. These have got a cloth surround. These are pretty robust. Yeah, because I can't use the other JBLs I got. Because they're Mark IIs. And they haven't got that, what's it? Little battery. Some alligator clip. Alligator in the sewer. Use that one for pause. Okay. I'll read that forward cone motion. Okay. So anything strange. Hard to say if that sounds normal, if that's scratching. Let me reverse it. The scratching, that's just when it's moving the what's it, and it's going to make that scratching, but it does sound like it does rubbing when gently pressing on it. Just sounds like it's got a little rubbing. It's okay there. There, it's got a bit of rubbing. Over on that side, it's got a bit of rubbing. I say I let the unit fail. It's still doing bass, it's just, hang on, let's just give it a little tap. Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Turn it around a bit there. It's a bit tighter. And when I press it, I don't hear the rubbing. If I turn it around this way, I hear the rubbing. It sounds loose. Sounds like the voice coil is not centered. Or something like that. But it's not like faulty because it's still got an impedance there. It's still got a decent impedance. It sounds a bit loose there. A bit loose there. A bit more tighter there. So there's nothing actually on the cone. No. Vis check. That looks okay. Okay. Oh, hunting around for a mark. Oh, an 83. Oh, what's model number? Yeah, it's got to be this basket frame. Can't use the other ones because they've got a different. What's it? I haven't got I haven't got any other these now. But it's not like it's big time faulty. It's just minor. So every now and then it's going to have some bass. It's just going to make a kind of little scratchy sound. Yeah, that's not centered. Okay, I'll put that back up in a moment. Let's have a look. Let's just see what the fuck they got. See what the fuck they got in Oz. Oh, hang on, what's that one there? No, wrong one. That one looks like the wrong one. Looks, hang on, 8, yeah, but it's wrong basket frame, so it's not gonna line up. Well, can always buy another spare as a whole and take the driver out of it. Because by the time looking around for what's it, you know, surprised they don't change the drivers. But you got to make sure the screws and all that, the holes all line up. What's this one? Looks okay, looks decent. 8330A. Cannonball, is it? Take parts out of it. Yeah, I could get that. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. But there's no spare. What's the price here? Crikey. Bloody hell, that costs more than what I bloody paid for. Bloody hell. Just two of them. Blimey. Dear, oh dear. Oh, God. That's cheap. What the heck is it? Oh, Behringer. Behringer? It's like a JBL. Oh. Yeah. Oh, all right. Twos. Mark 1s and Mark 2s are the same. Blimey. What is somebody smoking? What the bloody hell are they smoking in Japan? What the fuck? A single Mark II? Over $1,000? What the fuck are they smoking in Japan? Daylight robbery. Highway robbery. It's a blooming Mark 1 for crying out loud. Oh dear. Alright, I'll get that one. How many days? So I'll fit that bass driver back in. Just put up with it from when the other one arrives. I'll just I'll just take the bass driver out and fit it in. I'll have a spare. What's it? Put it out of the sight. Put it out of the way. I don't know what I'll use it for. Ain't got any ideas for that. Okay. Oh. Oh. I mean, it is possible, but it is probably a little sticky. Surgical sort of thing. Surgical repair. When I get that? Oh, a couple of days. Okay. So it's like stripping down. Oh dear, I need the glue kit and all. I need the glues and all that. And it's like remove the gasket or this bit here. Okay, so, That's where it joins there, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's where it joins together there. Yeah. It's kind of like removing that. And then, oh, very dicey. It probably wouldn't even be, probably got to recone it. Recone it, because the magnet and all that's okay. It's just the centering. Probably can't hear it in the video. I can hear it there. Over that side, sounds a bit tighter. This side sounds a bit loose. I hear the rubbing there. On this side, I don't hear the rubbing. Yeah, you think Youth Man or something like that, those channels, you think they'll know shit like this? Yeah, so no, it's messy. It's possible, but it's very messy. And it'll probably got to take it apart, all that, and then get down to taking the spider. Well, before taking the spider apart, you got to desolder the terminals there on the what's it, and then got to remove that's and then take the inner part there, peel it off intact. Very tricky, very tricky. And then got to use the glue and then just kind of put it back in and make sure and press and all around and make sure it's centralized. It's a little bit off. I don't know how it got off. So it's not speaker damage. It's probably been like that and I've never noticed it. Because I played pink noise through before and didn't notice. But I suppose when you play a sine wave tone, low frequency tones and that, and it's like, oh, what's that rubbing sound? What's that crackling sound? So anyway, I'm going to put this back up and put up with it for a few days, and then I'll take it out again and take the other bass driver out because that should be a-okay. Knock on wood. And I'll just fit that up. But it's difficult to find this frame, so it's got to be this basket frame. Even though they're 8s and the other ones are Mark 1, Mark 2s, but I can't take a Mark 2 driver. It won't fit because the screw fed there'll be a little. I think they'll be a little bit out of position. Yeah, it's got surprisingly heavy weight on it. Whew. Okay, I'll fit this back up. What a pain in the ass. I'm just trying to think. Is there any way I can kind of pull it over and centralize it? Fucking hell. I'll lift it up a little bit. Lift it up a bit. Lift it up and let it sag back down. If you hear any scratching, it's just when pressing it, because that's when the coil on the inside of the magnet, and it's just rubbing on one side of the on the inside of the magnet. And it's just rubbing. It should be moving freely without any tendency to touching or rubbing. Any shape in the... Can I see anything in the shape of the... Let's see something. On the other side, I don't hear the rubbing. What if I remove the the dust cap? Well, that's glued down pretty tightly, and that's turning. That'll be turning this into a dog's dinner. Yeah. I'll press down straight on the other side, and it's no rubbing. Yeah. Oh, what a bother. What a bother. You have to get the flask right. Secure it a little bit. Fucking gasket up. Oh, fucking hell, that's exhausting me. Oh. Is that lined up? Fucking hell. It's difficult upside down. That one there. It's the gasket. Gasket, so I can wiggle. So I push in there, I can wiggle that gasket. Okay. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Oh yeah, gotcha. Okay. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be exhausted. I am not in prime shape at all. Fucking gravity. I don't think that would have sagged over the years or anything like that at all. Could have came out of the factory like that. So it probably didn't pass QC really. It just went past and they had a coffee. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck me. I'm going to put the grill back up. Which way the grill go? It's this way, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it goes that way. Okay, fuck it. Fucking Nora. Oh, fucking Nora. Fucking Nora, I'm knackered. Fucking knackered. I am fucking, my arms are fucking exhausted. Fucking hell, I feel like I've been doing fucking for 2 hours non-stop. Fucking pussy, you know? Doing push-ups. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. It's my shit. Yeah, I'm not in the right. Fucking hell. All right. I guess make sure check where that volume level is. Fucking hell. I can't sit down for fucking 5 minutes. Oh. So I was beginning to think it could be a loose wire or there was something inside that fallen on top of the base cone and it's rattling. But no, it would be the wrong sound. Be the wrong sound, otherwise it will make a tapping. And if it's, it'd be bouncing around at the specific angle. It'd be just bouncing if it was something very tiny. Let me play that bit with the Enterprise again. See if it does it on a certain frequency. So when it gets, let's see, I'll be messing around with it. So see what it does. I might have cured it. It might still do the same thing. That's when the Enterprise comes up to the space station. That's where I noticed the rattling. Oh boy. Oh, the seat's squeaking a bit. Let's see what goes on. Now. not as much. I heard a little, but not as much as the first time, repeating over. Just repeat that again. It's where the Enterprise is coming up to the space station, and it's just going past, and it's got a very deep sort of like rumble sound in the surround. Just repeated it a second time, and I can't hear it. Can't hear the rattling or the scratching sound. Let me take the fader level up a little few dB. Let me take that up a couple of dB. 1 dB. Yeah, I can hear it again. I can hear it again. Take it up a bit, Yeah. But if I keep the SBL down a little bit, keep it down a bit, so the cone is not doing too much movement, and it's probably where it's starting to rub against the magnet, the scrape again, or it's scraping. I'll have a replacement in a couple of days. Probably could buy recone kits. But you check speak. Yes, it's all this bullshit. Does anybody watch that load of rubbish, J Audio Lab? I mean, really, honest to God. I mean, I don't think I've seen one video where that J has got a bloody voltmeter. Yeah, he's getting everybody to do it for him, and yeah, poor bugger, when he puts all that crap speaker rubbish into those rooms. Oh my goodness, he's going to put minimal acoustical treatment, so it's going to still sound echoey and reflective in certain parts, rather than dealing with the whole bloody thing. And he's not putting any attention to the actual corners of the room. Bass traps are not going to. You could have done that with maybe get some sort of flexible board or such, and and then you pump concrete, so you make a cylindrical curve to the corners, so the corners aren't sharp edges, because that's where bass typically builds up at. Yeah, he hasn't made any. Anyhow, he's gone, I think, a little bit overboard. I would say he's probably spent, if not over $1 million, for a freaking garage. I think originally those whatever were used for a garage. Dear oh dear. That's each to their own. But really, he could have built something literally from ground up, build it with concrete and have it specifically architectural design. That would probably cost a few million. Yeah, all these audio files, it's really it's sad. Testing all this bullshit speaker crap, like, oh yeah, it's end game. Yeah, right, sure it is. Oh, could that that speaker up there be end game? It's just got a little fault. It just didn't pass QC because someone probably at JBL got a little lazy and didn't do their job thoroughly. All the others are okay in the room. I don't notice any scraping, so it's just sometimes you get these ones or few out of so many, and they just it's like, yeah, I want to go on my coffee break. It happens. Yeah, but have you seen anything scientific on J Audio Lab? Have you seen anything? Does he have an oscilloscope? RTA? What is he going to use any of those rooms for a home theatre? And bloody hell, I would have not had those windows. He's got windows in that room. I would have blocked those windows up entirely. They're the weakest link. I'd have blocked them up entirely. Or not even bother. Just build something from scratch. You've got this money. Build something literally from scratch. So you know exactly what size the room is going to be once you've got all the acoustical treatment to deaden the room so you don't hear any bloody echo and shit. All that is on a sound mix, on a music mix, film mix. Echo is therefore an effect to create an illusion. That's his prerogative. He wants to waste fucking millions. Fucking hell. He's gone bloody absurd on bloody his electric. Oh my goodness, like typical audiophiles. Like it's going to make a world of difference. Bloody hell. Most everybody is using bog standard electric. I'm not having issues. Unless the power station's having issues. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. I don't know what his missus must think. Thinking, fucking hell, he spends all that fucking hell, millions and millions on fucking audio, hi-fi crap. And he probably only gave her probably a cheap bloody wedding ring that he got down the bloody theft shop. Dear, oh dear. It's no wonder probably some manufacturers don't want to send him gear. You can't take him serious now. Come on. Doesn't have any test gear. He doesn't do any. You can't take his word literally now, can you? Fucking hell, if he had a faulty speaker, he wouldn't even know what the hell to bloody fix it. I thought he was a J Audio lab. A lab, huh? A lab should be able to fix things. Let me have a look. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, crikey, I don't know what the model... Oh, no, you can get the model number on the... what's it? I don't know why there's some people who are selling the 8330A. My goodness, Japan. A pair of them, 500 bloody hell, 553. What the fuck are they spoke about? It's what this other one here was smoking. What the fuck? It was $1,000. That's just for a single fucking hell. Take the A away and you just look for regular 8330s. But even someone else selling, 900. That's it, 900. It's 900 UK, but it's about over $1,000. Only someone like J Audio Lab would buy that, rather than looking at the cheaper prices, because I don't know what it is with audiophiles. They just haven't got the pride to buy things a little bit cheaper. They just haven't got the pride. They think it's got to be more. It's got to be stinking, filthy, disgusting rich, overpriced. Otherwise, otherwise they feel like a bloody outcast if they buy something cheap. Yeah, you probably look at all these components that go into those amplifiers. Oh yeah, what grades are they? Where did they get that, on eBay? God's sakes. Audiophiles. There was a bundle here last month. There's no way they sold them. There's still a bundle there. It's 8330As. And that's I think it's a pickup. No. It's it's a pickup collection, but the price is cheap. Wow, £63. Wow. Something like fucking you can be like, they'll make you feel like George Lucas without necessarily feeling like J Audio Lab. Dear, dear. Crackers. Barmy. So bloody recone kits, come on. Go add the model number. Or should be the same, what's it? So it should fit. La-di-da-di-da. 8. We've got here, looks like a recone, entire recone. Is that an 8 or is that something a little bit larger? So I'm not familiar with the. Well, from looking at it, it looks like it's a bit large. Looks like a 12 or 15. So look. 22.58. No glue, unused, in box. Let me have a look again. C8. It may be an 8-inch. Maybe the C and the 8 could be an 8 ohm, and I don't know. Just because the information's a bit vague here. £130. Bloody hell. Cute. 25558 HPL. So what does it say? It does look a little large, but it's hard to say with a picture. Can't see anything whether it says 8-inch or 12-inch. Well, 12 won't fucking fit. Oh, fuck. $500, blah, blah. Oh, it's a 10. Hang on, I think. Yeah, hang on. I'm not sure what I'm looking at there. That's a bit sketchy. Audio, what's this? That's a bit. Let's see. All right, hang on. Oh, it's an 18-inch. Forget about it. Okay. Hang on, that says a recone. That's 8-inch. Hang on, that's unopened. Hang on. What's this? Yeah. See the what's it? Yeah. It's an 8-inch, but would it specifically fit? Because you buy something and then you realise it's just a tiny, slight parameter that's just not allowing it. But looks decent. £78. 42, £30 to post it, and probably a few weeks until it arrives. I'll see a little bit more of the base cone itself, because covering it up here, not showing much of the picture. See this, all the parts there. So yeah, it's like, yeah, you got to literally rip it all out, and then glue it in. Rip it out, clean it all up, and then glue it, and then stick it in, line it all up, and centralize it, and make sure it's in central position, and press round it so it doesn't make any tendency to rubbing. Let the glue cure. Let the glue cure, and test it again in the morning. Test it with rubbing, pressing. Test it with a sine wave tone to double check. Typically a 20 hertz sine wave, so the cone just is moving gently and shouldn't have any tendency to rub or scrape. I just wonder if that would fit, but I've just seen the price, and I just bought an 8330A for about £50. So yeah, cheaper. Cannibalize. Take the part out and put it in. Yeah, fucking hell. Maybe I should have a word with JBL and say, hey, what's the fucking deal of having a speaker coming out here? I'll give you the model number of the S, blah, 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 blah. And they'll be able to trace it back to the factory to, probably who was doing what, because they should have documentation of everything. But I don't think so. No, they're not going to care. So it's slightly discontinued, that speaker now, but doesn't mean it's not any use. It's still good. Yeah. So yeah, impedance was okay on it. So I could play different sine wave on that. Use the multi-stereo signal, and I use the Room EQ Wizard, which would generate a mono signal into the two mono signal or what into the processor. Select the what I want to run. Use sine wave tone, and I can easily determine, because I'll be able to, if I back off a frequency or such, back it down a little bit so it won't move too much. And anyway, a couple of days and I'll have it fixed, sorted. Yeah, it's like the tremor in my hand. I don't know what to sort it. I have a 50% chance of surviving if I had my heart stopped and then restart it. I got 50%. That's not very reliable now. I could be dead and that'd be it. I'll be a corpse, deceased. But I don't think it's that, because I don't think it's anything to do with my heart fibrillation, because I got video going back several years and I've noticed the tremor in my hand, and that's before I had heart fibrillation. So can't tell whether it happened after my mini heart attack, and that's going back 11 or is it 12 year? Bloody hell. So I can't really tell. It's like when these MDs, you know, they just want to quickly get a gold star on their so they can pin it on the in their office. They don't really give you sometimes a very thorough, you know, to make sure that you're within, you know, there's no, you know. But I explain that, and they just come up clueless. They don't want to give me an answer. It's just bloody laziness, you know. And all the NHS, they always use a bullshit excuse. We're the NHS. Well, then don't fucking work for them then, and go and fuck off to Australia, where you probably get a better pay wage. That's like someone, you go to J Audio Lab and you go, but he'll probably be clueless. Okay, now. I think that guy is so in a hurry, desperate, just so he could put his crappy amplifiers and crappy speakers, and believe me, they are going to be a load of crap. Would you buy anything realistically that costs $500,000 pair a pair? Fucking that money, you could go out and buy a full fucking PA fucking sound system, amplifiers, DSP, rack, what do you call them? Flight cases and all that, rack back, you know. Sub bass beat, you know, the whole fucking shitload to fucking run a PA concert. Would you trust all these audiophile reviewers? Fucking hell. You don't need to write that shit today. You can do videos and all that and with test equipment. But they don't want to. They don't want to. You know why? Because they're afraid of showing what flaw there might be with the speaker. And they say it was designed to be end game and all this bollocks. Yeah, if there's something that I found that I didn't like with the JBL behind the screen, I'd use some filters or something to clean it up or something. Or some other means, you know? Damn. They put out some damn good sound. I don't need some fucking shit fucking $1 million speaker just for a fucking pair, just so you stick in the front of the room so you can look at the fucking things. You're looking at fucking cheap prostitutes fucking pig's lipstick paint job on the fucking speaker. I'd rather have something that looks, you know, ugly. Yeah, I don't really particularly want to look at it. I don't want to spray paint it and make it look attractive. I want to make it look attractive. I might as well go out and buy some fucking women's clothing and fucking dress the fucking speaker up. And give it a name. Yeah. Yeah, I think some people actually give names to their speakers. Oh, dear. Oh. That was probably probably better than the name than the bloody manufacturer gave it. Black Diamond label speaker. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Sounds like a bloody name for a bloody lager. Oh. I think it'd be better that I put the overheads for a little minor. Don't know how I'm gonna do that. I ain't got any room in the rack to fit anything there too. But I might as well just use the bass or the what's it on the Dolby SA10, and just turn down the bass level just a slight little dB and such. You know, run these to a certain level and then just turn it. But yeah, like I say, it's like putting this fucking alien shit on. You know, you put fucking theatrical mix on, and it's this level. Then you put the shitty DTS bullshit master audio on, and it's like that, huh? They just turned the fucking levels up on the fucking thing. Fucking cheeky buggers they are. What a con. So it's like, again, it's like the Space 1999. Listen to the mono mix. It's like that level. Listen to the DTS 5.1 mix. It's like that. It's just fucking over loud. You know, I either put a high pass filter in over the, so it goes over this screen HF, and then just lower it down. So it gives the impression, the illusion, the bass is really, yeah. Otherwise, you just end up turning everything, turning the overall fader level down and such. And plus, it warms up makes the vocals of the vocals, the dialogue level, because there's no vocals, there's no one singing in Space 999. Yeah, so yeah, it just makes it a little, exaggerated, so you feel it a little bit. Fucking load of bollocks. Okay, how do I do these 8-hour videos? My goodness, I need to get some fucking rest. Let's listen to the surrounds. Oh, red alert! Sounds like you got a warning there for radiation. Oh, I haven't got the power, Captain. Getting exhausted down here. Oh, can you bring down some cup of coffee? The replicator's not working. Ping, 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 ping. Like that swing, ping, ping. Sounds like a sonar ping. Ping, ping, ping. Yeah, it's like submarines going around, or like like the director describes the movie. It's like battleships, old sailing ships, and they're having a battle, aren't they? Or or maybe it's like submarines now because they're going around the nebula. It's like, and you see the Enterprise moving and such. And it's descending down into deeper water. But there's no what's it? It's just a wow, just a brilliant movie. If you've not seen Star Trek or know of it, it's just got a brilliant story. But if you haven't really, I didn't even know what the fuck I saw when I first saw this. I thought, who's this Khan? Because I'd completely forgotten the TV show because they only used to show it occasionally, and then they leave about a couple of years or so, and then they show it again. And so it was like, you got to go to the video shop and rent the Space Seed or something, and familiarize yourself again. Otherwise, I thought it was pretty good. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. It would seem that we will be better in your future. Is there any more questions? I'm surprised. Very little man has improved. Oh, there have been technical advances. And how the fuck does Khan know about? Maybe he was reading, about the history and all that. Because how the fuck does he know about the Klingons? He must have been reading. The Enterprise is what's it? When he was on the Space Seed, probably know about the Romulans and all this sort of stuff and everything. That rumbling sounds very mild, but it's not causing any scratching. Play that back a little bit. Take the fader up. Yeah, that's up quite a bit, about -11. Occasionally, I notice a little kind of where the cones are rubbing. Couple of days. What am I going to do? I really want to put it for what's it? Where can I put? There's a way to. What if I have a the SP2? I could use an SP2 over in the corner. No, hang on, I'm just trying to think. It's got a 2-channel input on the SP, so if that was 2 speakers, boom, and then wire, bloody hell, that's taking the bloody wires up there, banging me back in. Out. What a dog's dinner. Because when I hear the rattling, it reminds me of Tower Park when one of the speakers in one of the small auditoriums got knackered. Tango and Cash. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Some of that bass signal, such as occasionally it does filter and go through into the. I'm surprised they didn't fuck up the fucking the front channels. Those idiots. Just turn the fader from about 6.5 and turn it right up to bloody 10. Probably some of the audience jumped out of their seat a little bit. Yeah, most times I'm probably not going to notice any rubbing sound, because if there are other frequencies and all that playing, it's going to mask it. It's going to mask it. It's only when it's playing low level, probably a very few dB high, that's when you probably notice something. Just got to monitor occasionally, I suppose, the JBL Control 1. Because I've only replaced so many of the base, the edge foaming surround. I think I've got a few edge foam surrounds left in the kit. So when I notice one of them making a kind of weird sound, I know the foam is rotted, and I've got to redo the edge foam surround. But someone suggested I should use rubber, because it's going to be a little bit more durable. And then there's all this other speculation of cloth ribbon surround versus rubber versus foam. Which one gives the cone a faster movement? Oh, I can't believe this bollocks. I think a rubber is going to be okay. Rubber, but so it'll last a little bit more than 10 years. But even cloth ribbon, and all these JBL surrounds are all cloth ribbon, and they were probably made 20 years ago. And it's if you've got a model that goes back to even late 1980s, that's when they introduced the model, the Mark One. You'd probably find one of those today in tip-top condition, as long as it hasn't been tied to the back of Jay's Audio Lab car and dragged around town. It'd be okay. You don't have to buy this $1 million speaker shit. For $1 million, I'd want the fucking SBL to fucking easily reach from the front and be literally plastering, lifting me out the fucking seat and pushing me against the fucking back wall. Fucking $1 million speaker. What a load of fuck. I never known so much bullshit in all my years. And you look at what the bloody fucking thing's made of. Oh, cheap fucking MDF. With some fucking laminated and then prostitute whores fucking paint job all over the fucking speaker. And they got the goo to fucking sell that shit for fucking what, Whoa, the Enterprise going in the warp drive there. Wow, but I didn't hear the thing rattling or something because of the other frequencies are playing. Oh, wow, I just about feel that. Wow. Wow. I've got the volume 0 dB. How many home theaters are running 0? Unless you got some, if it's that stupid aliens, I'm going to have to think, do I turn the level down? I monitor where it is on the Dolby Digital 4.1, misleading bullshit. Monitor that, and then I go turn, and I think, what the fuck? It's bullshit. It's horseshit. I don't know why they're boosting the fucking levels on these things. Really, honestly, it's like they got to turn it up right to mask the fucking signal to noise ratio of some shitty, crappy home theater AV receiver. Like, it's got a really bad signal noise ratio, and you got to have the soundtrack up here so it masks. What a load of bullshit. or maybe because they know people are going to have speakers. They got shitty, crappy sensitivity, you know, and they cost fucking thousands of dollars versus some JBL cinema that's like boom there, you know. Wow. Well, that rumble sound on the Genesis sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like that rocket fusion thing in Space 1999 when the moon thing gets blasted out of orbit. Kinda. It sounds like a rocket engine. I'll put the screen channel on. Oh, I like that bass string. Just when it goes up there and you get that bass boom. Wow, no, I like that. I like that. Get the right amount of JBL behind the cinema behind the screen. Yeah, and you feel that boom, just like it was in the air, because it was like I had these little what speakers back in the late 80s. They were from Realistic or Tandy Radio Shack. They were very cheap sort of things. They made these little speaker things. I think it was a 12-inch with a 4 or 5-inch mid-range, and it had I think it was a paper 1-inch or so, 1.5-inch paper cone tweeter sort of thing with that plastic grill that goes in the front, so it's like so it's deflecting the sound downward or whatever. I only had those sort of things with VHS tapes back then, and it was like the Star Trek VHS. I think I'm not sure if they were widescreen ones or if they were the pan and scan editions, late 80s or something. You know, it was like, you know, I watched a bit of the Star Trek because I knew I was going to go Empire. And sort of like check out the Marathon 70mm. And it was like, wow, flipping. I'm hearing and I'm feeling bass that I didn't even notice on the little speakers at home. Maybe if I put my hand on the cone, but I wasn't daring back then to do that sort of thing. I was young, I was different. So, but there was a heck of a lot more difference that I noticed. It was true day and night. End game of the end game. And that's it. Final, no if, no but, no debate, no vote. It was like, wow. Is this what I've been missing on the soundtrack? Wow, brilliant. No. You can tune those drivers any which way I want. No, you'll flood the whole compartment to die. It's a very mild bass, so I can tune it up a little bit. So I get a kind of like jolt like that, where I can just feel it coming up and touching me. Yeah. Oh gosh, wow.
He's dead already.
That's what you want to do on speakers. You want to be able to manipulate or tune it. Buy these, you know, things that you just, you know, you can't do much with, or you can. You just strip out all the crappy passive crossover network and then just wire it all up so it's connected on the arrays of DCXs, providing you can get some of them cheap on second hand on eBay. You could design a system then literally so that I could pink noise out the center. Pink noise the HF or any one of the HF horns, ideally to get them all the same. And then how it's going to sound on the mid-range and the tweeters on the freeway speakers, because I'd be able to turn off the mute. I'll be able to mute the bass driver, put the pink noise through, and it'll only go right through the mid-range and tweeter, because but that is where it gets trickily expensive, and you don't want to go that way. So you want to think, how can I cut a corner? So I cut a bit of the price margin off. You can connect the bass drivers to a DCX, because you can manipulate the frequency crossover a little bit better. But you can use the passive crossover and connect the wires to it, so it only connects to that passive crossover. So the DCX still got control on it, but only limited, because the mid-range will be crossing over at, I think it's probably 12 dB octave at 650 hertz. You might want to, I don't know. It just gets more pricey if you go full Monty. It just gets a little bit more pricey. I mean, if you could get DCXs for less than £100, wow, you're laughing. Probably off the back end of a lorry, no question that's asked. Yeah. And then you got to get all the amplifiers and everything. Yeah, it does become very accumulating with all the amplifiers in there. Yeah. But then you've got total control. Whereas I like that control. I would like to have that control, because I get a little depressed sometimes with, what I'm hearing. And I know if I could do it another way, I could do it better. May not need a DCX. That you can use active crossovers, but you got to be absolutely certain when you select the frequency. Is it actually on that frequency? It says on the label, or the writing on the crossover, the active crossover. You could also test it with test equipment to make sure it is, by doing rigorous testing, laboratory, frequency sweeps, and adjusting the crossover slopes, and to see the overlays, to see if they line up. You could do a DCX and set it this, do a frequency, and it always lines up, always overlays. According to maybe a gain level or such on an amplifier. Yes, are all amplifiers the same level output? They've probably got tiny margins. That's where you need to have a variable resistor sort of thing, so you can adjust, so you get it lined up, get the overlays to overlay. Does Jay's Audio Lab, is he certain that those speakers, the component drivers, are all lined up? The passive crossovers? Has he done lab tests? No, I've not seen a single video. So you can't say, oh yeah, these speakers, blah 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 blah. That's a load of horse shit. So he's not done any test. I did a test on some JBL. I went through all the drivers, the passive crossovers. It took me fucking hours. That was a few years ago, and I had a little bit of energy in me then. But That was before my fibrillation. That took me fucking hours, but it was exhausting. Because I wanted to go to bed. I thought I was getting fed up doing this fucking test, you know. But it surprised me that why one tweeter had a very, very weird frequency response. It looked too perfect. I don't know what the fuck was going on. And the other one looked kind of normal, but it was a bit wiggly. And it looked kind of normal, but the other one was too smooth. And I thought, there's something not right there. And when put pink noise through, this is JBL Control, some Control 5 plus. One over there, and there's one over there. That one's, I think that one over there is the weird one. Well, at least the tweeter is. But that's not a big deal. All I need to do is change the tweeter, or not just change the tweeter. Maybe get 2 tweeters. Very inexpensive. And of course, I'll put them on a bench and I'll test them with frequency sweeps to see what they look like. And if I thought, yeah, okay, I'll fit those in. Can I remember or not if there was anything weird? I think there was something weird with a passive crossover. It didn't overlay. I did an electronic frequency sweep into it, so I connect it up and then take the output, feed it back to the THX monitor, do a frequency sweep, repeat it a few times just to verify, and then I did the next crossover, and then when I looked at the overlay, they were slightly offset. And I thought, it's no wonder that speaker sounds a little bit weird. That's why I prefer to use DSPs or something. But, passive crossovers are probably maybe the grade of maybe the capacitor or some of the other filter components. You got to strip all these parts out and measure them to see if they got the same value. And if they check out, and then you get to something, then another component that doesn't quite check out. It could be the coil. It might be too much winding on it, or too less, and it causes a slight oddness in the frequency. I'm rambling, I know. Things like that, when they go through QC, quality checking, they got to verify everything. If it's dud, bush, it goes, doesn't go out, doesn't get sold, goes back to, and they check it, and, see which components are not to the design specification. And then you could it might be the passive crossover that's completely, and they got to replace it with another one. It's a bit of bass in that, but it's the top end of the music. It's the top end. So it's like, either in the mix, it's purposely done so that some of the bass music's a little bit distant, or otherwise I think, fuck it, put a filter on, put a high pass filter on there, turn it down a bit, and then just turn the level up a little bit, and then or the amplifier level up a little bit, readjust the level, so it gives a bit more of that bass level on the when it's with the orchestra. When it goes to the star field at the end, that's got well. There should be some very deep low end that you would THX at the Empire 70 flipping felt it. It's like the essence of the universe. It's just had this deep freaking rumble, deep. I don't think it's present on this mix. I don't think it's present. You should get deep rumble right there at the bloody end. But most people in home theatres, oh well, each to their own, you know. I can recall this movie 41 years ago. 41 bloody years ago. It's almost half a century. It's getting on for half a century. Something that most of you out there couldn't even begin to fathom. Can J Audio Lab? Has he got a good recall? Ooh. He only cares about the fucking money. Unbelievable. He doesn't give a shit about the technology, just the money. It's like a lot of these. It's like Youth Man. Oh my goodness. Where's he hanging out? Where's he hanging out at the moment? At Texas, isn't he? $1.3 million home theater. Oh my goodness! Please, those speakers mounted up on the ceiling with a wooden frame that's down here, and the speakers up here. Come on, that the off axis and all that speaker's going to be seeing those wooden frames. And it's going to bounce and reflect sound off of it. You go, especially when you play Pink Noise and you go through it very carefully. You think, why is the speaker sounding like that? Because you've got a wooden frame in the way. The speakers shouldn't have anything to obstruct them. I've got a few other JBLs right at the back of the room, used for other parts of the crappy Dolby app. You know what? I haven't had those speakers turned on in months, or even bothered sometimes to turn the amplifier on. I might as well just take those other JBL and put them up somewhere at the front, but then that's tricky. I can't put one there because those overheads are a little bit too wide apart, but I don't really give a shit. Fuck Dolby Labs specification on their fucking overhead Atmos bullshit. Fuck them. I could actually put in between all these other speakers another two speakers. So it's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 speakers overhead. And then, but it's fucking useless with Atmos. If the signal isn't very good in the mix, those speakers are not going to do much in the sound movement. So it'd be like creating a 5 screen, but using it for the overhead. So I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be great for experimental. Yeah, because theoretically, if the speakers are all receiving the same signal, it doubles the SPL level goes up a little bit. And when you do a frequency sweep, and then you can see the extension is just dropping down a little bit more because the amount of drivers. You subtract or turn off all the rest, so you're only running single one, and then you look at where it's rolling off at, and so you think, then you add, and it goes up a little bit. That's okay for maybe experimental, but shitty, crappy Atmos. Those speakers are going to get more or less individual signals. So if it's a very hard bass phantom signal, it'll go in one of the dog channels, dog 1, dog 2, dog 3, or it might pan over to the left or a bit over to the right, whatever. Yeah. Terminator Genesis or Terminator. What's that bloody one called with the bloody the Sarah Connor in it? Yeah. Something Darkness or something. Yeah, maybe Into Darkness or whatever. It's got a little bit okay-ish sort of thing. It uses a pan through, I think, through the surrounds. But the sound editing is terrible. Because I can hear sometimes where they're like the mixer is literally pulling down on the fader. Or something suddenly being, well, hit mute. So they suddenly stop the sound or so. Oh, it's a terrible sound mix. And it's a dreadful movie. I think most people have forgotten about it now. All that James Cameron crap when he was trying to market the bloody the other Terminator, saying it's great and all this bullshit, when everybody knew it sucked. Oh, nice night for a walk, and they do a recreation. Fucking hell, that's awful. If they were doing that shit today, they'd probably use AI. So it looks like you're looking at, but when it's like, it was like, fuck, it was terrible. Yeah, so it wasn't a nice night for a walk. And you can fucking keep your fucking clothes and your boots and your fucking sunglasses. Yeah. Where's all this youth man shit? How come he's not pumping videos out? Huh? What's the fucking point? If I was even though I had a fair decent camera at the time, when going last few days of, or last few year or such of the Empire Leicester Square. I would have done more video. I would have done more video of that, because that place was like landing on the moon. I took a shitload of pictures, but I should have done at least a bit of video of what the film, how it's sounding in the auditorium, so you get a little bit of a mild flashback. And elsewhere around the it's travesty what they did to it. Fucking travesty. Yeah, use some of it maybe to inspire or improvise. Get a little bit of improvisation and inspire for Cause it's like going to Giza and seeing the pyramids. Yeah. it's just an ordinary room, a large room with an aesthetic architecture. That, yeah, wow. You don't see that in cinemas today. They just look typically rectangular, and that's it. There's nothing really that. Did all those acoustical tiles in the app? Did that all that have a real purpose of, the speakers are going to be up there, where they're going to be positioned or such, did it have some actual functionality to adjusting reverberation or sound frequency? So I'm not sure how it was, because you got to watch something repeated over and over and go from seat to seat to seat to seat to seat to seat and memorize to see if the sound is more or less arrives in the same position, more or less. Yeah. I would expect, look at the bloody home theatres, bloody hell. Oh my goodness gracious, J Audio Lab's got a bloody another video. Oh, what madness has he got on his channel now? Poor sausage. Hasn't got any. No, that's a video from a few days ago where he gets all these audio snobs together. He's only got short videos. What short videos? And why has he been doing he does all these long videos, and then these, I can't stand these short videos, really, where you go to your video and you chopping it up into little pieces just to make short videos. Huh? What's the logic in that? Is he trying to get money or something on you? How much money has he made? He's probably not made that much. I don't make much on my channel. I don't really give a fuck. I'm not here on YouTube to make money. I'd rather die broken poor, because that's how I came into this world. That's how my cats came into this world. And you think, really? And I mean it. I'm well off, and I'm quite content with that. But everyone there, they just want to be, maybe if Jay jumps around, and does all this shit, maybe he'll get more subscribers. Because I don't know, honestly. I see a lot of these channels. Everybody doesn't like nobody on YouTube. I don't know what it is, but there is no real hi-fi community or whatever. Yeah, there'd be a lot of. That's why I think that just zip it, and you know what it is? It's personal hi-fi, meaning you shouldn't even be publicizing it on the internet at all. That's personal. So you don't say anything about it. No forum, nothing. It's personal hi-fi. If that's something that's slipped the minds of a lot of people, but you know why? Because we want to brag. Back in the day, before the internet, I think there was the bragging and all that, it was not as bad. And, someone, or, it's like trying to get this level of the bass output, or some get it like sounding like High Wycombe or something like that. I can always typically remember working in a nightclub, doing glass collecting. Fucking hell, I can never stand the fucking loudness. I didn't have proper earplugs. I had to put tissue paper in my ears. So you get tissue paper and put a little bit of water on it, get it wet, and then put it in your ear canal. Just just a fucking few hours going around, fucking hell. Oh, a splitting headache after the night's work. Fucking hell, I was young then. And when they put that a little bit of that smoke in the, a bit of smoke, and you got the lights and all that going. Oh, can always, yeah, just like the smoke machine. I always remember that smell when you go in there in the on the you can always smell the smell of the the smell of beer on the floor. Oh yeah, what a stink. It's more than enough to throw up. You might as well, if you're really into that shit, you might as well be licking the floor because it was everywhere. Oh. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my goodness! I destroyed that, didn't I? I didn't like it. New Order, Blue Monday. I totally forgot about that. I totally destroyed the LP. It really pissed me off. I didn't like the sound of it. It didn't sound like I can go and watch a video on YouTube and that will suffice. Yeah. But when I got the LP, it was like, oh god, it really pissed me off. And I smashed it up. I took a pair of scissors. I smashed it up into pieces. It really pissed me off. I think I've got a video of it. It really did piss me off. This fucking loudness war and all this remix bullshit. Fucking George Lucas. Fucking not George Lucas did it, but you know what I mean. Like originals. It's like a lot of things. I'm not into Dolby Atmos music. I can imagine it's a load of rubbish. Probably not got any sound pan or signal of the music or what coming out of a certain, and it kind of seems like it's moving away out of the other speaker, the element of the track, and then going overhead or doing something and then going below, because music is complete imagination. You got no visual synchronized image to relate to it, so it's non-sync. It's not synchronized to any visual image, and you can just try and imagine, if that's what the artist intended. Bullshit. I think that's just another marketing load of bullshit, load of bollocks, just to get people to buy these things. Gradually shifting into the water, gradually minimizing soda, gradually minimizing. But is it making my sugar levels any better? So I can't really tell unless I test myself. Oh, fuck's sake! So what's this balmy? What's he got here? What's he? Are you ready to see my finished floor? Oh, goodness gracious, please. Don't put a rug on. Put a rug on the floor. Carpet the whole bloody thing. Oh, you don't want to put... In fact, if you're going to carpet the fucking floor, put the same carpet on the side walls, the ceiling. Clap your hand, you don't hear that echo. You get a bit of a... Maybe you might notice a slight reverberation or such, but you get rid of that. Because you want to hear the sound of the speakers. Direct sound. You don't want them pinging, reflecting, causing these zigzag pings on mid and high frequencies, and you think you're looking around like that. Where's the sound supposed to be? Is it coming from the which speaker? You can't tell until you deaden the fucking room out. Because I had the same shit in the bedroom when I used my bedroom as a home cinema, and let me see which. Let me see if I can find it. It was Independence Day. That's what made me prick my ears up and listen. I've got to go computer. See if I find a clip. I'm too lazy to put the Blu-ray in. I could set the laser disc up, but that'd probably take a couple of minutes to find where the laser disc is. I know where the Blu-ray is, or even the DVD. I think I got the DVD. But no, there shouldn't be any difference in Adobe Stereo 424 Matrix on YouTube. I think Melanie's moved my HDMI cable out of the computer. Oh, God. Fucking hell. When she was up on that rack earlier, she's pulled the cable out. Little bitch she is. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Suspected. Computers used to have a lead that plugs in, and you got the screws, and it's secured. It's secured in position. What the fuck is that on the fucking... What's it? That's weird, that does. Is it supposed to look like that? Got to tell you, I've got to put my voltmeter away. Yeah, HDMI just came out just a tiny little bit. Push it back in. Yeah. Let me see, where is it? I'm still running RTA. That USB leads come out and done. Turn off, turn on. Yeah, that's active. All right, turn it off. Turn that off. Don't need that running. What's it called? What's scene a bit called? Independence Day. Independence Day. Grand Canyon, I think it is. That's it, Grand Canyon. So, welcome to Earth. Yeah, that should be the whole. Is it in scope? It's none of this pan and scan shit. I've got to set the processor here. I'll use the computer. Don't want to pull the L's over. Go to main. Set that. Oh, that's still on 5.1 there. 5 screen. I've got to select the DTS Neural X decoder. What the fuck was that? I'll tidy this shit up. What was that fell on the floor? What was that fell? Ooh. What was that fell? Oh, yes, okay, fuck it. It's a little battery. Little battery fell on the floor. That's okay, fuck it. Okay, turn the fader level down. Just turn that down a bit. Go to the inputs. Mute the surround. I don't want to hear the surrounds. Just want to hear the screen channel. Go to Independence Day. I think this is like a pan scan. It doesn't look right. Yeah, it's like a pan scan. It doesn't have the black bars on it and all that. It looks a bit fucking weird. You know, it got a lot of detail in the shadow and all that sometimes. But when the spacecraft sometimes go through a fireball, it should create a turbulent in the air because it's pushing air. I'm not playing that because it looks like a shit upload. What about this one? This one's better, I think, maybe. Then go to full screen. Oh, it's a little bit. The scope. What the fuck's a little bit in the middle of the bloody screen? What the fuck? That's a fucking number. I'm not playing that shit. Please don't make me go to get the Blu-ray, please. Maybe this one's decent. No, it looks a bit laggy. So fucking hell. That's terrible. I don't think there's a decent one on there. Let's try this one. I think this one's just about passable and put it on full screen. Yep. It's got the black bars and all that. It's got the black bars. Can't play it if I haven't got it. If it doesn't look like that. Let's see how long. Let me just play. I know where it goes to and see if it's got the whole scene. Yeah. So I'll play it from maybe about there. Got an audio output fault on the computer because it's saying the sound is muted. Let me go to the settings because it's something to do with the what's it? Don't have to bloody restart the computer because it turns off the bloody speaker. All sound devices. It's come back active now. So you've got the kind of symbol without the X. still got no sound here. That's weird. Hang on, let me refresh the page here. Ah, got sound now. What the fuck is this shit? No, it's got some rock music shit all over it. Fuck that. Fuck you. I think I have to play one of these crappy pan scan or whatever the fuck it is. Fucking cheap YouTubers. Where is it? Oh, hang on. This is even worse. This is only fucking mono. And I haven't even heard it yet. I can see the level meter. It's only fucking one channel. It's fucking mono. Fuck you now. Fuck you. Cheap bastard. Fuck you, HBO Max. Fuck you. Bloody hell. What about this scene? I know it looks crap. So I have to put up with the shitty letterbox. Oh yeah, it's in Dolby Stereo. And it's playing just about... it's playing a little bit too soon. I don't like that video. That one's too short. No, and it's got that fucking... Oh, back to that shit again. Fuck off. Fuck it. Hang on. Let me see. Hang on. That's not here. Hang on. No, it's got that shitty rock music over it. What the fuck? Travesty to the movie. Even though it's rubbish. Have they got this on Prime? I'm serious, I'm too fucking lazy to go to fucking get the Blu-ray out. Too fucking lazy. That's like, you know, you want a kaleidoscope. No, I don't want a kaleidoscope, thank you very much. They got some real shit on Prime at the moment. This, what's it? These actors, these, what the bloody hell are they called? Bloody, those bloody... The guy that's in that, oh fucking, what's this crap called? The Wrecking Crew. Not even seen it. I don't think I'll want to. It looks like a load of rubbish. Bloody hell. Fucking hell, built Jeff Bezos. Put some quality on the bloody thing, please. I don't think it is, because it's 20th Century Fox. Ain't Disney. It is not Disney. It's 20th Century Fox, and then no, they yeah, you got a fucking... I'm not fucking ranting, just a fucking it's got to be a fucking clip on YouTube, a decent one, for crying out loud. Oh. What's this one? No, that's too short. That's too short. Anything decent is probably it's not there anymore. Crikey, I only need a. What about this one? No, that's near the end of the movie. Oh, hang on. What about this one? They're usually good on there. Oh no, that's too short. The movie clips, they're usually good. Oh, they got this scene a little bit. What's it? Maybe go to its search. No. Do it. That's better. Right. No. I haven't even got that clip on there. Unbelievable. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack of a haystack. Oh, yeah. I know what it sounds like. I just want to hear it again. I want to hear it proper. So I'm going to have to go and grab the Blu-ray. This one, that's too short. Cuts off just before the Grand Canyon. I'll put the AC3 laser disc on. Which one? I've got the USA one and the Japan one. No, that's too short. Okay, I'm going to give up in a moment. I'm going to grab the Blu-ray. Fucking hell. I'm trying to find something. It's impossible. Fucking unbelievable. I would have been able to find a decent one probably a few years ago. Oh, dear hell. What the fucking hell? What the fuck? No fucking way. Skydiving gone wrong? No thanks, I don't want to watch any of that shit. Why do they post things like that? I don't know. Oh, what's all this shit? Wow. What the fuck? Oh, so it's a little bit of clickbait. Oh, yeah. You see people having a scrap. You think, oh, and then you don't click on the video. You can see it. And then they start dancing, doing a dance routine. What sort of nonsense is that? I don't want to watch shit like people falling to their death and shit like that. I don't want to watch crap like that. It shouldn't even be on YouTube. You've got to have some respect, dignity for someone that's died. You don't post that shit. The other shit I can't stand is all the pets and animals that get abused and all that, and they post the fucking hell. There's no proper policing, and those motherfuckers are not even being caught, fucking arrested, fucking hell, and they're just doing it to gain money. It's sick. This is a dead end. This is a dead end. Fuck it. I have to grab the fucking Blu-ray. Try not to watch the whole movie. I'm just going to play a couple of moments from it. Oh. Oh yeah, tidy up, tidy up this voltmeter and all this shit here. Get some more water. Chilled water in the fridge. Let's have a 7-Up. I can handle it. I can handle it. Just pretend it's water. Might as well put that aliens wash over there. This sucker up and running at the moment. Quicker than fucking going through fucking crappy YouTube now. YouTube's turned into a cesspool. Unbelievable. I need wings to fly above it today. Oh yeah, I've got to go to there. Just mute. Use the laptop here. And go to format and oh, the movie starts instantly on this. Wow. No going through all that menu shit. Wow. It's almost like a laser disc. Yeah, let's hear it for Laserdisc. Yeah, go on. Go there. Okay. Is it on? What's it? Put it on. Put it on native. Oh, native Indian. Okay. Put the bar graph level meters up. Let's have a look at that. I want to mute the sound on the surrounds. I only want to listen to the screen channel. For LCR, I don't want to use the 5 screen, even though it's flexible. Okay, let me go find that Grand Canyon. So go to menu, select the. So I've got it on. No bullshit here. They came in peace for all mankind. Yeah, right. Okay. Everything's quaking on the moon and trembling. So you got to sprinkle something that looks like moon dust on the floor. Yeah, right. And see if your sub bass speaker starts doing the same effect. Because everyone gets to Jurassic Park, puts the fucking drink and shit, and try and vibrate the water. Oh dear. Yeah, right. I think that effect, creating that effect with the, so you kind of put some soft powder or something, type of powder on the floor, and what you do for the effect, you put bass shakers underneath it. Try it with that to see if the bass shakers would be upside down, so you have something there, like a lunar dust, and put a little what's it there to create ID4, and then see if it starts dancing around the dust. Oh dear. Oh, okay. Scene. Chapter. That's it. Okay, I've got to go forward. Click. It's a little bit. The menu's on there. It's not too bad. Bloody hell, where's the scene? I think it's. Oh no, it's after they've blown the White House up, and good riddance too for the White House. Put Donald Trump in the White House and blow him up. Zoop, boom. Oh yeah, there we go, Grand Canyon. It should start exactly where the airplane. Yeah, that's it. So I'll just back it back a little bit. Looks good there. Okay. Wow, that rumbles on the that bass on the screen channel. Wow, that's got some rumble on it. But it could be, have I compared it with the AC3? I haven't done that yet. I haven't done a comparison. Let me just go and make sure the what's it's turned off, because goes to the subwoofer thing. The fine tuning thing always turns it on, which turns on the LCRS. Dumping it on the LFE. I don't want that. Only probably if it's a 424 matrix, and I'll probably use it. But sometimes I might use the Dolby CP200. No LFE. I don't want any LFE. There's plenty of that bloody coming from the screen channel. Wow. I'm gonna turn the bass off a little bit. I'm gonna turn the bass cab off. But yeah, it's got ample now, so I'll just play the HF horn.
Oh, what are you shooting at? Where you at, baby? Come on, come on.
Fuel gauge will be indicating in a moment. Yeah, and it's bleeping. Yeah, very high bleep sound. I think it's in the center. Yeah. So mute the center channel. Yeah, it's in the center stage. So I'm hearing it. Bush right up there. Move over a little bit. You're down to, well, your tank's almost exhausted. A little bit. As if getting near into a front row. That's where I want to hear it. If that was going in a room that's completely untreated, that ping, it's probably above 2 kilohertz, I think. I think it's a little bit above 2 kilohertz. It's just going to reflect onto there, and then it's going to bounce, and then you just get this zigzag. You think, where the bloody hell is it coming from? You know it's sound. You probably think, yeah, it's coming from the screen area, the screen channel area, but it's just pinging. And you don't want it pinging around the room. You listen on headphones, you hear it direct. A little bit more better than having a room that's treated. But you know, you're only getting two channel sort of sound sort of thing. Actually, you can do a sort of I think you can do a discrete. It's got to go through an audio mixing sort of thing, so you can lower the level of the center channel on the headphones or mute it. I'm not sure if the Storm process, the Trinnov can do that, because I've not really used the headphones on the processor, and Storm doesn't have a fucking headphone. But Sony SGDS, you know, if I were to pump in the sound through there, I can go through into the and mute the center channel signal on the headphone, or I can change the level up and down, or I can mute the left and right and just listen to the center signal on its own. And it sounds totally different to like going over a speaker or something. Mm. Beep, beep, beep. He's riding that plane on fume.
See if you can fly that thing undercover. Hope you get an airbag.
Turn the left and right off.
See if you can fly that thing undercover.
So it's not too much more of the loudness and sound effects and music, just to turn the left, right off.
Oh, no bridge!
Ooh. reserve tanks almost. But it's a fictional movie. I'm surprised they didn't give the alien a slap. Bitch! Welcome to Earth.
See if you can fly that thing undercover.
So like, keep your alien mouth out of my planet. Keep your alien mouth out of my planet.
Hope you got an airbag.
Yeah, what happened to him now? What's happened to poor Will Smith? He was once, and now he's just one of those that are frizzling away. My goodness. He's no longer the fresh air. Yeah, all right.
Oh, no bridge.
That's all I wanted to listen to. So, but it's got a tremendous amount of stage bass. But I haven't versed it against the Laserdisc. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that someday. Get the. I don't think I really want to compare too much with the Japanese one. I'll just get the standard one, AC3. Compare it. Match the match for dialogue level to see if it's yeah, about the same. If it is. Sometimes these things slip. They slip. And just see what the frequency response looks like. See if it looks like, you know, some near field manipulation. Tampering. Yeah, okay. So I could put that back on the shelf now. Yep, thank you, YouTube. I have to go and fucking get it off the shelf. Yeah. Put that back in. That's empty. Oh, fuck it. Spill my fucking orange. Okay. Any other bullshit? Can I relax for 5 minutes? That's back on. Yeah. What was that? What was that crap? What's this crackers? Oh my goodness. What's this? What's in the crate? What's in the crate? What's in the crate, Jay? Hey? The Ark of the Covenant? The amplifier that's going to melt your face? What? Believe this shit. You lose those parts.
Getting to that point in which many of you are going to love coming into my channel, tune into my channel to see the best hi-fi
I don't
components
want to
in
come.
YouTube. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very
Talk
much.
to you soon. Subscribe.
No,
Well,
thank you.
I am giving you guys an update. This is going to be one of the flagship amplifiers that you will see in my listening rooms. My listening rooms are almost
Yeah, he's not really
100%.
that excited.
Right now, the floor
Eager
is
to get the
curing.
damn thing out.
I am going to put a screenshot of
Showing
what
a
the floor
crate.
looks like, so you have an idea how great this is looking.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm going to show you my latest acquisition.
Yeah, it's
I've
a
talked
crate.
about this brand for a long
Piece of
time.
wood.
You've seen my commentary. You've seen me essentially tell you everything that I know. However, that set aside, I've always wanted to own these flagship amplifiers my entire life. If I'm being honest, I've always wanted to own them because I had a chance to listen to these amplifiers in Munich in 2022, and I was impressed ever since. So I'm going to show you what just got.
Do you detect a load of bullshit? This guy, he is not satisfied with anything that he fucking buys. These audio files, they are never satisfied. Can you hear my little violin playing? Oh, unbelievable.
Got here.
I'm not jealous. Not jealous. I just think it's just complete balmy.
What? With you all These
why don't you get your missus to do the video and use both hands to open the blimmin' thing up rather than struggling?
are
Otherwise, what, you're going to try and pull it out with one out, and it falls on the ground and gets dented?
from,
No, not
as
I
you
think
know,
he could. You know,
Switzerland,
what rubbish is in there?
and they have a great pack.
You know why I don't like this audiophile shit? You can never put those into proper racks, you know, and rack it so it looks all neat and tidy. It's it's out the fucking way. You know, this is no beautiful rack really. Behind it, it is like a rat nest. It is like a rat nest of cables, and I don't like it. But as long as it's all connected, and if something comes unconnected, and I know where to go and find it, and trouble is it might be the optical cables, because the way I've got so many fucking cables back there, they should be a little bit free of being obstructed by the other cables. But yeah, it's tricky. How many optical cables are on it? 4. That's it. 4. I've got them all connected up. I think I've got one. Not too sure. I can't remember if I got one coaxial electrical. I'm not sure if that's connected on the Panasonic. But so I've got all the laser disc players, mostly all connected with the PCM output. I think a few of them are connected with the. I think they are. The Pioneer, DVL, the 909s. I think they're all RCA, left total, right total connected to the Denon. I think the Pioneer 925. I think that's left total, right total was connected. And then the optical output. If I want to have to run AC3, I think there's a little short cable that's dangling out of the other players. I think on the because I'd have to unplug the main player and then put another plug that into, because you can't unless I had free RCA demodulators, and I'm not buying. They're like stupid prices now. You know, if you want to hear AC3, you've got to have a demodulator, or if there's a piece of equipment that's got an AV receiver, that's years ago, that's already got a demodulator built into it. But this is crackers.
Packaging material. Oh, man.
What's the
You
matter?
can see them right there.
What's the matter? Aren't you strong?
Trying to see if I can get this off.
Put the bloody phone down for a moment and use both hands. Oh,
it's cold out here in Texas.
See, this is someone that's entirely desperate, and he's struggling. You know what happens when you do that? You break it. Put this stupid phone down.
Texas, so I'm doing this for you guys.
He's doing it for is he doing it for me? He's doing it for you. Does anyone sincerely care? I mean, really.
There you go, real quick.
What? All that? What that? In that side crate? I'm surprised it didn't come. I think surprised it didn't come in a cheap cardboard box.
Darzeel 468 monoblocks.
Mono blocks. You know, I get it with the these crackpot audio files. I get it with the mono block, and I'm not stupid. I have noticed with oh gosh, I think it's the Behringer EPQ 304 amplifiers that are I use mostly to power the HF horn, because that's plenty loud, bloody loud enough, and the overhead surrounds, the sides and all that are powered by a crown amplifier. But anyway, the EPQs. What I noticed was a little crosstalk. So if I connect channel A, B, up, sort of thing, or maybe A, B, C, D. Yeah, I noticed some crosstalk. So when I was outputting some pink, this is going back a few years or so now. So I know about the crosstalk thing. I was outputting some pink noise into, say, like center channel or something, or was it the left center or such? And I noticed it was crosstalking. So it's not got an entirely isolated, so because I think you can bridge the amplifier, so you can bridge, so one output would be going up to about, was it 75 watt or something like that. Because they're about 50 or 60 watt, are they? 50, 60. And so you bridge it, so you just get a few more dB watt output, blah blah blah. But I noticed the crosstalk. But I get it with all this audiophile shit. But then if you got a, say, like cheap Behringer iNukes amplifier, iNukes or the NX amplifiers, anything like that. And if you wanted to mono block it, bloody hell, if you was paranoid, but I don't notice any crosstalk, because I could put pink noise out over on that channel and I don't notice any crosstalk going over to the other channel. So I don't know what this fucking, you got to be absolutely fucking paranoid to thinking that bloody amplifier is going to crosstalk. Crazy, absolute bonkers. But anyway, the EPQs. Anyway, that I don't really notice it. Don't really notice the output signal goes very high, and the crosstalk that goes over to the other is like tiny. It's tiny. Okay, now when you got some pink noise playing output on once, you're not going to notice it, and unless, of course, you do something to disconnect or mute the HF horn. If you disconnect the say, like, undo one of the speak-on cables on the amplifier, you're muting the signal, even though the signal is still going into the amplifier, and it's generating a teeny fraction crosstalk. Oh, good gracious! Okay, now you get that sort of shit on the CB radio and whatever. You can turn your KC shift, so normally it's in a center position, 12 o'clock, and turn it a little bit over to the left or a little bit over the right, depending on how much KC shift or how much channel separation there is between each channel. You turn it sort of more like halfway until you can't understand the conversation. So you can hear one person on one channel and you hear another person on the other channel, but you can't. You got to tune in still a little bit, but still you get this crosstalk. Come on. But it's like, oh, you argue with an audiophile, like does one ear to your noodle hair sound that crosstalks? What? Yeah, only if you put earplugs in and you're doing some practical things, you might notice something, but it's a little bit hard, fucking hell. Oh, what lunacy is this?
There you go. These are 8 months. Make sure you come and get ready. So make sure you come. Make sure you come. Make sure you come. Make sure you come.
Wash your mouth out, dirty bugger, pervert. Make sure you come. Dirty bugger. I'm not watching any more of this crackers. Bloody hell, this is nuts. What else is there? What else? What's this crap? What's this balmy stuff?
Good morning, good evening, everyone.
Why is he saying good morning, good evening? It's morning.
Today I'm going to show you the rooms and how they're turning out for it. Go for it.
You know, that door, not the lock and all that. I couldn't give a toss about it, but does it look like this is going to last decades without? You're going to have to do probably every year. You probably have to do a little varnishing and all this touching up. Does it look like, you know? Look at this crackers. It's unbelievable. I can't imagine how much he spent on that electric thing. That's probably not cheap. What? So you can get a pure signal coming in? How does he know? Has he tested it? Has he got test equipment? Does he tested his actual electrics? Get someone to come round, not one of these bullshitters. Someone to honestly come around and check it to see what the waveform and all that looks like. Has it got any noise and all that bullshit? You know, that's why most amplifiers and shit, yeah, they already got filters in them to filter shit like that. If you got something, you know, that's going through, then it's either one, the amplifier's got a bit of a fault. You know, that usually happens. If it's like a humming sound or a humming buzzing, then it's probably a capacitor issue. It's not diodes or a semiconductor or any resistors. It's most likely the culprit is a capacitor issue. Or maybe it's a transformer that's literally failed. And all you have to do is just replace it. Crying out loud. You don't have to go through this bullshit thinking, oh, crikey, I need pure electric. You might as well wait for a bloody lightning strike to come down and give you some pure energy. Oh.
For it.
I'm going to cringe at the echo.
Wow. Look at this, guys. All of you who doubt.
Oh, it looked like someone vomited all over the floor. And then put that clear plasticky sort of gel all over the floor so that all the vomit stayed there. That's terrible. Oh dear, what's this guy smoking? I don't want to listen to a sound system with echo in the room. And you put a little bit of treatment around the room, that's not going to sort it. You're still going to have bare spots. It's going to reflect an echo. Weird. It's going to have a honky sound. I don't want to hear that. Come on.
Doubted. The look of the rooms are starting to see the end result.
Looks terrible. Wouldn't be too bad if you had the carpet looking like that. At least the part of the carpet all over the floor would at least get rid of some part of the percentage of the echo. Yeah, I think he should have had a carpet designed that way. I wonder how much that would cost. Customized carpet. Yeah.
Yep, it's dry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That is a clear coat for you.
yeah, yeah.
Just beautiful.
I don't know. It's a bit weird to describe. Hmm.
Let's turn the lights on.
Don't think you need the lights on. The bloody light coming in through the windows. Oh,
There is so much light that the rooms have naturally.
yeah. You could have had a little bit more if you had designed the roof differently, so it looks like glass and shit. But oh dear, I wonder what happens when you get a real heavy downpour of rain. And you're in the room with the audiophile geeks, and you haven't played any music yet, and you hear this kind of, what's that sound? Where's that coming from? Is it raining outside? Believe me, if that hasn't been sorted and not isolated in some way, you're going to hear a reverberant vibration sort of sound when you get a real heavy downpour on the roof. And then you just, I notice it here, crikey, if it downpour real hard, roof's above the room, and it's pitched up, and it's only about, no, it's not that far, probably less than 9, maybe less than about 9 foot or something. But the wooden frame and all that's connected to, and so it's audible. I often hear the rain, depending on what way, the heavy, I sometimes hear it going down the, I think the chimney or the flue. But it doesn't bother me. But it's going to bother him when he notices it. He probably hasn't noticed it yet. Probably hasn't gone in the room, or when there's had a real heavy downpour of rain. And can you notice it? You shouldn't be able to. And you look at his door. Wow, blimey. Look at it again. Bloody hell.
There you go.
Terrible.
Go for it.
So he goes in there.
Oof. Wow.
And he goes straight into the room. That's not soundproofing and sound isolation and such. That door's only going to be so good to what sound on the outside can get in. And those windows, nah. Because he was saying months ago, debating, should I seal the windows? Oh, yes, definitely seal the windows. Because you don't need them. It's not like those windows are easy to look out. He's too short. You'd have to have a step ladder to stand up and look out those windows. And are you going to care about that? No. I'm surprised all his electrics so far work. They've been tested. Oh, yeah, I think he had a few faults in those rooms, yeah. And he doesn't even want to fix it himself. He's got to call someone to do it. Like, call someone to set his turntable up. Unbelievable. Fucking hell. It wasn't too hard to set up a THX. You don't call someone to set it up. Bloody hell. Follow the instructions. It's pretty simple. Yeah.
Look at this, guys. All of you who doubted the look of the rooms.
I do doubt it. And terrible. Just looks like an ordinary generic room. If this room, I took away all this shit down, it's going to have a pinging echo. I'll take literally everything out of there, and then clap. It's go. Or when you test a room and for reverberation and all that shit, see what the decay time is. You take a balloon and put it in the room, yeah, and you pop it, and you record the reverberation time, and then see how long it takes to decay. Yeah. When I pop a balloon in it just goes. It doesn't go bang. It kind of goes pop. And I think that's weird. Because this room is like semi-anechoic, not fully anechoic, because there's no gigantic wedged fiberglass that's like, I don't know, wider than my arms, depending on the size of the anechoic chamber. And then you got the wet, and then all those going ceiling, walls, floors, underneath the floor, and you've got a metal grill going over it. Yeah, it's like semi-anechoic. And it's very easy to make something reflective around the room. Very easy. I could use my hand, angle my hand I can angle it about this distant away and angle it, and I could pick up a little extra on the pink noise from the screen or what speaker, and I can angle. And it's the same when you angle a microphone. You turn it and moving it, focusing it in a position, kind of like a telescope, and you're focusing on the object that you want to check out. I could put paper around the room in certain places and sound reflect onto it. Just ordinary paper. Wow. Ooh. Something a little bit more fancy so it looks aesthetically pleasing to the bullshitting audiophiles. Bonkers. Absolute bonkers.
Are starting to see the end result. That is a clear. There you go. All of you who doubted.
Yeah, you're going to put a lot of furniture on the floor and shit. And you go, all that. Oh, yeah. And is anyone going to care? I think most people are going to go in there and probably think that looks so fucking hell. Makes me feel dizzy. Well, it looks like someone vomited all over the floor. Or looked like crude oil or it was spilt all over the floor. What is this? Does it have a function? Bloody hell, how much that? It'd have been interesting if it would be like one of those, like I think you can get them. They're not cheap. So it looks like a video OLED or something on the floor, but it's got a very special type of plastic, so you can walk on it so it doesn't get any damage. So you can create things like ocean waves or sharks swimming around or whatever tickles the fancy. So yeah, I don't know. Probably crack up laughing for how much that thing costs for the floor. Looks terrible. And he's only thinking about putting a rug on the floor. Oh, God. What is it with Americans and rugs? What is it with that? A rug. Good luck with your room because it's going to sound terrible with your multi-million-dollar speakers.
The end result. We are almost there. I've been very patient. It's really, really key. And I did just that.
I can't listen to that echo anymore. Goodness gracious. Yeah, you haven't got a home cinema. You haven't got a home theatre. That's disappointing. No home theatre room. What? He had a home theatre in his other. What was the logic? When you weigh the checks and balances of that guy moving from Florida to Texas. I mean, Florida's like well, hang on. Well, but it's about down there, isn't it? And so you got to go up a little bit, travel up, and then you got to travel over, travel over a little bit. Yeah, bloody hell, that's thousands of miles. I don't get it. And all he's doing that for. How big was his garden in Florida? Huh? Because, this guy looks like he's minted, So he must have had a respectable large garden that he could have had it, have his little shed, and then have something else built in his garden without he could have spent less. Spending, to travel over there from Florida over to in Texas. What? Just because there are a few audio snobs over in Texas. I thought there were audio snobs in Florida. I don't get it with these audiophiles. They're crackers. I think I'm crackers sometimes. I mean, buying this fucking Atmos crap. And then after a short while, I get fed up with it. It becomes so annoying. And I roast it badly, If I was maybe 30 years younger, I probably wouldn't be roasting it. I'll be like all the rest of you out there, like, nah, like brainwashed sheep, nah. I'll be like I woke up and then realised it's just a load of con and it's a scam and it's a load of bullshit. And it's seriously disappointing. But yeah, I don't see it improving. They say a Trinov can do everything. That's total bullshit. So if you add an extension box 64, I don't want more speakers going down the fucking same fucking shit. I want below surround. And I want it fucking like so it meets my fucking approval. So I don't have to fucking think, well, fuck. It needs something doing to it. You gotta wait for another manufacturer to come along with their better system and then knock Dolby Lab, boom, boom, kick them out the water, bomb them out the water. So they don't seem to fucking give a fuck about improving. 15 years of the same crap. Whoa, what the fuck? It's past midnight. I should have turned into a pumpkin by now. Cinderella. Whoa, what the fuck? Get in your glass slippers. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, past fucking midnight. And I'm almost coming up close to fucking 10 hours. Fucking hell. You can see I've got a real lot on my mind. But when we go into a sleep, we don't care. We don't care about all this. We're oblivious. We don't know if we're going to wake up. And if you wake up, then you think, oh, thank goodness. Whatever. We don't know. Yeah. I saw one person's room one time, not saying who. I saw one person's home little cinema. It looked pretty neat. Yeah, it looked pretty neat. Had all the curved features and all that, curtains and mask. I think there was masking. And yeah, it was a very tiny room. It was tinier than this room, I think. Just by a few feet, I think. Just by a few feet. Probably about the same width, but a little bit less in length. And not sure about the height. Maybe about the same height. But it looked neat. I wouldn't mind doing that, but you know, it's got to be something that I can easily manage. So if something goes wrong, I've got to be able to move that screen out of the way or such and get behind. And the guy, he didn't have cinema speakers in the room. It was just ordinary sort of like, and it seemed okay. Yeah, it was neat. I like to have the screen kind of curved, but it can only curve it. You can only curve it given the size of the room. You can only curve it to a certain. You can't put a deep curve in it, otherwise it'll kind of look wrong. And you've got to have a certain seating area to get near it and all that. So otherwise it'll look bloody awful after a while. You only need a shallow curve. You need a shallow, not too deep. And does it do an immersion? No, it doesn't do an immersion. What's one of the benefits of it? Well, you put the speakers behind it, and so they look a bit curved at an angle. 5 speakers, and so they've got a nice, improves just a little bit. Empire had a very shallow curve on its screen, not deep, but shallow. I think the cinemas downtown, I don't think they have. I think they're flat. I think they're flat. Apart from the originally the ABC cinema, that's just a rectangular room or a square room or something, and it's just the aesthetics that were all fitted in that made it look like it was curved and all that. It's just the illusion. I think the Odeon is legitimately got a more curved features into it because of the architectural design of the walls and everything. Yeah, about 10 years or so now, and they say they were going to turn it into flats for the homeless. I think. No, actually, the stinking rich. Yeah, shameless. But it never happened. Never got. Yeah, there's just all this bullshit that you hear every time, and these cinemas, they just remain derelict until one day the wrecking ball comes along and they actually demolish it because they think the interior and all that and everything there's not much there you can really modify. They would say turning it into flats and all, what load of bullshit. And they got all these architectural designs to show the public what it's going to look like, and I don't think anyone cared. And you got this shitty Odeon BH2 across the road. Yeah, Bournemouth is a really shitty town. Don't believe anything that's in the press or in the fucking on the YouTube. Don't believe any of that bullshit. Fucking beach is fucking terrible. Fucking, I live in this fucking town. Fucking hell, you go downtown, they're fucking drug dealers all over it. Fucking hell. You get hassled when you go downtown by drug dealers. Fucking hell. That's why I don't really like going down the shitty town anymore. Fucking I thought the other fucking area that over at Boscombe was fucking worse. Fucking Bournemouth, fucking hell. So, if my stepmom was around there, bloody hell, she'll just cry. Saying how this town, how nice it used to look back in the 1950s and 1960s and such. Oh. Need a DeLorean to go back in time. Oh dear. It's like looking at certain parts of the United States. You think it's the land of the gold and all this sort of bullshit. Look at the state of Philadelphia. My goodness. It looks like fucking Boscombe. Unreal. Making it great. Bloody hell. What a load of bullshit. Making it great. Trump only gives a shit about billionaires and that. Not a fuck about it. Fucking hoot about modernising the country. Just wants to put a fucking ballroom attached to the fucking White House. Fucking real. Okay, now you poor Americans have got 3 more fucking years of that lunacy. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh dear. They said that we're going to do shit in Bournemouth, buddy. Years ago, they were going to say they were going to put monorail in the town, monorails and such, and that never happened. I'd like to see the return of the, but I don't know. It probably caused a lot of congestion on the road because they were like slow. The trams they used to have, but I don't know how loud and noisy those things would be, or what would it be like. But they'd be slow. Because what I've seen archival video and those things, like when they're going around a roundabout, bloody hell. Oh, my goodness. It's like watching a snail. But it's interesting and fascinating, I think, the way they run on the tracks, and they have all the power cables and all that above, and then the things go up there and make the connections, and then it's just wow. And they were phased out. I think they were phased out in 1969 or 1970. Because all the other buses were all being introduced, and the buses, remember in the days where you just hop onto it. You got to be crackers when a bus is moving, and you just run, you daredevil, and you jump up and you grab the pole. You got to be fucking out of your mind. You fuck that up, you're going to fall on the road. But yeah, I think those buses were, or that sort of thing was, maybe they put it obsolete or so, but maybe there were a few accidents and such, and it was not really safe. But I do remember those days. I do remember those days in the 1970s. Oh yeah, just run up and hop onto a bus. And the days where they have a ticket Ticketmaster or something. And they go around checking to see if you got a ticket on the bus, because some people do try to slip on and then get up on the bus, and then not pay for a ticket. Those are phased out now. You don't have ticket masters or any of that anymore, because everyone goes on there, use their phone or your card, and you get a ticket. Yeah. But you know what pisses me off? I think they should have the half-day ticket, because when you get an all-day ticket, you can go on any bus, and it's a lot cheaper than a taxi. It depends what you're going to be doing. If sometimes push come to shove and you have to get a taxi, you got no choice, okay? But fucking hell, to go from here to where I have to go sometimes, fucking hell, wow. I don't want to say how much it fucking costs, fucking hell. Ridiculous. Yeah, you could go on a bus and you can stay on that bus all day. Well, you do have to get off of it when it comes to a certain area, and this bus terminates at this stop and you got to get off the bus. But you just wait for the next one to come along and get on that, and you go round the same route again. Yeah. I'm not sure how many hours the buses are in service for. I think 12 or maybe 14 hour or something. 8 o'clock, no, 6 o'clock, I think 6 o'clock up to about, I think they do a service up to about 1 o'clock. So yeah, and you can stay on that same bus all day, but I'd say you got to get off and wait for the next one to go in, sir, and then get on it. So yeah, you're going around, fucking hell, for just £4.50 or such. If that were a taxi, it's going to cost probably over £1,000. I didn't know fucking petrol was that fucking expensive. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah. Yeah, how many hours? And that is many hours, like going on a bus. Blah, 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 blah. That's like taking a trip from the UK going over to Florida. That's about 9 hours, I think. That's about a 9 hour on the airplane. Okay, now. Ugh. Ugh. Shh. Yeah, see, when I look at the picture, it could be anything. So you see where the characters are positioned here in the background, and here a little bit in the foreground. And you want the dialogue. You want multiple speakers, Atmos shit, all this bollocks. Atmos is a fucking overrated thing. You want a multiple speaker array, literally. So the voice can go diagonally or somewhere positioned down a little bit lower. And the other voice, Mr. Spock, he looks more center staged there. So his voice be more or less in the middle. Not up there, or like typically where speakers are located in the HF horn, and that's where you mostly notice the vocal clarity or lyrics or whatever. You notice the voice kind of has a three dimension, or not really three dimension. It's got an upward, downward motion sometimes. The way if you listen deeply, you can hear the positioning move. It moves, sort of thing. But yeah. But there's nothing like that. There's no Dolby Lab shit that does that. Because I want to hear positions like oh wow, it sounds like they're in the room, or I'm on the bridge of the Enterprise, or wherever, whatever else. But how long is a piece of string? How many speakers? You know, and like all these spunkers, all these spunkers there, if they were all yapping and talking, their voices would come in different positions, and you got to use psychoacoustics so that, just like they're talking and you're actually there and you hear the voices, but when they mix it in these movies, it's all in the center stat channel and it doesn't make any sense. You get very few movies you get very few movies depending on the director, and he demands directional dialogue or dialogue panning. There's not much in this case, in this one, no dialogue panning and such. You get sound effects, movement and all that, but people and characters, fucking hell, their voices are all in. What the fuck? If this Star Trek movie were done in the 1960s, it would have directional dialogue. Because most probably directors and all that back then were all aware and pushing for that sort of quality. I don't know why I bought it. It's a mad world. 1960s movie, or was it? I think it's the 1960s Cinerama sort of thing. Got it on Laserdisc, kind of cheapish, and I've got it on DVD, or was it Blu-ray? I think it's Blu-ray, and I've only watched it. I've only watched it once, all the way through. Watched it once. Yeah. I used the 5-screen matrix and such, and so all the dialogue. Sometimes you hear it over on the left, sometimes in the left center or the center, or when they find that guy in the mad world that went his car went over a cliff or something, and you got all these characters, like 5 or 6 of them, and all the voices are talking like over the air, there. Wow, it's like kind of been there, but the sound mixing and techniques for back then had a certain. Oh well, it really did sound like. Sometimes it didn't sound like it was outdoors. It sounded like it was definitely, because there wasn't other, very early days sort of thing. But, it's entertaining to listen to the voices pan directionally moving. And when you see them driving, you got one guy over and sat in the left driving, another passenger over in the right, and one person in the back of the vehicle in the middle. Yeah, the voice in the middle, the center, and the other character over this side and the other one over that side. I like that because it's like being there. It's more entertaining, and all the other sound effects that move with it. Like car sounds panning and moving, or continuously going and moving across the screen. So the matrix on that should be similar to the should be similar. Shouldn't be much in the way. Say, like, I don't know, with the picture on the Mad World on the Blu-ray, it looks a little bit looks like it's had the typical Blu-ray prostitute, whore, slut makeup, pig's makeup put all over the bloody lipstick put on the image. It looks too damn perfect. I'm sorry, but I got to speak that way. But Blu-ray is a bit of a travesty sometimes, and I don't want it on 4K. I don't think I've got it on 4K. It's just a Blu-ray, I think. I'm surprised, and I'm really surprised they didn't fuck up the directional dialogue, because some movies will get butchered, and they will condense all that dialogue panning and then put it down in the center channel with just music and sound effect going over left and right. There have been some occasions, and it's like, what the fuck have they done to this? It's like Where Eagles Dare. It's better to get it on Laserdisc, because you got all the original directional dialogue. When you got it on Blu-ray or DVD, it's all in the center channel. You know, if these things could be all remixed and re-engineered, but I just don't know why they don't and do it, you know. So, but you know, with the shitty Atmos and its shitty output channel, its encoding, decoding, it's so flawed. Dolby Labs haven't got the pride to making something that's totally different. It's just the same shit. Speakers going horizontally behind the screen. Fucking hell, they've been doing that shit since day fucking one, going back to the jazz singer, single speaker behind the screen, mono, boom, and then going into the stereo one days of Fantasia. Not brilliant, I would say, but yeah, and then going a little bit more forward, and it's getting a little bit better. You're getting into more magnetic soundtrack, and it's getting a little bit better, but it's still the same speaker positioning in the same position. And then it gets a little bit more better, gets into 70mm, gets to 6-track, and you get more speakers laid behind the screen to give it a bit more wow. And that principle from the speakers that you see, the basic principles of the speakers behind the screen, haven't really changed much since the late 1950s. Sad, really. You got all this digital bullshit technology, and what can it do? What can it do? What can it do? Because I hear reality a lot better than I'm listening on, and back now they can't even. They're waste of time. It's waste of time. Most of these directors, bloody hell, they might as well, if they're going to dump center channel dialogue for nearly 2.5 fucking hours, they might as well mix the movie in mono. Because when you listen to the actual audience in the auditorium, fucking hell, yeah, a voice over there, a voice over there, a voice behind you, slightly over that angle, bloody hell. Yeah. See, like this, Rafa Khan. If this was Atmos, I don't think they would have put a sound that sounds like well, it's really stripping down the layers of tracks and what part of the element, you know, that should be, you know, like you can't just take like what they do sometimes with these cheap Atmos upmixes. You know, they just take the regular sound from the surround channel and they put it through a filtering and shit, and then they just try to manipulate and plaster it onto the bloody ceiling speakers. Cheap, tacky, dirty, disgustingly vile and repulsive, and I don't like it. What, they think I am, a fucking idiot? I can hear a little bit of the slip of some of the sound that's in the other channels, and I can hear it. I'm monitoring it. I'm listening. I'm earwigging. I'm scrutinizing it. And I think, what a fucking cheap fucking hell. That twister shit on bloody blue 4K. What a load of rubbish. Does anyone watch that crap now? Seriously. If everybody's woke up, you'd probably play the laser disc. At least that's got better sound on it. A theatrical mix. Oh. But yeah, this shit. Look at it. Boom. And everything starts falling from the ceiling. Fuck yeah, now. How's that possible? You know, that bit there where they blow the blow the shit out of that. That's going to go down into the rest of the spacecraft shit. You know what's going to happen? It's going to fucking instantly decompress, and you're going to get people instantly fucking sucked, because that's going to lead down elsewhere into the ship, down into engineering. It's going to fucking suck them out. Can't you see it? But you know how they did that? Oh, they film it upside down to make it look like the it's all like, yeah, anti-floating gravity, sort of 0G. So they film it upside down. Boom! Oh, it looks brilliant. And then all this fucking, elsewhere on the ship, all this fucking cables starting to come out the fucking ceiling. Okay, now I thought they'd be using something a little bit different from cat cables and all that, Okay, now I've never seen so much cable coming down in all my days. Fucking look at all that cable. Bloody hell. Usually when that happens, you got something that stops working, So did they tidy up the cable and try and put it back up into the ceiling? Bloody hell. But yeah, would you get a sound effect that, everything else, and it's got to sound like something that actually, can't be just the same sound effect. It's got to be something it's got to be reconstructed and such. And it's got to pass even my critical listening. So it actually seems like, yeah. And then, but how do you get the sound of the, well, it's only for a brief moment, so it's not long enough on film. It's only for a brief couple of 1.5 or 2 second. So it's not long enough to hold that immersion, It looks like, you're watching something that's cut for a fucking trailer. You see quick glimpse of this, quick glimpse of that. What the fuck? Dolby Labs are useless. They're useless today. Does everybody like it just because it's an encode, decode delivery format? I mean, most people should, you should try to appreciate is that back in the day when it was just 70mm and premium sound quality you would hear out of cinema, you wouldn't get that in the home. The most you would get, even still, in the 80s and 90s, up until early 90s or such, would be because 70mm was still kicking around, though they were slowly, gradually going to phase it out, because 35mm, wow, Now you can put 6-channel sound on it. Whoa, wow. But does it do the exact same formatting as the 70mm? It can, but I've never seen it happen. It's possible because it's six channels is 6 channels. Is it better than STDS8? STDS8 is very few and far between. No, not a lot of cinemas have got STDS processors or the 5-screen and all that setup. Not even some say 70mm cinemas. Not even got 5 speakers. They just got 3, and they just fold down the sound into the other channels. Yeah, got to appreciate that. That then the cinemas can then just get the same, providing it's got a good sound system. Oh, I don't know what it is, but I think I'm going to be up long hours again. I think it must be the atmospheric conditions. It must be the atmosphere. I don't know what. It's eluding me. It's eluding me. Let me see what other bonkers is going around. Enough of Jay, blimey, dude. You need to seek. You need to seek a psychiatrist or something. I tell you, it is true. Someone told me years ago. He said, all this sound and all this shit, it's going to make you crazy. And he's absolutely right. Gets to a day when bloody it's Atmos, and I just can't believe what I'm listening to sometimes. It's just bullshit. So it's just a total lie. Dolby Limos. Yeah. Like Limax or Limos. Oh, the bonkers is going on. Bonkers. Bonkers. Oh my goodness gracious me. What's this? This guy, he's just like, oh God, this guy is never satisfied. What's he trying to review here, huh? I'll just scroll through the video. I'm not watching it. I can just scroll through it. I thought so. There's no frequency, sweeps, none of this, blah 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 blah. He just wants to bloody hell. If he keeps wearing that stupid hat, he's definitely going to go bold. What is it with these tiny little? What are these correct speakers? Oh my goodness. Yes, this guy would just rather spend that amount of money. He hasn't got the pride to go on eBay and look for some JBLs and speakers that are used for surround that are going to be about that price. He'd rather spend that for a pair of speakers or whatever. It's just what? and then give this bullshit review, and there's no frequency graphs or any of this. There's no other sort of videos that show, oh yeah, the punishment it can take and all this bullshit. Just a load of bollocks in the video editing. Fuck off, bloody KFC advertisement. Fucking double deal. And you look at these burgers, look at this shit. Yeah, it's just like the movie was with what's it called? But it's got, I can't remember the name of the movie title. It's got Michael Douglas something in it. And he goes into a burger joint or something. Take a look at that picture. Now, what is wrong with it? Look at this sorry looking burger. He wants it to look like that, you know, what's been advertised. You see this advertisement there, it's a load of bullshit. Do I get the burger? Do I get what's it like that? Actually, like that in the yeah, right, sure. This advertisement's done in America, and you know, they're probably the standards or whatever, or the, you know, in the UK might be a little bit less of that. So yeah, is it going to get delivered? So I don't have to put it in the microwave oven. Yeah, they're going to use some fucking technology where that fucking thing can stay warm, because, you know, sometimes they're on the hot plate or something. Yeah. So you get the delivery, come in, pick it up, and well, they pack it, come in, pick it up, and it should be, depending on, because the location, you don't get a location that's too far away, otherwise it's going to be stone cold by the time it arrives. But fucking hell, it's only a couple of miles down the road for the nearest one, and fucking hell, when they turn up, they're stone. I've got to put it in the fucking microwave for about 15 seconds. Well, maybe about 10 seconds, 15 or so, or longer, and then the bun, it goes a bit weird, because you got to heat it up, you know, with warm air. Not really nuke it with bloody microwaves, because it just, you know, otherwise things like the lettuce, it's going to look, the lettuce is supposed to be cold, you know, when it's served. You know, the burger bun and that's all warm, yeah, and the lettuce is cold. The mayonnaise and all the that's coldish. But yeah, you put it in the mic, and it just, you know, it's a train wreck. Yeah, depends on what meal. God. Some crappy snob music. Oh, yeah. Typical snob music. Yeah, for snobs.
If you missed the unboxing video, let's go over some of the specs on these Crick speakers. For the LCRs, which...
What's the point?
Missed the unboxing video, let's
having
go over some of the specs on these Crick speakers. For the LCRs,
and doing these stupid, you know, things for stupid content. I don't do that shit. If I was videoing, I'm just gonna move the camera around as it is. I'm not gonna have the camera there and then the camera over there and do a jump edit. Huh? He's gonna go. He's gonna lose all his hair. He thinks he looks cool and witty wearing a hat indoors, and you know, you're just gonna lose your hair. You know, that's okay. Women like that. Women like that sort of stuff. You know, they like bold men. Oh dear. No, it's just another YouTube shield. And most people know.
which means left, center, and right channels. I've put the OWX50s behind my acoustically transparent screen.
Oh my goodness. They are too far back. They should be at least a couple of inches or so away from the screen. Can you see the fault? Can you see the issue behind the screen there? This I don't know, something going down the middle here. I don't know what the bloody hell is. That a piece of wood or something? That's going to obstruct the sound. It's going to obstruct the sound, so sound's going to reflect off it. I had that same issue when I had a metal bar going down the center middle behind the projection screen, and it bugged me for a bloody long time. It really did, because and then I thought I'll just get some other aluminium, cut it to size, and I'll put one piece over here and one piece over there, and that will keep the screen. Boom. There shouldn't be anything in the way to obstruct the particularly mid and high frequencies, because it's going to reflect, and you're going to get a reflection coming back. And so if you play pink noise from one speaker to another, you could hear it. You think, why is it making that? And you think, because there's something in the way, obstructing. And you've got your speakers too far back. They should be up close to this. And basically, you've got crappy speakers behind that screen. Yeah, you're just a audio rich shill snob. You haven't got any proper JBL because you haven't got the pride.
These speakers have dual 6.5-inch bass drivers with.
So what? Dual?
The Crix patented compression horn handling the high frequency. It's got a response of 60 hertz to 20K. You can mount these to your wall.
Yeah. Is there a video that shows the frequency response? And then you got the screen and all that. Yeah. You look at the frequency response and you see maybe some of the high frequency rolling off, and you think, has he tested it before putting it behind the screen? There's nothing there in the video. So he's a terrible reviewer. And you don't want to give him money when all this motorizing shit. Shame on you.
Wall with the included mounting bracket is wide, but also used to angle the speaker. It's
oh dear.
a really
stand that
deep
shit?
Speaker measuring only 17 inches wide.
You know what that design looks like to me? It looks like one of the JBL didn't do a model that looks like that. They did a I think it's the oh gosh, I can't remember what model. I think it's the 8340. That's it, the 8340. They did the 8340 and then the 8340A. I'm not sure if they improved it with using the materials, because the 8340 all their bass drivers typically had edge foam surround, and they just rotted. So you got to do refoaming, and probably change it out to use maybe a ribbon surround or something, so it's a little bit more, or maybe change the bass driver itself, because I think it was a 10-inch driver. They had to 10. I think it was a 10-inch driver, but it had two ports on each side and a horn. Yeah, sort of similar sort of thing. JBL also did another speaker for surround, the 8333, which used dual 8-inch drivers, two ports on each side, and a very smallish compression driver horn. I wouldn't actually mind those ones. Because they'd probably have a better maybe uniformity. But they don't usually show up on eBay, so they're pretty rare-ish. Usually you see the 8330 3030 Mark 1, Mark 2, the 8330A, the 8350, the 8340, 40A, I think the 8320. I think there's an 8320 there somewhere. Or you can just use any speaker. A speaker is a speaker.
Wide by 17 inches high by 6 pair of instead of in an A we want to use well. And this is as same as the OWX50. Mount these on you. These are also wide by speak my Trinol, so I can't speak to their performance in a full-on immersive setup. Now I got these hooked up to my Trinol Altitude processor powered by an Amplitude 8M amplifier, which puts out 200 watts per channel. I'll also be
Blimey. I think the Crown amplifiers I got in the kitchen were used in the Empire. That's not used actually, but the model was used in the Empire for the 56K THX system. They're 200. Blimey, but I got those cheap. But they like fucking hell. They weigh like a bag of cement that's got wet, and you know it's gone all real hard, and it's like fucking hell. This thing's ridiculously heavy. Yeah, I got those really dirt cheap. I still got to fix one. I still got one of them that I got to repair when I bother. Put it on the bench and strip it down, just so I can get right down to the base of the circuit, circuit board right at the very bottom, and then get it out, and then get the component out, and then I've got to try and see if I can identify the component, because it went bang and it arced, and I don't think it looks, when I just looked down into it, sort of think, fucking hell, I've got to strip this amplifier down, fucking hell. And I can see it's all scorched black. Fucking hell. I've got to clean that to find out or identify the component. I don't know how it failed, but just turned it on one day and it suddenly went bang. I thought, what the fuck? Turned it off, turned it on, and bang. I thought, fuck, no, that's not good. Don't know what caused that. Could be dust or some foreign thing. Maybe I don't know. Maybe a Spider-Man managed to get in there and he was crossing the bridge, you know, and then bush, up he goes. friendly hood Spider-Man. Doc knows. I don't think it was heat or temperature or anything like that. Yeah, these Trinov amplifiers look a bit overrated.
I'll be using a Zidu media player for all these demos.
What?
I'm going to run 200 watts per channel. I'll also be using a Zidu media player for all these demos. Up 200 watts per channel. I'll also be using a Zidu media player for all these.
What, you're not using your kaleidoscope? I'm staggered. Whoa.
Demos.
Sounds a bit snobby to me.
I'm going to run through a couple with subwoofers. All right, the first one, these speakers full range without a subwoofer, and then again with subwoofers. All right, I'll run these speakers full range without a subwoofer, and then again with subwoofer.
You see it on his wrist. He's always got to show his snobby watch off. Do you see me wearing a watch? I haven't worn a watch in oh gosh, over probably 26 years or so. 27, 26, 20. I haven't worn a watch in a long time. I wanted to get a snobby watch, you know, like, you know, what this guy would have. I wanted to get a snob watch, like a Mega Speedmaster or something. But I thought, I just look at the freaking price of that and I think, okay, now what's the fucking point? You know, as long as I got that charged up, turn it on. Oh, there's the time. Oh, right. put it on my wrist. There's my watch. You got to be careful you don't put it in your pocket. You never put your phone in your pocket, in your back pocket, because if you sit down, you don't know what type it is and you're going to fuck it up. They weren't designed for that sort of thing. These things are so fucking fragile. Like this is my third one, same model, and the plastic on here is already breaking away. It's already crumbling. It's like very thin chocolate. You know what I mean? It's just so bloody, oh dear, if you tap on it really hard, it will crack. What the fuck? But I find it manageable. But yeah, when it's already got a little splinter across the screen. Yeah, it's a little bit dirty there. Yeah, that's okay. You just put a little bit of water on it because they say these things are waterproof. Just get a tissue, wet it, and then just bit a little, very careful elbow grease, and it comes up clean. No fuss, no worry. Yeah, he's always showing his watch off.
Woofers. All right, the first demo that we're going to check out is Midway, which I find
Same shit again. Midway. Overrated, crappy Atmos mix, load of CGI, ghastly, bloody awful movie. And yeah, some very poor sound continuity with overhead sound. Some of it sometimes that like where why wait, you hear aeroplanes overhead. They're on the bridge. The Japanese are on the bridge. And you hear it moving around they're utilizing the overhead, and they're moving. But I'm thinking, huh? The actors are reacting. Director says, react. There's nothing there on the set. But the way it sounds like the bloody airplanes are inside the bridge. Huh? Because I could see a few little open doors on the bridge. Okay, sound will pass through and into that, but it would come through a certain way. You wouldn't be able to hear it going through steel or whatever they use to build those ships. You wouldn't hear it. It's just not. It defies the laws of sound physics, and it just sounds so bloody hokey in the bloody movie. Yeah, okay, all right, it's entertaining. Someone else might think it sounds, but to me, it sounds crap. And all the other stupid sound effects. And you don't want to use the front wide channels because you only hear sounds that go like doing that. And you think, what the fuck am I listening to? And sometimes front wide speakers don't really match the image sometimes. It's like, well, I can see what's going on there, and the sound effect on that front wide seems like it's more middle of the screen. So why are the bloody speakers out there? I don't get it. Bad sound editing and mixing basically is what it comes down to. Oh, so I don't really, my front wides are over there. Those JBLs over there, JBL Control 5 Plus. I don't even use. I don't even turn them on. I just think, what the fucking point in buying all this Atmos shit? It's just been a total waste of time. But I can play regular music, or say like listen to music. I can put it through those speakers, or I could put it through the other JBLs that are on the floor, even though they're facing the wrong direction. But I can put music through that, but I haven't hardly used the other speakers. When I can use the ones behind the screen and they give a better sound quality output, or I got better control over the THX. Yeah.
I find to be great for channel
Introducing Boots Prescriptions Plus, your new go-to for managing your medicines online.
Some of the best action movie bass ever. Great for channel panning and movement. Plus, it's got some of the best action movie bass ever. Great for channel panning and movement. Plus, it's got some of the best action movie bass ever.
What's that sound? I can hear that. I can hear that in the dialogue there. I can hear that. So if I were to play that scene, record it, and then play it back, would I hear that slight honky sound that I can hear in his room? I can hear a slight honky sound. Like I say, you wouldn't hear it on headphones. Has he got areas in that room where it's not been treated? It sounds like it's reflecting on something in the room. Sound moves at the speed of sound. Whoosh! And when he does his videos, he's got a microphone that's pretty near. So he's, it's not like he's got a microphone elsewhere in the room where it's probably picking up the rest of the room. Probably if you yell loud enough, yeah, it'd probably get picked up by the microphone.
Below deck. Hit the one below deck. Hit the one below deck.
Well, you're definitely going to need a subwoofer for these speakers, but we already knew that. Now, the sound, it almost sounded like the horns on the Cricks. Huge.
No, you don't need a subwoofer. If you've got decent JBL screen speakers behind the screen, you'd be surprised how much bass, and you think, oh gosh, what have I been missing out on?
Huge compared to my RBH speakers, not to bottom. Now, I wasn't sounded like the top front speakers were on, so I had to double check that they weren't. It almost sounded like the top front speakers were on, so I had to double check that they weren't. It almost sounded like the top front speakers were on, so I had to double top to bottom. It almost sounded like the top front speakers were showered my front wall from top to bottom.
Bullshit me with
it
that.
Almost sounded like the top front.
Don't bullshit me with that bloody fake reaction. God, dear, you can't see any light coming from the projector in the background. He's just pretending like he's reacting and videos something to bullshit everybody. That is a terrible reviewer. Shame on you. Don't bullshit me with that.
Speakers were,
because I can see your watch and I can't see any light reflection coming from the projection screen that would reflect onto that watch. You cannot fuck in lie with nature and physics. And plus you would see a little bit of light reflection sort of like flickering on the face because it's, the colour. But he's doing some fake bullshit reaction there. Shame on you.
On, so I had to double check that they weren't. It almost sounded like the top front speakers were on, so
and you're yapping over it, so it's not like you're actually listening. Or show the stupid object thing. I don't want to see the object thing. I think that's overrated. Just show the bar graphic VU meters, and you'd be able to look at the levels of the overheads levels are down here, everything else is up here, thus over the top masking effect. Don't bullshit.
So I had to double check that they weren't. Now, I wasn't expecting a ton blowing up. Tell when between over issues, playing subs, pushing them to the felt like came on you between smaller people that
You go anywhere in this
voice.
You come in here again. In fact, you go anywhere in the city, preying on innocent people, and we will find you in the city. Arms and eat punch.
For this demo on a bass, and it's got a really nice drop. The big channel full.
Oh, crikey, I can do a Venom voice sound. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I could do a Venom voice, bloody hell. Can you do a Venom voice?
Full range.
Yeah, you watch the shit so many times, you should be able to learn. I could do that. I could do that. I'm hungry. What lunacy am I watching?
And if you couldn't tell from this video, it has a good amount of bass. I have an issue doing.
Oh, it's got a frequency.
So if you wanted to
now
do it, I actually got extension down to 46 hertz. Measure.
Fucking hell. Oh, that looks terrible. Oh, that's terrible. I thought you got waveforming with Trinov
at my main listening seat. So if you wanted to run these a bit lower than the standard 80 hertz,
the center.
I don't.
What smoothing are you using?
I think you'll have an issue doing that against your wall. You'll likely get a bit more bass from being closer to the wall for musicality gain. Here's against your wall. You'll likely get a bit more bass from being closer to the wall through.
Closer to the wall. Closer to the wall. Depends where the wall. Is it in the middle? A little bit over to this side? Is it near to the boundary surfaces of two parallel walls? Is it up close near to the top? 3 parallel walls? 3 parallel surfaces? 3 parallel surfaces. Oh, you get more bass there. Oh, more output. It's like, oh, yeah. You don't have to turn it up. You just get it like, oh, yeah.
Boundary gain. And from a musical, both speakers in my 2-channel setup to listen for tonality and music to have a more high to sweet. So the highs were crisper and sounded like there was more air on the top end. I always go back to sweet.
Yeah.
So the highs were crisper and sounded like there was more air on the top end. I always go back to Sweet Jane from the crisper and sounded like there was more air on the top phonics to have a more hi-fi feel to it. So the highs.
Yeah, I can hear it and I can see the walls are bare. Just some crappy acoustic panels on the walls. You're still going to get this, this honky sound. You go to an auditorium, they treat the walls, but it's still got some areas where, it's just not being dealt with. You don't get too much echo, but you can notice this honky sound in the room, and it's like, that's not part of the soundtrack. It sounds terrible. Deal with it.
Eyes were crisper and sounded like there was more air on the top. It can sound really sibilant. So as she says the word sweet, because on some speakers it can sound really sibilant. So as she says the word sweet, the S's are sharper on the hyperphonics, while on the 50s.
And did you check the frequency to see what frequency it's going at? And then think, oh, I'll put a few EQ filters there and then just lower it down so you don't get that stupid, because people just don't talk like that or speak like that. And, it's like trying to understand vocals in music. Are they not? Is it been engineered and thought out very well so that you hear the vocals very easily without strain or struggling to understand? And versus instrumental, so you can the instrumentals there and slightly in the background, and the vocals, because that's what they're singing about, isn't it? Or you can have 2 alternative versions, one without the vocals and one with the one with the vocals and one with just the instrumental. A lot of those videos going around now, you could just listen to the instrumental. But when it's thinking, bloody hell, does she actually, or he, what with that top end, or is that just being put in there by the EQ, excessive EQ.
But they
I thought he was
for a huge area. So that left to right spread actually preferred was size other horn speakers that wide coverage from the horn to bigger space.
Bloody hell, that is terrible. Oh, well, it's your room anyway. Do what you want. What the? Why is this? Why is that speaker too low there, and that one up there is too? What the? Terrible. Yeah. Anyway, no, enough of that. Gotta have a snack. Have a snack. I haven't even got a Kit Kat. Got a kitty cat, but not a Kit Kat. What was that other thing? Have a Mars as a break. Have a Mars and all the energy bullshit. Fucking hell. I can't believe that bullshit. A sandwich or something. A sandwich. Sound. Oh, yeah. Real honest reviews. What's the point of doing reviews? I just don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I think the manufacturer should be the one doing the review. But, you know, are you going to really believe the manufacturer? A little bit of the bits are to the surface there. A little bit. That's about the old sparkly water. It's just, oh yeah, it's just orange juice. Just no water in it. There's no water. Yeah. 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 I think also some of the bits are still, you know, but when put with sparkly, yeah, it kind of froths it to the surface. Oh dear. God, yeah, dear. Oh. Bollocks. Bollocks. So this bollocks here. It's like fucking Harrison Ford who fucking watches his crap anymore. Oh, some more bollocks here. Looks like Chuck Norris. My goodness, Chuck Norris. Wow. Can't believe some of the goofy, bullshitting, shill videos. It's just plastered everywhere. Boring. Yeah, so a nice cheese sandwich, and the cheese tasted very like cheese, with a little bit of butter on it, and a bit of mayonnaise to give it a little kind of like it's got egg on with cheese. So that's what it tastes like. The mayonnaise tastes like egg, because that's basically what they are, eggs. What's this crap? Oh, what the fuck is this shit? look at all the snobs. Oh my goodness. Look at all the snobs here. Oh dear. Six, seven, nine. Gosh, the snobs. The snobs are everywhere. Oh my goodness gracious. There's just snobs everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh, enough of that. My goodness. 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, 10, almost 11 hours. What the fuck? Am I doing a fucking repeat of the other night? Shut this shit off and go to bed. Oh. So I'm sick and fucking tired of doing videos like this. I think you can kind of suck the bits, because I think the bits do go to the surface a little bit. Bit to the. Yeah, I'm gradually sucking the bits up. Ah, that's what orange is, isn't it? Got bits in it. You peel an orange and you. Actually, it's better with ice cubes. Why didn't I put the ice cubes in it? Shouldn't really slurp it like that. That's why I coughed. Still got bits there. Just move it around. You feel all the bits. Every bit of orange helps. I'm on. They changed the texture on that. Really did taste like freaking that. Really tasted like orange. Oh yeah, loads of oranges. Oh wow. Wonder if it came from Florida. Or did it come from Spain or California? Where the heck did they get all these oranges from? Bloody hell. Talks like that. You know, atmosphere is crap. IP trim off. Oh dear. A load of crap. Fuck off. I'm fucking off. I'm getting some fucking sleep.